So yeah, so make sure to check your spam and junk folders, promotion folders in your inbox to make sure that you have that email that we sent to you.
Is it the training today on April 14th through 15th, sir?
No, that has the details. It should be a separate one that's titled verify your information. That's the subject line of it.
Okay.
And then-
1 second. For my people, I'm gonna go ahead and send that to you.
Okay.
And if you forget where to go or what the subject line is, it is on my screen shared with y'all right now as well. So. And for you, Cheryl, you actually filled this out last time, so you don't have to fill this out this time. So you're already ahead of the game this time. So we'll just be doing a lot of review here for you, which isn't a bad thing. So it's good to review. Welcome, Valerie. Can you hear us?
I'm not
okay?
receiving the email.
Yeah, I haven't
Me
seen it in my inbox yet.
Yeah, I have yet to receive it as
That's
well.
that's why you got to check your spam and stuff too. It's usually in your spam off to the side. So a lot of times in your email inbox, there's like inbox, drafts, and stuff off to the side, all the different folders. You usually have to click on like the more button or 3 dots to find the spam folder. And then in the spam, it'll usually be top of the list. If you can't find it in spam, and you're using a Gmail account, it usually shows up in your promotions folder or updates folder.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, I got it. I see it. I see it.
And was it in your spam?
It was in the promotion, sir.
It was
Yeah.
in the promotions. Yeah, there you go. Just like we thought. Welcome, Chardonnay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to training. How are you feeling this morning?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well too. I'm ready to rock.
Yes.
And so I don't know, but can you see my screen, Chardonnay, with the instructions on what to be doing right now?
Yes.
Perfect. So yep, go ahead and check your email inbox to find that, and we will get rocking and rolling.
Let's roll.
Welcome, Mr. Moody, as well. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you?
It won't even let
I'm
Welcome,
doing
Valeria.
well.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
The bigger the training class, the more.
So, Mr. Moody, can you also see the instructions I have on the screen here, of what to do right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Perfect. So go ahead and find that somewhere in your promotions folder or spam or junk folder. And we should be able to rock and roll soon.
I feel like you guys have more.
And this is one of those parts of training that the faster y'all go, the faster we get started too.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's go. Everybody all good? I'm
Yes,
just
sir.
filling out the information.
Yep, I'm almost finished.
Oh, sir. No.
No, he's in Dallas. Dude.
Come on.
I know if you know Georgetown.
Welcome to training summer.
What's the high school? I know.
Hey, you know,
I'm
Hope
sorry.
everybody's ready for an awesome training today, by the way.
I am.
I'm ready.
Hey, Patrick, you the email.
What was that?
I said I didn't receive the email, Christian.
Oh, okay, Christian. So go ahead and do a little digging for me. It should be, Christian, do you have a Gmail account that you've been using for all the other stuff, for info for training?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Yeah, so check your promotions folder. You see how your inbox is split into different folders that along the top of it, it says like inbox, promotions, updates and stuff like that.
I'm using the website.
Are you logged into your Gmail? Are you in your Gmail inbox?
Yes, sir. It says inbox, start, snooze, sent. It doesn't have the promotion tab. I'm gonna try to use
Oh.
the app.
Then if it's not
It is big.
showing up in your inbox like that way, the way you can find it, Moody, is there's a way, if you scroll down past your email inboxes on an iPhone, there's usually the spam folder somewhere down in there. Like if I'm on my email app on my iPhone, it's like you see all the mailboxes at the top, but then if you scroll down, do you see like your separate Gmail and then all the folders are under there?
Yeah, I got in my spam. I got 3 emails. All 3 of are 4 are training details for
Oh, okay. So you got the training details in there. So
Yeah, I
then you probably got this one too. Maybe it's just taking a second to come through, but check your junk again and hit the refresh button or close it out and then reopen it, see if it refreshes and it's in there.
It's nice. It is a nice.
I swear I sent it to y'all.
You are not listening. It may have been.
How we
me.
doing?
Look and see.
Where are we at?
the Yellow sticky note.
Where we at? Everybody getting stuff done? Oh, I'm not even spotlighted. Nobody
Oh,
knows.
yeah. People are getting stuff.
Hi, guys. Hey,
okay.
what's up, Trey?
How you doing?
Doing good. I hear you know my friend Isaiah.
Yes, sir. We go way back.
Oh man, that's good. Me too. I met him like last year. So EFND though. I went to the same high school as him, so it'll be good.
Cool.
Excited for you. Let's see. Donovan, what's up?
What's up, man?
You ready for a great day of training?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You guys are they all getting through the terms of training? They all good?
Little by little.
Little by
Is
little.
anybody not finding it?
Yeah, who's not finding
Are
it?
you still not finding it, Christian, or did you find it? And
Find it.
Cool. Yeah, take a minute. Fill that out.
All right, my people are good.
Good, good.
I only
Patrick,
got
I'm gonna
one.
steal
I only
yours.
got one, and I'll catch them up later. So don't worry. It should say success though when you submit it.
Patrick, if you can stop your screen share. when you
Oh,
can.
you already took over. You're good.
I just stole it.
Yeah, you can steal it.
I stole it. All right,
Rock.
what's up?
Ready to rock.
You guys ready to rock?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Ready to rock. I'm excited. I'm ready for you guys to rock too. All right, well, let's get rolling here with training. So for those of you guys who I have not officially met in the interview, which is everyone here who is on Zoom. My name is Ethen Campbell. I am the district manager here in the North Austin office, which what that means is I oversee all of the recruiting, training, developing of newer representatives here in the North Austin area. So all of them, adding them to the team, developing them into better sales representatives, into some of our future management candidates, as well as overseeing some of our Cutco sales professionals. We do have people who do the same job full time too, but that's what I oversee. But I'm excited to have you guys join the team. I really am. And a question for you: are you ready to be the best Cutco sales rep ever?
Yes.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Man, that was a positive response right there. I like that. By the way, I really do mean that. Like seriously, I need you to be ready to be the best Cutco sales reps ever. That's our goal. I don't train people. I wouldn't sit here for 2 days training you if I didn't think you were going to be able to kick butt at this job. I don't train Cutco wimps. I train you to be the best. And I'm going to share some stuff with you, and feel free to take as much notes on this stuff as you want. And this is some stuff you probably heard in other areas of your life, like in sports and school and whatever else you may have done. But you may have seen this, that you're a product of your environment. If your best 5 friends are people who study really hard, work hard at school, get good grades, work hard at whatever else they do, there's a good chance you're going to be similar to that. But if your best 5 friends are people who sleep till noon, avoid work, do drugs all the time, don't care about school, don't care about learning, you're probably going to be the same way in that area as well. So what are you becoming a part of? What is this environment you've decided, whether you knew it or not, this is what you've decided to surround yourself with? You're becoming a part of the best. So I'm going to share this with you. And this is some stuff that I was actually talking a little bit earlier about. You're becoming the absolute best. So what you're becoming a part of, you can see this here. The company has what's called these silver cups. And you see there's silver cups. Basically, there's 12 of these manager silver cups that are given out every year. And it's being the top, the best of the best. It's like the Stanley Cup of vector marketing. And you can see on here, we have, we've won basically all the silver cups is what I'm kind of telling you. You see the branch manager one there. We had the #1 branch office, which is somebody who just runs an office for a summertime. We had the #1 branch office in the company. But if you look really closely at that, we also had #1, 3, 10. We also had number 15, number 18, and 19 too. You're becoming a part of the best. When you look over on the top right, the district team silver cup, what that is that's like one office recruits and trains reps, right? And then those reps develop into other managers. And when those managers go run offices, they all count towards a team. And we had the #1 district team in the company as well, in San Marcos, which is right down the road from a couple of us here too. We were the #2 in the pilot development category. And then the bottom one down there, our division, they count sales in 2 different ways for divisions. One way is just overall sales, and then the other is a way to kind of make it more competitive for everyone. But we just won it all. We just won both of them. So we were the #1 division at multiple levels, #1 district, #1 pilot development, #1 and 3, and multiple other branch managers. Those of you guys who are here in the North Austin office, by the way, when I talk about you're becoming a part of the best, we were the #1 new office in the company as well. So why you guys are listening to some of my training, why you're going to be having this, is because you're becoming a part of a great team with great people, with great results, and you're going to do the same thing. And that's why I asked that question, and I'll ask it one more time. You really ready to be the best Cutco sales reps ever?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Heck yeah.
Definitely.
Best, by the way. Like, and also you picked a really good time to start working with us too. In case you didn't see some of those numbers, our sales are going really well as well. So it's not just like we're doing well here in our office, but it's at a good time too. When you think about it, families are cooking at home now more than ever. We just got out of a 2-year window where people were told, hey, don't eat out, learn to cook at home, cook more at home. Our sales skyrocketed then, and they've continued to be up right now too, because families are cooking now more than ever. Families are using knives a lot more. You think about Easter, dinners, cookouts, people, these holidays are literally tailor-made for us to sit there and be able to do this. By the way, this weekend is Easter weekend. You might be like, how's that going to affect me getting started on this at all? For our new reps who start on holiday weekends, they're the ones who sell the most. The reason why is because people aren't doing a whole lot. It's a holiday weekend, right? They're not doing a lot. Spouses are at home together. They're in a better mood, right? Because they maybe got off work tomorrow. Maybe they got off work Monday. Maybe they have something lucky like that too, right? And then also, what are they doing? Cooking. They're using knives all the time. They're using them together. They're realizing how crappy their knives are. Oh, look who came to save the day, right? Like, guess who came to save the day? So now is a great time to do this. People always value things with a guarantee. And I added this on here too. People spend extra money this time of year. You guys know that people are getting their taxes like back right now. And you know what they want to spend it on, right? Something high quality, American made, that's going to benefit their family, right? Like, this is a good thing to be able to do it. So you guys are really picking a great time to start selling Cutco too. And let me ask you guys this. Do any of you guys know anyone who owns Cutco, or do you own Cutco yourself?
Yes, it is.
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Trey, you know somebody who owns Cutco? Who is it?
It's my dad. We have Cutco knives here.
Nice. Your dad actually has Cutco. You sold it? I'm like, did you? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. How long have you had the Cutco for?
I mean, as long as I can remember, honestly, that white handle has just been something just familiar. So,
As long as you can remember, what does your family think of the knives?
I mean, we haven't had an issue with them. I mean, I've been washing dishes for a very long time. And I see the knives in the sink all the time.
Got my
So,
hand a couple times.
yeah.
So they've had them your whole life. They
Yeah.
like them. They've used them.
Yeah.
Any of the rest of you guys know anyone who owns Cutco or own Cutco? No. All right. By the way, so you'll hear this, and I'm glad that somebody had a little story there. And Trey's is a good example of people who will have this, and they'll have it for as long as he can remember, right? And he looks like he's like 18, 19, 20, I don't know, something like that. But it's like, so they've had him for 20 years, something like that. I know we were talking and somebody had it for a couple of weeks too. And what I always just kind of tell this story for you. And this is the first time that I really realized how good this product can actually be. I was like, how easy it is to sell and how good it really can be too. So when I first started, this was a couple years after I had started. So I started selling Cutco in 2015 I'll go through my whole story here in a minute. 2016 happens. This was summer of 2017. So it's 2 years. I had sold a little bit of Cutco, and you guys all hopefully know how the job works at this point. If you didn't, yell at Caleb or Patrick or whoever interviewed you, whatever happens this is what happens though, right? You go and you do a demo with somebody, you know. So I did a demo with somebody who I knew, lady who cuts my mom's hair, had done it her whole life, really nice lady. Her son had played baseball on me in the little leagues and everything. So she ends up buying like $400 worth of Cutco from me. And then she refers me to like 12 people. Okay, those 12 people end up doing a demo with Susan Lynn was her name. She buys like $800 from me. It's like, oh, here we go, right? And then she refers me to 12 more people or something like that. One of the people she refers me to, her name is Cindy Sanders. And I go and I get recommended to Cindy Sanders. And then what happens is 2 weeks pass, because this was, I was graduating high school. So I was going on college visits. So there's a 2-week window where I see Susan Lynn. She makes a purchase of $800. 2 weeks pass. I don't do anything with her contacts or anything, but she gets her Cutco in the mail. I send her a text and I'm like, hey, I saw you got your Cutco. I'm really excited for you. You're going to love it. Just want to make sure it all works out, or it all looks good. She's like, Ethen, I love it. Sharp as heck. By the way, my friend Cindy says you never called her. And that's what she said. I had her send a text message to Cindy, and Cindy was like, can't wait. And then I guess I never called her because I was gone for 2 weeks, whatever. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to call her immediately. I'm like, who the heck? She told me this though. Susan had told me this. She goes, Cindy was really excited. What goes through the back of my head, 18-year-old kid at the time, I'm just like, who the heck gets excited about knives, right? Like, this doesn't make any sense at all. Whatever. Call a lady. She books the appointment with me. I go and I do the appointment with her, and I show up to her house, and it's a nicer house. And I walk in, and sitting on her kitchen counter, she has a homemaker set, which what a homemaker set is, it's this set right here, but it also comes with 8 of our table knives. So this is the basic homemaker, but there's a homemaker plus 8, and there's one with 8 table knives. And she has this sitting out on the counter with 8 table knives. And it's just sitting out there. And I could tell the set was really old too. Like, I could tell it had been around the block a couple of times. The spatula spreader, we're going to go through all these knives with you a little bit later. One of the unique things about this is it's really flexible, and hers was permanently bent. Like, it was just bent permanently like that. And I was like, holy crap, you'd had your Cutco for quite some time. And we talked for a little while, just talk about different stuff. But after we talked for a little while, eventually we get onto the knives, and she goes, Ethen, do your customers really get what they're getting when they buy this from you? And again, 18-year-old kid at the time is sitting there, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? And she's like, do your customers really understand what they're getting when they buy this from you? And I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like, explain this to me, because I don't think I get what you're talking about. And she goes, well, here's the thing, Ethen. I think about this set of knives. And she's like, this set of knives that you're looking at, she's like, it's old, it's worn out. She's like, all that stuff. But here's the thing. That was the first major purchase my husband and I made when we had just gotten married. She's like, we've had that. We've been married for over 40 years now. And that was the first major investment that we had when we got married. We had bought it. We got married. We had a house, and that her husband's friend had came over and done a knife presentation, and they sat there and they were like, oh, well, these are really good knives, but it's a little bit of money. I don't really know. And then what the sales rep said, her husband's friend looks at him and just goes, hey, we have a 15-day trial. Try it out, get it shipped to you. And if you don't like it, just send it back. No harm, no foul. And so they basically decide on it. When they decide on it, she said that night they had buyer's remorse. They were like, oh, we shouldn't have done that. Like, I regret it. I don't really know. So then the next week rolls around and they're like, we should probably just cancel the order. But the order had already shipped. So they get the order shipped to them. And when it shows up on their front porch, she explains to me, she's like, we decided we were going to try out the knives. It's a 15-day trial, right? No harm, no foul. We're just going to use them for 15 days and send it back. Issue is they pull them out. As soon as they use the first knife and they cut through it, do you think they ever wanted to send it back? She knew it was, they could feel the quality, right? They knew it was better, all of that stuff too. So they're sitting there, she uses them. She's like, 15 days passed, we decide we're not going to send it back. And she's like, here's what my question to you really is, Ethen. She's like, I sit here today and I think back to that house 42 years ago or whatever it was. Like, she said over 40 years. She's like, that house over 40 years ago. And I think about it. We've been through, she's like, nothing else in that house is still here. We've been through 4 or 5 houses. I've had 6 kids and they've all used these knives, grown up with these knives. She's like, here we are at a new house and now the grandkids come over and see these knives. So I asked you again, Ethen, and then she asked me for the last time, she's like, do your customers really, really get what they're getting when they buy this product? And I'm sitting there as the 18-year-old kid, like, it's almost like the roles had completely flipped, right? Like the roles had completely flipped. I went in as the sales rep, but I left thinking, holy crap, she just sold me on the product, right? And she ended up buying like $800 worth of gifts for all of her kids too. So she bought a little bit for herself, but a bunch of stuff for her kids too. And it was really, really cool because I left thinking, and it's like, I was passionate in the product again, even though I had sold a lot of it. I was like, holy crap, this can do some really, really, really good stuff. So what do I share all this stuff for? It's a great time to start selling Cutco. You'll run into people who have it and they'll say kind of the things that you'll hear, like Trey's family has had it for 20 years. You'll hear the people who have it for 40 years and stuff like that. And it's something that's just, it's really good stuff. So a couple of tips for you guys for training. I want you to make sure you get these down. A couple of tips for you. First tip, don't be too nervous.
Write these down.
Are you guys a little nervous at all?
Pretty confident. Pretty confident.
You're confident, by the way. Be good, confident. Now, it's okay to be nervous if you are nervous, by the way. Here's what I tell you. You have a really, really big margin for error. Like, you're not a surgeon. You're not a brain doctor. If you like, you're laughing about it. It's like, if you mess up, Julie knows if she messes up, there's no real repercussions, right? It's like, oh crap, somebody didn't get knives. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But what's the flip side of it? It's really simple. We give you a manual, like you guys printed out that training manual. You read it, you'll sell Cutco. Like, it's pretty easy. You tell your customers you're new. You tell your customers you're going to be reading from it. It's really easy too. Second tip on here. This job isn't for everyone. Now, I have to add this. You don't know it till you try it. And you gotta give it 2 weeks, because we know, you think about other jobs, think about working at Chick-fil-A, working at HEB, working at fill in the blank, right? If you worked at any place and you left after a week of work and you're like, that's not for me. You know what the manager and everybody at the job does when you leave? They're like, how do you know it's not for you? It's been a week. We may or may not do the same thing here. So it's like, don't be it's like, give it 2 weeks, see if it's something that is for you. We know different types of people. I just share this because last year, there was a point in the year where I started overseeing a larger amount of territory. And I've been to North Austin office, but one of the territories I started to get was like a part of East Austin that I didn't really know. I was kind of, what I say is I was really privileged over here in my part of Austin. And then they're like, hey, here's all the other parts of Austin that you can work out of. And I started like meeting reps from these parts. And like, I would go and meet them at restaurants and I'm like, oh, this isn't really, I'm like walking my car a little bit differently the same way. And it's like, the really cool thing is all those reps sold. I think of a Shell, who's a rep who worked with us, who she was selling. People cook everywhere. You know that, right? Like, it doesn't matter what somebody's income is. It doesn't matter where they're from. It doesn't matter what they do for a living. It doesn't matter where they went to school. It doesn't matter what their job. None of that matters. Do you eat? Okay, you can use this stuff because it's going to be better than what you use other ways. So you need to know it's for you. All different types of people do really well with us. And here's what I kind of tell you. You have to give it 2 weeks. When I started this job, so I shared, no, none of you guys know me yet. Sorry, none of you guys actually know me. I started this job. My dad actually had worked with Cutco at this time for 20 years. He'd worked with the products for a long time. He told me, hey, go get a job that's going to be flexible around school. sports, everything you have going on. So I basically am like, okay, I'm looking for work, can't really find anything. He goes, you just need to be a vector sales rep, sell Cutco, work when you can work, where you want to work. So I go to the interview and I drive to the interview, and I'm from Georgetown, Texas, which is like, it's an hour north of Austin, not even an hour, but my office was in Westlake, which is 53 minutes was the drive from my house to the office. That was it. You're like, holy crap. Yeah. Remember, you guys hopped onto a Zoom call for your interview. I drove 53 minutes. Like you were sitting here, 17-minute drive. I drove 53 minutes for an interview, and I drive there, get to the interview. There's two other people in the interview. They're just young. They look kind of like me, just dressed nice, whatever. Didn't really think anything of it, but we go through the stuff about the company at the beginning, just kind of gets to know us. But then at the group portion of the interview, and remember, this is all live, like this isn't virtually. They pull out the shears, they cut the penny, and when they cut the penny, like all three of us are just like, okay, this good stuff, right? But then she starts going through like the scholarships that are available, what's good for people, the growth, being able to get promoted, making good money. And we were obviously excited by it. She showed us the knives. We actually used the knives in the interview too. Like we compared them to other knives. Like I'll get to do this with you here a little bit later. And we compared the different knives. When we were comparing them, we saw Cutco was clearly a lot better too. And it was really, really simple. So at the end of the interview, I go to leave and I'm just excited, right? So she tells me I get the job. I'm really excited about the position, go to leave. I'm talking to one of the receptionists about the position, a guy who was in the interview with me. He just leaves, takes off. I go home. On the drive home, like that 53-minute drive home, I was just excited, right? So my foot is like all the way on the gas pedal. Like I'm pretty sure I made the drive in like 30 minutes. I was so excited. I get home and I just start talking to my mom about it. And my mom obviously knew what Cutco was, knew about the job. And I'm like, Mom, holy crap, there's scholarships available. Like I can make good money. I can get great experience. This is better for me than anything else. This is so much better than working at HEB or Chick-fil-A or something like that. And my mom was really excited for me too. She slowed me down. She's like, okay, so what do you need to do to get ready for training? And I'm like, I need to come up with a names list. And so my mom like works with me on the names list. We come up with some people on it. I worked a little bit with my dad. I sent some friend messages, things like that, friends messages, things like that. The rest of the week passes. I drive to training. Now I was nervous on the way to training. Some of you guys may have been nervous, but I actually had to drive 53 minutes. So now that 53-minute drive, when you're nervous, like it feels like it takes really long. It's like an hour and 53 minutes, but I finally get there. When I get there, I show up early, and I can't remember, my training started at 11. I think for the sake of the story, it started at 11. So I show up there a little bit early, and I walk in and there's a couple other people in the training already, and it was all live. There was like 3 or 4 other people, chairs set up, everything kind of like this. And I see the guy from the interview though, and I'm like, oh, friendly face, right? I'm just gonna go sit next to him. And I sit next to him, and we just start talking. We make small talk about all kinds of different stuff, sports, school, whatever else. But we get to like the end of the small talk part, and we start talking about the job, obviously. And he starts asking, he goes, he goes, how'd you do on your assignment? And I'm like, the name's the assignment. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, pretty good. I came up with like, I had like 38 or something on there. I don't remember how much I had. And I'm like, what about you? And he goes, I got 5. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, and a couple of you guys are like, oh shoot, he's in trouble. And that's what he looks at me like too. He looks at me like a ghost, and he had seen a ghost. He's like, I got 5. And I'm like, okay, like that's not what we were told to do, but okay, like that's all right. And he asked me this. He's like, do you think I'm gonna be okay? Again, I'm 18 at the time, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not your manager, right? And I'm like, you can do the first assignment, right? Like, I doubt you're going to be okay. Well, that's what goes through my mind. But I'm like, I don't really know. I'm like, whatever. So we go through the rest of training though. And, or we go through the rest of our conversation. Training doesn't start. Our training took like 35 minutes to start. We started really late for some reason. I don't know why. Like, everybody took forever to fill out those contracts. Like it took forever, but we just kept talking. And so eventually he's like, so how did you come up with that many people? I'm like, okay. So I went home. I was really excited. I started talking to my mom about it. My mom was excited with me. We thought I could make pretty good money, blah, blah, blah. And I walked through it. And I'm like, what happened with you? And he goes, so I go home, and he gives me his story. And his story is almost like the polar opposite one. He's like, I go home and I start talking to my mom about it. And I'm like, Mom, I got this great new job. I'm going to be doing this stuff, and I'm going to be able to make good money. And she's like, cool. What are you going to be doing? And he goes, I'm going to be selling knives. And his mom like looks at him crazily. Like, I guess she thought he was going to be on the street corner, like with knives in his jacket, like just selling them out of them. And some of you guys are looking at me like, that's what my mom thought. And it's like, that's exactly what she thought. And if this is you, by the way, you're fine. It's not that big of a deal. And he was sitting there, and he was like, and I tell my mom all this stuff, and we get to the end of it, and my mom's like, everybody already has knives, right? And he's sitting there and he's like, oh crap, I didn't think of that. Everybody already does have knives. And he's like, but of course, he had been through the interview. So what does he try and do? Tries to like sell his mom on the product, right? He's like, no, mom, they don't have these knives, right? Like they don't have these knives. His mom hadn't seen the knives or anything. So argument with mom always goes very well, doesn't it? So they talk and basically they come to the grateful conclusion and mom goes, so you're going to go get another job, right? And he's sitting there and he goes, I could. And he goes, but I don't want to. And this is where, by the way, this is where this give it 2 weeks concept comes from, because they get to the end of the conversation. And this is what he told me, him and his mom had agreed on. He goes, Mom, I'm going to give this job 2 weeks. And if after 2 weeks, I fail miserably, I make no money, I can't sell a knife to save my life. Everybody does have knives that are better than this. You win. You're right. I'll go get another job. I'll go work at HEB. I'll go work at wherever else, right? Like I'll go get that job. But if 2 weeks from now, I bust my tail, I get good results, I make sales, I get promoted, I've made a little bit of money, all that stuff. In 2 weeks from now, I'm going to keep going, right? Like I'm going to keep going, but I have to give it 2 weeks because otherwise I'm never going to know. And that's what he told his mom. And that's what him and his mom agreed on. And I remember sitting in training that day back in June of 2015. And we were like, all right, 2 weeks, right? Like we're going to bust our butt for 2 weeks, no matter what happens. And that's what I tell you to do right now, by the way, is say for 2 weeks, I'm going to bust my butt. And if 2 weeks from now, everything goes awful and you can't have it. And his mom hit him with this. She goes, how do you know all those other jobs are still going to be there? And he goes, Mom, it's HEB, right? Like it's these, and think about this in today's world too. It's like, try not finding need like everyone's hiring, right? So it's like, whatever happens, give this job 2 weeks. And if you fail miserably after 2 weeks, great. You get a good letter of recommendation at it. You gave it some effort, you make a little bit of money on some base pay. But if 2 weeks, what if your bank account looks dramatically different? That's the other side of it, right? So give it 2 weeks. So I keep going through training. We decide we're going to give it 2 weeks, right? So the training kind of rolls from there. We start off, they just start talking about the job. I remember taking notes in training. Some of you guys are taking notes here, and you went through all of college and like never took a note once, but you've already taken more notes here today than you did in like every college class. And I remember taking notes, feeling the pressure like I needed to succeed. I remember he told me that. He was like, I'm going to write down every word because my mom is going to question me tonight and I'm going to prove her wrong, right? Like I'm going to prove her wrong too. And I'm going to be able to do this stuff too. I remember going, and we have you, if you weren't told this too, by the way, I'm sorry, you can yell at somebody else. You're going to make phone calls tonight in training. Like that's something that'll happen. We're going to teach you how to make phone calls, how to make a schedule, and then we're going to have you make phone calls. I remember making the phone calls in my first day of training, and I remember just messing up. And I go to the back room of my office. My office was in another part of Austin. And I go to the back room and it was like all alone. It would have been the equivalent of you like going into one of those other rooms and just being like, nobody's going to listen to me. And I like shut the doors and I like just zone everyone out. And I'm like, and it takes me, I call my first phone. The first person I'm calling is a dad on my little brother's basketball team. So my little brother played basketball. I was an assistant coach. He was a dad. And I was like nervous as all heck to call him. I saw him every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, but I was like nervous to call him. And I'm like, no, I'm not ready to do it yet. But finally, one of my assistant managers, Luke, walks into the back room and he's like, hey, how are your calls going? I'm like, they're going really well. And he's like, cool. How many have you booked? And I'm like, none. And he's like, oh, maybe that's not very well. He's like, how many have you called? And I'm like, none. And he's like, Ethen, we need to reevaluate what doing well is. And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. And he just goes, why haven't you made a call? And I'm like, I'm really nervous. And he goes, Patrick swears this is the best advice, by the way. So if Patrick's your manager, I'm sorry, just know you have to deal with this. He goes, just do it nervous. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, again, 18-year-old kid, I'm like, what the hell? That's the worst advice ever, right? I'm like, you can just do it nervous. Okay. And I just do it nervous. In my first phone call, I call a guy, literally, I'm just like, hey, this is Ethen Campbell. You know, I'm your son's assistant coach. Like, you know, my little brother, Garrett. And he's like, Ethen, I've known you for like 4 years. What are you calling for? And I'm like, oh, I just got this great new job. And I just follow the approach. We give you an approach, you read it, you book an appointment. And I literally just follow it, book the appointment with him. He was just really excited to be able to help me out. I call the second person, the second lady, I call her, and it was a mom from that same basketball team. And she answers like worried about me. She's like, Ethen, is everything okay? And I'm like, yeah, is everything okay with you? She's like, yeah, what are you calling for? Like, are you good? And I'm like, yeah, I just got a great new job showing Cutco, and just followed through it. At the end of the call, she literally asked me like 12, it was like a game of 20 questions. She's like, how are you? How's your dog? How's your brother? How's your cat? And I'm like, holy crap, that's a lot of questions. And we talked for like 5 minutes just after the phone call. She booked an appointment with me too. And I remember messing up, but doing it efficiently. And that's why we have you do it with us. That's why doing it at the office is really good too. I remember going and doing my first appointments on the second day. And my first appointment, I show up on the first appointment and it's with that dad who I just told you. And I show up. He lived further away from the office than my house did. So the 53-minute drive was more like an hour and 3 minutes. And so that was the longest drive of my life, from the end of training to getting to his house. And I remember getting there and I'm like, okay, finally. I knock on the door, he opens it, and it's just him and his wife. They sit there and they watch it. And I follow the manual and I do a decent job of it, but there's somewhere in the manual, and you're going to see it when we go through it. It says, if live, cut penny is what it tells you to do. And somehow I just blatantly missed this. And I don't cut the penny on the demo. Like, I just blatantly forget to cut the penny. And you're like, holy crap, isn't that like the whole reason people buy? And not exactly, but kind of, yeah, it helps. Like, it definitely does help. So I just kind of keep going through it. I show them the knives. I show them some of the other stuff. We get to the end of the demonstration, and we have some specials you can hook people up with in your first weekend. And we're looking at doing this. And he's like, I want to do this special, but I want to do this for free instead of that. And he's looking at it. He's like, can you do it? And I'm sitting there and I'm just like, yep. And I'm a brand new. I'm just like, yeah, you can do it. I was just excited to make my first sale. He goes, okay. He's like, Ethen, I'm your first appointment. Do you know if you can do that? And I'm like, nope, no idea if you can do that at all. And he's just like, why don't you just find out really quick? And I'm like, oh, that's a good one. And so I call, in newsflash for you, little history or note for you to understand. If you're sitting on a demo, just call your manager. Like, if you have a question, just call me. If you have a question, just call Patrick on the demo. Your customers don't care. You know that. They know you're brand new. And what I thought is he was going to like judge me for calling like my manager. So I literally am sitting there and I'm on the demo and I'm like, let me step out and I'm going to call. And I literally step onto the back porch, call. And when Caitlin answers the phone, literally, I just start venting. I'm like, I messed up. I forgot to cut the penny. We did this wrong. Like, I don't even know what's going on. And I told him he can do this special. And I don't even know if he can do this special. And she's like, Ethen, slow down. What is going on? And I'm like, well, he wants to do this special, but he wants to do this instead. And I told him he can do it. And she's like, by the way, that all sounds good. You can do that. Go make your first sale. And I'm like, I'm perfect, right? Like, I'm the perfect rep. I made no mistakes at all. And I like go out, literally just have him write up the order, place the order, made my first sale. He recommends me to like 12 people, by the way. If you're sitting there on a demo and you look at him, by the way, if I would have done this and would have just been like, hey, do you mind if I call my manager to get the best deal possible? You know what he would have said, right? Go ahead. This is like, if you look at your customer and go, hey, do you mind if I call my manager and see if I can get you a little bit better a deal on the set? It's like your mom at Best Buy and the sales associate goes, hey, do you mind if I go get the manager from the back to see if I can get you a better deal on this TV? Your mom's going to like, go get the smart person, right? Like, go get the person who can hook me up. And it's like same type of thing. They're going to be like, yeah, just go call your manager, right? Like, just call them. Worst case scenario, we will even talk to them if you want us to. We're really good salespeople. I've sold over $200,000 worth of Cutco personally, just me, not the people I've trained. If you want me to talk to your customers, it'll be really fun. They'll buy a lot of Cutco and we'll have a great time. So you can just call them. I go to my second demo though. So I go finish my first demo, messed up, didn't do anything right. Second demo, I go and I do it. They don't buy anything from me, literally no sale. They get to the end of the appointment. They had told me they don't cook very often, which like in hindsight, I really think I should have made a sale on that appointment, but we're going to ignore that for right now because it happens, right? Third demo though. I get to the third demo that night and I'm still excited. I'm not as excited because I had a no sale, right? I had my first sale though. And I get there. This demo's at 9:30 at night. You might be sitting here and you're like, do I really want to do a 9:30 at night demonstration? The people who you book 9:30 at night demonstrations with are generally pretty good customers because they're busy. And you know what they're busy doing, right? Cooking. Making money, cooking, making money to spend on Cutco. So that way they can cook more, right? Like that's what they're really doing. So your busy customers are really good. This was the lady I called who asked me like 20 questions. And she's like, Ethen, we're really busy. We can't do any times. I'm like, 9:30 at night. She's like, you'll really do 9:30 at night? I'm like, yeah, I really will. She's like, if you don't show up at 9:30 at night, yeah, we'll do a night demo with you. And I'm like, okay, let's go do it. Show up at the house, 9:30 at night, knock on the door. She opens the door and literally for 35 to 40 minutes, we just talk about life. We talked about everything under the moon. We talked about basketball. We talked about football. I told you her son was on the basketball team. So we talked about that. She asked me about my sports too. She asked me about everything that was going on. It was really, really cool to just kind of catch up, talk to him. So it's not even until like 10:15 that we start the demo. And she finally looks at me and she just goes, Ethen, what are you here for? And I'm like, I'm here with Cutco. I'm like, you know what it is? She's like, I have no idea. It's her husband, and her kid. The son sat there for the full demo too. So the son's sitting there. He's in like 7th grade at this time. And we start, and I'm like, okay, so here's what I'm doing. I'm working this job, and we share our goals. I'm like, I'm working this job because I want to make money for school, but also I want to do something that's different. I want to like get a good resume, good experience, good skills, all that stuff. And her husband's sitting there like, yeah, that sounds really good. And this time I do the demo the right way. And I literally walk through and I'm like, by the way, here's the great things about the company. And I go through, it's American made, forever guarantee, all that. And then I'm like, all right, there's 2 products I'm going to show you really quick. I pull out the shears and I don't forget to cut the penny. And I pull out the shears, cut the penny. When I do it, you guys know the reaction. They're just like, holy crap, that's really good. And then I pull them apart and then I hand them to them. And this was the big thing that kind of made a difference for him. I hand them to him. The wife feels them. She's like, those are really good. Hands them to the kid. Jackson's like, wow, those are really good. Hands them to the husband, and RJ holds them, and Mr. Tingley is holding them. And he's just like, man, these are really high quality. I'm like, yes, sir, they really are. He's like, and you said it's forever guaranteed. And I'm like, yes, sir. He's like, okay, keep rolling through the demo, show them some other stuff too. We go through the benefits of Cutco. We get to the point where we actually show them the knife though. And I show them a knife, and then we do a knife comparison, and we cut rope on the knife comparison just to show them the different types of a cut. And we do it. And after we cut the rope, Mr. Tingley looks at me and he's just like, Ethen, and he looks at the knife, he looks at the shears. He's like, Ethen, is everything you're about to show us this high quality? And I'm like, everything's Cutco quality. It's really good. He's like, all of it's forever guaranteed. And I'm like, forever. And he's like, and you mean forever? Like forever. And I'm like, yes, sir. And he's like, all right, that sounds good. He looks at his wife and he goes, Sandy, get whatever you want, honey. This stuff is really good. I'm going to go upstairs and play video games. And he walks away. And he literally just leaves the demo, and he like goes away. And the funny thing is the kid sat there for the whole demo. Like the kid did not leave. The kid sat there and had a good time. He just literally leaves. And the rest of the demo was so much fun. I remember pulling out a knife at one point, and I messed up pulling out the knife, and the knives come with little sheaths too. So I'll show you this here. This is kind of what it looked like. So I would have been pulling a knife out, and they come with these little sheaths, and I'm taking it out, and you can imagine what happens, right? And I like cut myself, and I literally take my hand, and I think I can play it off in front of her, and I just stick it in my pocket. And I'm like, she's not going to see anything. And she's sitting there. She's like, Ethan, are you okay? You need a Band-Aid? I'm like, yes, I need a Band-Aid. She like sends her kid to go get the Band-Aid. We wrap it up real quick. It wasn't too bad of a cut. We cut a whole pineapple that night. Like I brought a pineapple for him, and we cut the whole thing. And I swear Jackson ate the whole thing. Like the kid ate the entire pineapple. We ended up feeding a carrot to their dog because we ended up chopping a carrot too, because she wanted to know how that looked like, all kinds of stuff. We get to the end of the demonstration. Remember, her husband said, buy whatever you want. She ends up picking out one of our biggest sets, just goes, I'm going to buy that. Give me all the bells and whistles with it too. I'm going to recommend you to 12 people. Ethan, this was the greatest thing ever. And I remember leaving the demo that night. I had like a missed call from my mom because this whole thing took forever, right? Like it was, I got there at 9:30 and then it didn't start till 10:15. And then after that, it was another hour then. So it's like 11:45 at night. My mom's like, where the heck are you? I'm like, I'm at the Tingley's house. She's like, why are you at the Tingley's house? That's Garrett's friend. That's not your friend. I'm like, Mom, they just bought everything we make. And she was like, oh, congrats, honey. That's awesome. And I get home that night though. This is what I really remember. Okay. I get home that night and I go to bed. I like lay down and I was sitting there thinking about it. And I'm like, remember the previous 48 hours. I just walked you through the full 48 hours. Showed up to training. Wasn't sure what I was doing. Learned how to make a schedule, learned how to make phone calls, learned how to do the demo, started doing my first demos, did my first demo, messed up, forgot to cut the penny, had to call my manager on the demonstration, had my first no sale, did the third demo, just had fun throughout the night, ate a whole pineapple, cut myself, that happened, had to bandage it up. Here I am though, laying in bed at night, about to go to bed and remember what I told you. I had made my first sale, made my first set sale, gotten promoted. I'd sold over $1,000 on 2 orders, been recommended to 25 people. And I was sitting there and I'm like, and you guys get why I'm telling you this, right? It's because I was sitting there and I'm like, I can do this, right? Like, this isn't crazy. Like, I feel like everything went wrong and I'm okay. Everything's all right. And the next day I did 5 appointments too. I remember one of them canceled. I had 5 appointments booked, 1 canceled. The other 4, 3 of them placed orders and they were for another like $300 each and another $1,000. And here's what I kind of tell you all of this for is to tell you what is the design of training? What is the purpose of training these next 2 days? It's not to make you perfect at this job. Like if you think you're going to get perfect really quickly, then you're crazy. If I wanted you to be perfect, it's impossible to get good at something in 2 days. You know that, right? It's like You can be as good at basketball as you want. You're not going to be perfect at it in 2 days of practice, right? You have to practice daily, get better, whatever it is. And this is the same thing. You're not going to be perfect after 2 days. What's the design of it? Competence and confidence. Competence. Impossible to get you good, but give you understanding, knowing what you're going to be able to go through. And then this is what we're actually going to go through the next today. This is the outline for training, 11 to 4. We're going to set the foundations. You're going to learn 85% of the demo today. We're going to do an intro. We're going to teach you the demo, give you the names and uses of everything too, all the different knives, go through the competitive brands of Cutco, what else is out there. You'll learn sets and prices, marketing and sales skills. This is like 400 level college and classes stuff that you'll learn, that you'll be able to get, that you'll be able to learn, take notes on. It'll make you a better consumer in the future too. Part 2 of training today, 4 to 7, we're going to teach you how to expand your names list, give you an app to actually work with this and organize everything, teach you how to make a schedule, how to make phone calls, and then we'll actually have you make phone calls too. Then tomorrow training, I have this an hour off, by the way. You can see that there. It's going to be 8 to 3, but we'll teach you some administrative items. We'll teach you the last 15% of the demo, gifts and accessories, how to place orders, how to get recommendations. We'll show you some team builder prizes you can get, and then give you some final assignments at the very end of training to make sure you're good to go on all of that stuff. And then the second part of training, I want you to write this down. It's on the job training. It's on the job training, and it's 10 days. On the job training is 10 days. Write that down. And it's 10 days of what? That's the big question, right? You're like, what do you want me to do for 10 days? I want you to do the work. I want you to work. What is working? Get this down. It's calls, demos, sales, referrals. Calls, demos, sales, referrals. Calls, demos, sales, and referrals. I can train you forever, but eventually, you know what you have to go do, right? Call, demos, sales, referrals. You know how you're going to get good at this job, right? Calls, demos, sales, referrals. Ethen, I'm going to be your best rep of all time. No, you're not. Not till you do what? Calls, demos, sales, and referrals. Ethen, I'm going to sell $10,000 in my first 10 days. I'm going to make $2,000. You've talked about that a couple of times. You're not until you do what? Calls, demos, sales, referrals. Those 4 things. Until you're doing those 4 things, you're not doing the job. You're still in training. Calls, demos, sales, referrals. You guys got that, right? Did I like nail that home hard enough? Calls, demos, sales, referrals. We got that.
That was good.
Do the job. Keys to getting the most out of training really quick for you guys. So keys to getting the most out of training. You ever been in a class where you get an A, somebody else gets an F? Teacher taught the same thing, right? But basically one person tuned in, one person didn't, did the work, one person didn't. Same thing with us. So what is the assignments? First thing, focus, take good notes. How much effort would you put into the next 2 days of training if I told you it could set you up on a path of financial success and security for the next 3 to 5 years?
Pretty hard.
How much would you focus? Take good notes. Take notes as if you're going to be reteaching this training one day. You know why, right? You just might. We look to promote people pretty quickly, like really quickly. Erica's not here, so I can't like yell at her and give her this example, but Erica's one of our assistant managers here in our office. She sold $6,000 in her first 10 days while being a full-time student at UT studying psychology. Kind of impressive, but more importantly, she did it like she knew more about everything than anybody else. So on day 15, she ran a training. Yeah, day 15, 2 weeks and 1 day, she ran a training for a girl. That girl sold $4,000 in her first weekend, her first 3 days. I'm going to give you that example here in a little bit too. But take good notes because you don't know if you're going to be reteaching this training at some point. How much effort would you put in, right? If I guaranteed you that path of financial success and security, can you put that effort in even if I don't guarantee it? Because for some of our reps, by the way, it really does. Isaiah is still here for a reason, but for some reps, it doesn't. Can you put in that effort? Can you guarantee it no matter what? Can you give it 100%, even if you aren't sure if it's for you? Big deal. All right, complete all the assignments. That's the second one. I'm going to give you assignments. It sounds like school, right? That means you get grades. When you're in school, did you want good grades or bad grades?
Grades.
We don't give you grades. We give you paychecks. You want good paychecks or bad paychecks?
Good.
Good answer. You like that comparison though?
Pretty
I
good.
like that comparison. I think it's pretty good. So these assignments, here's the secret. These assignments need to be done for you, not for me. So if we're sitting here and Julie looks at and she's like, watch this. Ethan's gonna give me these assignments. I'm gonna get Caleb really good today. Like, watch this. I'm gonna get Caleb really good. I'm gonna not do these assignments. All right. Like, here's an example. I'm gonna give you an example here. All right, here's the first one. We tell you, hey, expand your names list, right? You have this list of 30 people you came in with, or how many you have. Come up with more. That's what we tell you to do. Julie's tonight she could like, hopefully this is what she does. She goes home and she works on it really hard and like doubles it and triples it. She has like 90 and she's like, I'm the best ever and screw everyone else. Hopefully that's what happens. But Julie could be like, you know what? I'm really going to get Caleb and I'm just going to come in with the same exact number that I had today. I'm going to get him. You know, Caleb's life goes on, right? Like his life is his business goes on. His office is still going to be open tomorrow. He's still going to be one of the top new offices in the company. Like, he's still going to have all this, right? So what are these assignments here for? Not for us, they're for you. We give you these assignments. You might run into someone who says this about anything in life, but maybe about this job, you may have run into somebody, they're like, oh, I tried that knife thing. It didn't work out very well for me. All right, here's your moment of truth. If you don't do the assignments, you fail the class, right? Oh, that didn't really work for me. Did you do the assignments? Right? Like, did you do what they told you to do? No, I didn't. Oh, well, there you go. That'll map it out for you. That'll make sure you do it. So make sure you do these assignments, not for us, but for you. Because think about it, whenever people when people get bad grades in school, you know who they always do blame, right? It's always the teacher. It's always the professor. It's always the school. It's always the environment. It's always their dorm. It's never on them. That's who it's never on. Don't be that person, that's for sure. All right, so here's the assignments. By the way, second secret, they aren't hard. They might be time consuming. They aren't hard though. Like, they aren't hard work. So 2 big assignments. First one is this names list. You can be successful if you're sitting here like the guy in training with me and you have 5 names and phone numbers with you. You can be successful with 5 names and phone numbers. The reason why is because all you need is 1 or 2 of those people to really like a high quality product. Say, yes, I'm going to buy it. They buy it. And then they recommend you to 10 people each. And now you have 20 people. So if you have 5 names and phone numbers right now, and that's all you have, and you're freaking out and you're like, Ethan, you keep talking about this big list, I'm in trouble. No, you're not. Just show your best 5 and make sure those people buy and give you recommendations. You're going to be just fine. I have plenty of reps just like you. But at the same time, it's better to put your time, effort, and energy into a list of making a list of like 50 names and phone numbers. Because then if 5 don't answer you or ignore you or say no, do you even care? I got 45. It's better to put your time, effort, and energy into that because you'll be able to think more. Pull out a piece of paper throughout training. And anytime you think of a human being with a pulse, write down their name. You're like, Ethan, I don't have their phone number. Don't worry about that. Don't limit yourself, right? Ethan, I don't even know them very well. Okay. And I thought of their kid. Okay, write down whoever's mom, right? Write down Ryan's mom and just write it down because those are somebody you could show to. I'm not saying you're going to show it to them right now, but you don't know when you might be comfortable enough to show to them. So work on that. The second assignment is 10 assignments in your first weekend. I need you to make sure you get this note here. So 10 assignments in your first weekend. Your first weekend is your first 3 days. Your first 3 days.
10
So-
appointments, you mean?
Yeah, 10 appointments.
Okay. You said 10 assignments.
10 assignments. Sorry, guys. I messed that up. You have 10 assignments. No, you have 10 appointments. 10 appointments. The reason why I need you to do 10 appointments. By the way, this is not like a want. This is a need you to do. Because if you go out and you have 10 appointments booked, do you think there's a chance maybe you have a flaky aunt or uncle this weekend who cancels on you or reschedules or moves you around? You think you complete 7 though? That sounds reasonable, right? Anybody remember what the company closing percentage is? How many out of 10 buy? Yeah, you're right.
6?
So 6 out of 10, so 60%. So that means if we complete 7 appointments, that means we'll probably get about 4 orders. And anybody know what the average order size for Cutco is?
Was it $700? Something like
Not
that.
700. That's a little high.
Is it 350?
350, by the way, is the company average that we rolled with here in our division. It's 400. Lowball it for this. I'm lowballing, okay? 250 average order size. That means if I go out and I do 10 appointments, how much am I gonna, and I book 10 appointments, how much am I gonna sell? Every single time. Does that make sense to you guys? If I book 10, I'll complete 7, I'll get 4 orders, 250 average, sell $1,000. Can you get better results? Absolutely. Isaiah's sitting here, his first 10 appointments, he had like 6 homemakers and he sold like $6,000 in his first 10 appointments or something like that. I'm like, you can get good results. I give you permission to do that, by the way. You are allowed to do that. But I want to guarantee no matter what. Here's what I'm not okay with. You're sitting through a 2-day, 15-hour training seminar. I'm not okay with somebody sitting through that and not making $100 in their first 3 days on the job. You shouldn't be okay with that either. So how do I guarantee no matter what, you make $100? You do 10 appointments. You'll make $180 on the base pay, but odds are you'll probably sell and you'll be able to continue and cruise on from there. So book 10 appointments, book 10, book 10, book 10. If you can't fit this in, talk to your manager during a break. Don't freak out. We'll work with you. But we want you to do 10 because if you do 10, that's how you sell $1,000. Make sense? Thumbs up. Make sure you get this, by the way. Like that's crucial to me that you understand this. I
Write that
can
down.
run training all I want, but you have to make money when you leave training. And that's how you make money is doing the appointments, right? You're not sitting here to listen to me talk about knives for 2 days. Like, trust me, nobody really wants to do that. But we do it to make some money, right? So 10 appointments in your first weekend. Those are your 2 assignments for training. There is the training expansion list and then the 10 appointments in your first weekend. Reasons why, hold up. Reason why you want to do this is because you'll make really good money. Here's the examples. So if you look at Amanda up there on the top, Amanda's the top one. And if you look at the lower right-hand corner, it says the totals is 462. That's how much money she made in her first 3 days. So that's 3 days of work. You can look at all the orders, right? 2.5, 2.6, 2.7. Those are the 3 days she worked. She was able to sell how much? $3,000. That's what the 3312 is. That's how much she sold. So she got better results, right? You're like, how many orders did she get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She got 8. So that's how you do it. Some were bigger, some were smaller, right? There's 245, there's 265, but there's also 793. There's those. You can look at the bottom one. John Luke, $700 first paycheck for 3 days of work. You're like, ooh, how do I do that? Well, he just got more orders, right? He did like 15 appointments and it looks like he got like 10 orders and a few of those orders were really big. And you're like, he had one $1,500 order. Yeah, he did 15 appointments though. Like eventually you're going to find somebody who wants it, right? Like all the rest of those are 100. There's one big one on there. I told you about I haven't told you about Desiree yet. This Desiree, she guaranteed, she said, no matter what, I'm going to make $100. How do I do that? I'm going to book 10. She had 3 cancel. She completed 7, but what did she get? 4 orders for a little higher than a 300 average order, right? And she still made $100. Ruby is who I told you Erica trained on day 15. And you can see her dates there. This is in 2 days. It's really all on 1 day, but 1 order was on the previous day. So in 2 days, she made $597. Now that was a higher average order. Just go find your best customers, right? A couple of different examples. But if you do 10 appointments, you're gonna guarantee you make pretty good money. And then you can have better results than that as well. All right, now 2 non-technical keys to success for this job real quick. 2 non-technical keys to success. First thing, positive attitude. Positive attitude. Second thing is a strong work ethic. Strong work ethic. Here's I don't play the guitar. I'm not very musically gifted at all, but I don't play the guitar, but you know, I probably could. And you know what tips I would give myself? Have positive attitude about it and work really hard. And if you do those 2 things, you're gonna be good. Attitude's a big deal. I might need you to work on this. Work hard. Can I work hard in training? Not work 100 hours. There's a difference between hard work and working hard. Hard work is like manual labor, right? Like going out, lifting things, moving rocks. Working hard is what is your effort and energy that you put in towards something. And then 2 technical keys to success. With experience, you're always going to get better. So repetition of the programs, follow the programs, don't fix it. It works. We've been doing the same Cutco demo for a very, very long time. And the second thing is passion for Cutco. Use it, love it, realize it is the best of its type. You guys hear the way that I talk about it. It really is a good product. And I sold a lot of it because I am passionate about it. Expectations of management. Hey, can you open that door? Expectations of management.
That's us.
First thing, yes, that is us. What you can expect from me, Patrick, Caleb, Isaiah. First thing, 100% commitment to you and your success. No matter what, you can expect that 100% commitment. It's not 2 sessions of training and See ya. Good luck. Never going to talk to you again. Best of luck to you. We want to make sure you get better at this job. How do we do that? We make sure we're in season with our work. We're gonna be tough on you. We're gonna have standards. We're gonna hold you accountable. If it's not just me, it'll be other people too. A coach who doesn't hold their players accountable loses games. The teacher who doesn't hold their kids accountable, they get bad at the subject, right? They never get good at the subject. We're gonna be hard on you. It's not negative. It's always positive. It's having hard standards. So what are our standards here? We have 100% commitment to your success. So as hard as you're working, we will be there with you, but also PDI, daily contact with a manager. We are here to help you, guide you. And here's the thing, we've been really good reps before. You know how we teach you to be a good rep, right? We tell you what we think and what we would do and how we would help you. So we talk to you and tell you that. PCs, these are personal coaching, like one-on-one meeting with us. And it's different people getting different things. So it's one-on-one type of things to help you get better at it. Performance checks. Some of you need help with booking appointments, with sales, different things. Team meetings. You see this on here. We have ours Thursday nights at 7 o'clock, by the way. It's 1 hour, 7 to 8 o'clock. And that's what we ask for out of your week is 1 hour. Most people can squeeze that in, by the way. And that's all we really need them to do. We have a Zoom option for logical reasons, but we try and have them here at the office. And then we have paychecks, scheduling meetings, things like that to review your schedule, make sure they're good. We have workshops and phone jams. These are every day that we have just to help move you forward because we don't want you to be stagnant with the job. We always want you to be able to learn something. You don't have to come to them every day. All we require, by the way, is that I'll come to it here in a second, actually. Accountability, we'll hold you accountable towards this, by the way. Accountable towards what? Whatever we decide is best for you. It's not some arbitrary number. My job is pretty simple. If I'm looked at and somebody looks at me and Anthony's like, Ethen, I want to accomplish this. It's like, okay, if you want to accomplish this, I'm going to give you the actions to accomplish that. That's all I'm going to do. I can't go do the actions for you, but I'm going to give you it. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's easy. Doesn't ever bother me because obviously I'm just helping coach you towards that. Expectations of reps. I need you to have a positive attitude, positive winning attitude. I'm going to come back to this quote here in a minute. This is one of my favorite quotes in the world. Think you can or think you can't. Either way, you're right. You want to do something good in your life? You know what you do, right? You just start talking about it and thinking about it and doing it. And think you can't, you're never going to do it. Like you are never going to do anything if you think you can't. So have a positive winning attitude. Follow the program. Have confidence in it. Do it my way first. I've sold my manager sales just past $700,000 worth of sales. You're at zero. Do it my way first. All right. That's my argument. Third thing, work hard in training and while on the job. We have people who work 5 hours a week with us. That's great. If you're going to work 5 hours a week, bust your butt for 5 hours. We have people who work 50 hours a week with us. Okay, bust your butt for 50 hours. It doesn't have to consume you, but it can allow for a lot of opportunity. And then here's what I expect from you, the contributions of reps. 1 phone time a week with the office. So this is just making sure that you're doing one of our phone jams, one of our workshops, getting better with that. 1 team meeting a week. I told you that we expect the hour-long team meeting. Some of our reps will just double those up and they'll say, I'll go to the team meeting from 7 to 8 o'clock. And then I'll just stay after the team meeting from 8 to 8:30 and make phone calls. And then I never have to deal with Ethen again. Works. That works. That can be it. But just make sure you're doing those 2 things every week. And then this last one, 1 order a week, be on the board. I need you to make sure you're having a phone time at a team meeting and being on the board. If you're not doing one of those 3 things, I don't care if you are here part-time or full-time. If you're not doing one of those 3 things, you're not here at all. Like you don't have a job.
Yeah, you aren't even.
You're like, no. I work with Vector. Okay, did you place an order last week? No. Did you make any calls to book appointments? No. Did you show up to the team meeting? No. You don't work here. What do? You have a contract that you once did something at one point. That's what that means. So make sure you're doing those 3 things and you're going to be good to go. Get on the board, be at the team meeting, have 1 phone time a week. You'll be all good to go. And by the way, you probably starting this job planning on doing more than that. So do more than that anyway, and you'll be good to go. A lot of our reps, by the way, they don't even worry about it. They're way above all that stuff. Team meetings, staff meetings, all that stuff. They just check them off, have them in their schedule. All right. Objectives while you work. 3 areas of growth. First thing is financial growth. I need you to grow financially. I want you to learn how to make money, not work as hard as you can and get paid the least amount they can get away with paying you, how to actually prove what you're worth, how to manage money, save money, be ahead of the game. We have reps who make really, really good financial decisions, who start saving for houses, investment properties, things like that. I want you to grow financially. I want your bank account to look radically different 2 weeks from now than what it does right this second. I want you to grow personally. Time management, communication skills, relationship building skills, things that self-confidence. I want you to be more confident in yourself. And then professional growth too, skills, experience, resume, having a real job, but it's not boring. It's not clerical work. It's not an internship. Doing something that you can be proud of and that looks good and stands out on a resume still. That's my 3 areas of growth for you. Your blackout moment, make sure you get this. All right. If you have, if you've been blacked out for the past hour because I've been talking too much, this is your blackout moment. If you forget everything that Patrick, me, Caleb, that we teach you the next 2 days, and you wake up and it's tomorrow at 3:30 and you have a demo and you're like, oh my God, I have no idea what this is. What is Cutco? What is any of this? Here's what you're going to do. I'm going to follow the manual. I'm going to follow the manual. I'm going to show the videos or cut food, and I'm going to get excited about that stuff. And the third thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have fun. Buying things is an emotional experience. Girls can probably relate to this a little bit, but ladies, you guys ever been to the mall on like a really bad day? Like, it's like maybe it's a little gloomy out or something. And it's like you've been to the mall though, and it's a bad day, and you walk in. You don't buy anything, right? Like nothing fits. Everything's ugly. Every store sucks, right? Like nothing's good. But it's like you ever go to the mall on a really good day. Like when the sun's shining, maybe somebody told you you looked cute that day. You're like, you start trying stuff on, right? Like everything fits. Everything's perfect. Your card just magically starts swiping itself. Like everything like that, right? Buying things is an emotional experience. This happens. Have fun. Crack jokes with your customer. They're either laughing at you or with you. It doesn't really matter. They're laughing. So enjoy it. Like have fun. We want you to have fun with your customers, and they're going to enjoy it too. So make sure you always remember those things. We want to make sure that they're going to be doing it. And then a couple of things for you guys. So office rules here. So office rules, first thing, be on time, 5 to 15 minutes early. Here's something I learned from a drill sergeant in high school. Early is on time is late is unacceptable. Got that? So just make sure you're on time. If you're on time, by the way, thank you. Kick butt. We love that. Second thing, be properly dressed. Dress to impress. You are selling a world-class product. Guess how you should dress? If you're wearing jeans and a t-shirt, you know what type of product they expect?
Jeans and
Mediocre.
Jeans and t-shirt. If you're dressed in suit and tie, world-class. They're expecting world-class, right? And the other thing, you get my quick little tangent. Hopefully I'll make it quick. A lot of people like to tell me when I was a rep, you know why I was good as a rep? I had really rich customers. That's what I had. They're telling the truth, by the way. That's not the lie. Here's the part that everybody misses out on. I told you I sold $200,000 worth of Cutco personally. You know, I only know like people who bought like 30 grand, right? Like I don't know that many people. You're like, how many people do you know? Like, I don't know, like 100, and they bought like 30 grand. But you know what I did do? Every person, I dressed really nice, world class, and I said, hey, do you have a manager or boss you can recommend me to? And when I was dressed really crappy, did they ever recommend me to their boss? No. But if I dressed like a boss and I said, hey, can I have your boss? You know what they gave me? Their boss. And then if you do that with every single person, eventually you know whose boss you get? The person who just runs the world. You just have the people who run the world. And all of a sudden, Ethan, your customers are really rich. No, they're not. The ones now are, because I outworked you. So do what you want with that story. Go get your good customers. Like if you want to, I wanted to be a lawyer when I was doing this. So I just asked for lawyers. And then eventually I got referred to lawyers who have a lot of money and like nice things. Oral surgeons, doctors, dentists, right? Insurance. What do you want to do? Just insert it there and you can make good experience out of it. Be properly dressed. Third thing, positive expectations. Be success seeking. I told you I was going to say this again. Think you can or think you can't. Either way, you're going to be right. So just might as well be success seeking. Bathrooms and breaks. If you got to go to the bathroom, we're going to take a break throughout the day. Like we're going to take one here in 5 minutes. As soon as I finish this, we're going to take these bathroom breaks. Try and hold them until we go on the breaks together. If you have to go, you're an adult. Don't ask me. Just go to the bathroom. Just get the notes back from somebody else when you can. You'll be good to go for you live, by the way, there's a key to go to the bathroom. Don't lose my key or I'm gonna like take the knife and end you or something. So go to the bathroom if you have to do that. Just take it, you'll be good. Fifth thing, if you mess up, if you make a mistake, learn from them. This is my pet peeve. Do not come to me with problems. I do not care about problems. Don't come to me with problems. Come to me with solutions. If you come to me, if you walk over to me, if Anthony goes, Ethan, holy crap, I messed up, I dropped the ball. I'm going to be, okay, great. I've dropped the ball more times than you've ever had the ball. What are you going to do to fix it? I don't really care. Just fix the damn problem, right? And come to me with that solution. If you come to me and you're like, hey, here's my problem, here's what I'm doing, I'm going to like fist bump you and say, hey, don't do it again, but great job. Like, way to go. Let's just solve it. I know the past is in the past, so let's just fix it for the future. You'll be good to go on that. So those are the office rules. Fast start contest. There's 3 contests I want you to just make note of right now. First one is the fast start contest. It's your first 10 days on the job.
Write these down.
We're going to bribe you to work hard when you're brand new. And we're very, very transparent about it as well. Why do we give you a contest when you're brand new?
Incentivize.
Go mute yourself. Yep.
Incentivize. Goals. Really simple here for you. I want you to work hard. Period. I want you to realize that you can get recognized, that you can get prizes, that you can get advancement, that you can make good money quickly. So I want you to do more demos in your fast start. A key that I have written in my notes here, do twice as many demos when you're new, because you'll get better quicker. Like if you're like, normally I want to do 2 a day. Okay, do 4 right now, because if you do 4 a day and then you got down to 2 a day, you know, it's going to be easier, right? Like it's going to be easier to do 2 a day at that point. To do twice as many, what if the effort and energy you put in the next 10 days could be the path of financial success and security for your first half? Not all 10 days will be your best, but bust your butt towards it, you'll be good. Second one, we have an All-American Scholarship Contest. So this is for people, if you're basically, you can make extra money towards school. 50 win in the summer, 25 in the spring and the fall. It's harder to win during the summer though, because we have more people who are working with us competing for it. So top people do this. We do really well here. By the way, in our division, you can see this circled here. These are all people in our division who are able to actually do pretty well and win the All-American Scholarship Contest. And then the third one I want you to jot down. So we have the Fast Start Contest, All-American Scholarship. We have the Team Builder Contest. The Team Builder Contest is you helping us do what we do best. As a sales company, we are here to grow. That's what sales focuses on. It's growth. We're trying to be better than we were last year. We're trying to be better than we were last week. So how we grow is we work with the best people. And we know, and I have these pictures of these teams on here. These are my 2 favorite teams. You know, the best players in the world like to play with the other best players in the world, right? It's not like Patrick Mahomes is sitting there and he's like, you know, I really wish we traded Tyreek Hill. I would rather play with somebody else. It's like, no, I promise he wanted to play with the best player, the best receivers, everything like that. And same thing, we tell you, hey, if you help us grow, we're gonna build the best team. The reason why we win these trophies, the reason why we're national championship division, all that stuff, is because we work with the right people and we know who knows the right people as well. Then there's 3 other opportunities. These are just forward thinking things I want you guys to have in mind. If you do pretty well with us, we have our assistant manager opportunity. We need 7 assistant managers on staff. We have a high turnover rate because we work with a lot of students. We work with younger adults who, Erica's going to run a branch here soon, so we're going to need to replace her. We have students who will be leaving for the summer, going back home. We have students who we lost over winter and Christmas break as well, things like that. So because of this, we look to promote, and we only look to promote within. So give us your best attitude, effort, energy, and training, and then go apply it. And we're going to want to work with you more. We're going to want you to help us do what we do and grow our team and move things forward and get a great experience that way. Branch manager opportunity. I covered what the branch manager position is. It's somebody who runs an office just for a summer break. So for May, June, July, August, 4 months, 100 days, they get to run a business, recruit, train, develop a staff. And it's something that's a real experience that somebody gets to do. And it's good for somebody, even if they don't know what they want to do in the future, because they get the experience and maybe it is something that they want to do for a full-time career and they can roll with it that way. And then we do have our career opportunity, the district manager. This is what I do, what Caleb does, what Patrick does, where we recruit, train, develop a staff, but also we do this full time and we develop other managers. This is what we do. We say, hey, You are somebody who could be a branch manager, could be a district manager. We're talent seekers. We look for the most talented people we can find at this job. We move them forward, we promote them, we give them the path to being in the same place that we are, because we know that this opportunity has worked out really well for us, and we know it can work out pretty well for other people as well, and they can help develop and lead people as well. So look at your clock. It's 12:14. I'm going to give you a 10-minute break. 12:24. Be back staring at your camera, in front of your camera, ready to roll. We're going to teach you, make sure you have your training manual with you. Get that printed out if you don't have it printed out yet, anything like that. But we're going to teach you guys how to sell some Cutco as soon as you get back. So ready?
All right, everyone. So we don't want to fall behind on training. So let's get started with teaching you the first half of the demo today. You're going to learn about 80% of the job here, and you'll see just how simple it is to do a demo. So for all of you that printed out your training manual, go ahead and hold it up right now in front of the camera and show it to me and keep it held up. I want to know who did the prep work. Chardonnay printed it out. Good job. Summer did as well. Looks like Cheryl's got one. Trey's got one. Trey's got one. And Luis, you got it on your phone?
Yeah, I have a digital copy on my phone.
Nice.
Johannes, you got it. Valeria, you got it.
And Luis, do you have access to a printer, by the way?
I have a
I
copy
do
of
not
it.
right now.
Okay, that's okay. But try, if you haven't gotten it printed out, highly suggest that you text somebody with a printer in your life, your mom, dad, anybody you got, a relative who works at a place with a printer, and just email it over to them, because I attached it to literally every email I sent you like 500 times before training, and and just have them print it out and bring it to you before tomorrow. Because yes, you can follow along on a digital device, but is it much harder to keep up? I think so, right? I think it is harder to keep up. So if you have a digital copy of it, you will have to take really good notes on a sheet of paper next to it. So get out a fresh sheet of notes and have that right next to your manual, and be ready to record everything down that we ask you to put into your notes as well. So what do you notice on the home page, everyone? Is there a name slot up there? Yes. So go ahead and write your name on that manual so you don't forget who it belongs to. Also, do you notice these 3 demo websites? So everyone unmute yourself, because this will be interactive. What's the first demo? What's the first website listed?
Vector Connect.
Exactly, vectorconnect.com. So I'm going to show you all that website real quick. That one is for processing orders. We will be going over that tomorrow. Vectorconnect.com is the one that all of your orders will be put through and everything. So as you can see here, you'll be able to track your progress and stuff for how much you've sold during the week. It takes a second to update that one though. How much you've sold for the month, how much you've sold for the campaign, which is 4 months, how much you've sold for the year. So you can keep track of your progress. It'll tell you how close you are to your next promotion. Looks like I got about close to 400,000 to go. So I got a little ways to go. And yeah, and then who you've recruited to the team will be down here. We're going to go over this in more details later, but this is what all your orders go through, right? Someone blurred out the second website that is shown on your manual.
Cutco.com.
Cutco.com, exactly. So if we go to Cutco.com, this is the company website. Cutco.com is where the company has put together a nice, beautiful website showcasing Cutco. Just a question for everyone. Your customers go to this website and order through this website, do you think you will get any commission? Yes or no? No, you will not. Exactly. Whoever said no, you are correct. You will not get any commission, right? So if someone's like, well, can you send me a brochure or website? Do not send them this. No, say I am the website. I am the explanation, and I can beat all the prices on our company's website anyhow. That's why I'm trying to book this appointment with you, right? So this is the only time that you'll really need this as a new rep, is if you're going to like an appointment with a Cutco owner and they need to get their knives sharpened. Up here in the top right corner is the sharpening button that they can click on. It'll let them know how to get their knives sharpened for free at the factory or locally with a local rep. And what's the third website? And it starts with an
LS Cutco
Yep.
demo.
Yes.
.com.
Yes, lscutcodemo.com. How do you know you've always gotten there? It's because there's a gigantic set of knives is the first thing that you'll see. So if you cannot interpret that is an L and not an I, go ahead and write a big capital L above that website address so you do not forget to go to lscutcodemo.com, not iscutcodemo.com. I don't know what iscutcodemo.com would even lead to, but it would not be our website, right? So when you get to lscutcodemo.com, this is the one that will be customer facing. This is the one that we're going to be showcasing the product on all throughout the demo. So just always make sure that this is the one you see before, that you have pulled up before demo starts. So everyone take out notes, and we're going to write, if you don't have the manual printed out, you're gonna have to write this in your notes, a fourth website, zoom.us, okay? Zoom.us is going to be another website that you will need to remember. Zoom.us is the home website for Zoom, and that's what we use for virtual appointments. If you're doing virtual appointments, at times, right, some of you are here in virtual training and probably going to start off with all virtual demos. Some of you are going to start with live demos, right, or a hybrid of both. It will be up to you, right? But either way, you'll need to know where to go if you do have a virtual demo, and that is zoom.us. So why do you want to know how to get there? Because it's pretty simple to start a Zoom demo with a customer. So we're going to take some notes right now on how to start a virtual demo, because how to start a live demo is easy. You show up at their house and knock on the door, right, Trey? It's pretty self-explanatory, right? You show up with your demo kit and do. But for a virtual demo, some people don't know how to start Zoom. So this is how easy it is. You go to zoom.us. So I'm going to walk you through this. So step number 1 to starting a virtual demo, go to zoom.us. Actually, step number 1 to starting a virtual demo is actually pull up lscutcodemo.com before you even start the appointment, okay? So pull up lscutcodemo.com before you even start the demo, right? Then step number 2 would be go to zoom.us, okay? And then once you go to zoom.us, we're going to go to that website to show you how easy this is. Once you go to their website, if you do not have a Zoom account, sign up for one. It's free. There's a button in the top right corner of the website that says sign up. It's free. Just click on that, and I think you're intelligent enough to follow the prompts. Do not let Zoom upsell you though and have you end up paying for an account, right? Because you want to just use the free account. Free account, you can do an unlimited Zoom meeting with one other person, right, in your meeting. If you have multiple people, there's like a 45-minute time limit. So you're just doing one-on-one appointments with people, so you will have no time limit, which is great. So once you have a Zoom account, step number 3 will be to log into your Zoom account, right? So I'm going to log into my Zoom account. Once I'm into my Zoom account, I am going to follow step number 4. And what is step number 4? Well, step number 4 is once you're into your Zoom account, up in the top right corner is a button that says host a meeting. Step number 4, you will click on host a meeting with video on, And when you click on that, a separate browser tab will open. And you'll just click step number 5, like launch or something like that, or proceed with web browser if you do not have Zoom downloaded. So everyone type got it in the chat box on Zoom if you got that. And if you do not got it, say don't got it. I see a lot of got it. Hopefully you took good notes, right? It's just 5 simple steps. Once you're in a Zoom meeting and you start it, everyone look at the bottom of your screen on Zoom right now. Hover your mouse over your Zoom screen. And what do you see along the bottom there, Miss Julie? Do you see participants, chat box,
Yep.
share screen?
All that.
Reactions, right? So what's really cool is raise your hands if you all see this green shield button in the top right corner of your screen, a green shield button. Everyone see a green shield button? All right, cool. If you see that green shield button, everyone click on that green shield button and someone tell me what you see in that green shield button.
Screens, tabs.
Who's the host? Do y'all see an invite link?
Right link. Yes. Copy encryption.
So where you see invite link and you see where it says copy link, step number 6 in your notes, write this down. Once I'm on Zoom, hit copy link, like click on the shield button and copy the link. And please tell me that in the 21st century, all of you know how to paste a link into an email and send an email to a customer. Please tell me.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, Joe, I think we got some intelligent people in here in training that remember that yellow vest, so this is good. So you literally just email that link over to the customer, and I guess step number 7 would be call your customer about 3 minutes before the demo. Well, step number 7 would be email your customer that link about 5 minutes before the demo starts, so that it pops up at the top of their inbox, right? So it's not like the other emails. Step number 8 would be call your customer about 3 minutes before the demo starts, get them to their computer and have them click on that link. And they do not have to have Zoom downloaded on their device. You can actually click on this button that says proceed with web browser or launch meeting. It'll use your web browser. You don't have to have Zoom down. Like your customer does not have to have Zoom downloaded on their device. Sometimes with Macs, like they have to allow it in the settings real quick or something. You don't have to be a tech genius though. Like just ask what they see on their screen. Have them take a picture and send it to you if they're having difficulty, so you can see what they're seeing, right, with their phone. Because everyone's got a smartphone probably that you're showing to, except for maybe grandma who has a flip phone. But even that can take pictures for crying out loud, right? So, but yeah, can a customer see a demo on a phone? Yeah, but it's highly not suggested because isn't a phone screen a lot smaller than a computer screen?
Mhm.
Yes, right. So this is why we really want our customers on computers or a big tablet screen. We don't really want them on a phone because a phone's just tiny and sometimes it's harder to navigate or allow Zoom and all this stuff, right? And if your customer can't afford a laptop or computer, should you be showing them Cutco? Depends.
Oh.
You know, it depends, right? Like it depends on how much of a penny pincher they are, I guess, right? How much they save money all the time. But if they don't own a laptop or computer, they might not be your best customer. Just saying, right? We're gonna go over who your best customers are in the past, but in the future here in training when we go over that. So pay attention to that, and maybe you'll avoid the people who are like, "Can I just do this on a smartphone? Because that's all I have." It's like, you know, if they got kids and stuff, they should have a desktop at least, right? So yeah, so that is how you kind of get the demo rolling. You know, you call them up. Get them to their computer, have them click on the link, right? Just put yourself in the customer's shoes. How would you want to be guided to it? What you will not do is text your customer an hour before the demo or 2 hours before and say, "Hey, Ethan, are we still good? Like, we still on for 2 o'clock today?" You know what you just did? You just gave them a chance to cancel on you and reschedule and say, "Oh, I completely forgot. The dog just died." It's like, no, they didn't. No, the dog didn't just die, right? You always just call 3 minutes before a virtual demo starts, because then you catch them on the phone. Like there's more pressure when that call is coming through. You do not want to text your customer like an hour before. You might send them one reminder in the morning, not saying, "Are we still good?" Like this assumption that they're going to cancel, but like, "Hey, Mrs. Jones, thank you so much for for agreeing to see my presentation later today at 6 p.m. I cannot wait to see you. I promise to be the highlight of your day and put a smile on your face so you don't catch any Z's during the middle of my demo. And we're going to have a blast, right? Your mouth will be salivating by the end. And, you know, we're just going to have a really fun time. I cannot wait to meet you because your friend told me you were the nicest person on the planet. And you always follow through on everything you say you're going to do. Right? You like, put a little guilt there at the end and then they can't get on you, right? So that's how easy it is, right? So once you get your customer on Zoom, the rest is easy because it's all in the manual, right? So everyone has in their notes how to start a Zoom demo. Thumbs up if yes, keep your thumb held up. Right, yeah, pretty easy, right? Not rocket science. So once we get rocking and roll with the demo, we literally just read our manual. So everyone turn to page 2 in your manual and read along with me. I'm just going to do a demo for you now that we're on Zoom together, and all of you are going to be my aunts and uncles now, okay? So there you go. So All right. So Uncle Luis, man, hey, thank you so much for taking the time to do our presentation today, man. It really means a lot to me. So hey, tell me about your kids. What do they do for fun, by the way?
Oh yeah, I just got a kid. Just went to kindergarten. He's put him in a soccer team, so he's going well.
Oh, so
Just
you
been
got several.
catching up with him. Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
a young one, one's in sports and everything. That's awesome. You must be proud father, right? That's awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy raising kids. Never expected it for myself.
Yeah, definitely. They're just running all over, right? And hey, Aunt Caitlin, what did you do for the holidays? Anything fun for Christmas or anything like that? Or have anything fun planned for Easter weekend?
Yeah, I'm gonna bake a couple pies and get down with the oldies. So
Sounds fun to me. I like pies and old people. And I love hanging out with people, right? And so that's cool. And then tell me about your neighborhood. How long you been there, Aunt Caitlin? Been there for how long now in that neighborhood again?
I've lived here for about 7 years. It's real nice, quiet, suburban.
Awesome. Do you know your next door neighbors at all, or just like?
Yeah, me and my neighbor over there, we like to paint nails every month or so. Get together.
That's awesome. That's great. That's great. And hey, Summer, what do you do for a living again? What was it? What was your job again? I think you said you were like a doctor or a dental hygienist or something.
A recruiter.
Oh, you're a recruiter. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a recruiter and for a big company nationwide or something.
For MPW Industrial Services.
Awesome. Industrial service. Wow. And how long you been working there again?
About 3 years.
About 3 years now. Wow. So I hope I guess they must like you and stuff. Do you know a lot of your coworkers and stuff that made some good relationships over the past 3 years? Got to know.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Good. And hey, Uncle Isaiah Reyes, man, what kind of cooking do you like to do, man? What dishes are you kind of known for?
Cooking,
Oh no.
tamales.
Tamales?
I don't know how we're gonna.
Here, we'll have to mute Isaiah. Hey, Uncle Ethen, since your sound is working, how about you? What type of cooking do you like to do, Ethen?
A little bit of everything. I like to chop vegetables and I like to grill meats. I like a little bit of everything. I just like food.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I love food too. I think I heated up some steak and potatoes in the microwave here. I love grilling vegetables and potatoes. Yes, exactly. So what we're gonna do here today is, Ethen, I'm so glad I got to know you a little bit better because I don't want to just launch into the demo without getting to know my people a little bit. So I took some notes here and everything that they might come in handy for me later. But let me tell you just a little bit more about me, Uncle Caleb. So, just to let you know, I kind of grew up in Austin, Texas, down the road, and grew up there my whole life. Went to this small private school called Brentwood Christian growing up, and I pretty much, just played soccer, basketball, video games, like any normal kid does while they grow up, right? And was involved in those extracurriculars. But then when I graduated from there, I actually.
That sound.
What was that? Sorry, customer. One of my customers going rogue. So anyhow, so basically, make sure that you're muted if you're in a noisy environment. But basically, after I graduated from high school, I actually went to a school in Louisiana for 2 years, the seminary college, to see if I wanted to actually be a priest or not, because I kind of grew up religious and everything. Realized that wasn't really my path in life after 2 years there in Louisiana. So I then came back to Austin and was discovering what major did I want to go down, right? And I chose business management because I figured, if I could manage people, maybe I could do whatever I wanted in life, right? And we could do it with people that I choose to work with and have fun doing it, change some lives. After I got my basics out of the way at the local community college at Austin Community College, I just went down the road to San Marcos to Texas State University. So eat 'em up, Bobcats. And, got my business management degree done there. And then after my management degree was done there about 2-3 years ago now, I kind of had a bunch of odd jobs before this job. I was actually, my last job was like buffing the tires on cars at CarMax on the back lot, washing the windows, vacuuming the cars. It was terrible. And I was looking for a new opportunity. When out of the blue, I got referred to this company, and it ended up changing my life because I was just going to get out of CarMax, right? But when I discovered this product line and the cool programs they have in place and how fun the people are to work with, I just fell in love and wanted to make a career out of it. So the training was really good. And now I've been here for 2 years and 4 months, love it. And now I'm a district manager with the company for the past 1.5 years. And we helped bring home 2 out of the 6 national championships. Actually, I guess 4 out of 6 national championships. My office played a part in that are Division I last year. So I'm super blessed to be here, and that's kind of my history, right? So, just a quick question though, Aunt Julie, do you mind if I share some of my goals with you real quick about why I chose to work with this company too?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Let me hear about it.
Awesome, great. And yeah, no one's gonna say no, right? Like in your family.
Yeah.
By the way, for all of you, hopefully you noticed there were some blanks in your manual. You can also write a little bullet points in there and stuff to remind you of what to say about your life, right? If you notice, when I went over that section, all I did was provide a brief history of where I grew up in life, what my hobbies were growing up in life, what I've been up to up until this point in life, right? And how I landed this current job. So that section is kind of more about your past. So I would just give that as a general guideline. And just think of it this way. If Christian was going to go over and meet his significant others, like his girlfriend's parents for the first time or something like that, right? And they walked up to Christian and said, "Hey, we've heard a little bit about you, but tell us about yourself," right? Like Christian would probably say the most nicest things that are like build up himself, right? He's not going to tell him like I killed 5 dogs or something, right? Something terrible, right? Like, what the heck, right? Like he's going to say the best stuff, right? So that's the same thing with this. Like you can be a little vulnerable about your past. That's actually a good thing. But don't get too crazy or anything like that, and highlight some of your hobbies and stuff that just showcase who you are. Easy, right? So it's kind of like your bio on a dating app. There you go. Thank you. Right? Like just put that out in there, right? And you might think about that more tonight, but you can briefly fill it in if you thought of some things as I was talking. Then you ask to share your goals. And the reason we ask for permission from the customer is because it breaks the ice, right? And it allows them to see like, oh, we're serious about this job too. So we ask, "Hey, Aunt Julie, do you mind if I share some of my goals?" And then we say, "Well, as you can imagine, a lot of people my age are just spending too much time on social media probably, or playing video games. I don't know, but I'm using this year as an opportunity to build up my resume and gain some new skills, get ahead. So I really appreciate you seeing this demo today, Aunt Julie. I'm actually working with Cutco because number one, I'd like to save up for a future home for my family. I just got married this last summer to my wonderful wife and Natalie, and all of a sudden, before we knew it, our firstborn son was just born like 16 days ago, right? Like on March 25th, right? So George Colby Carlin popped into the world. So obviously, as of now, father, I want to provide a roof over their heads, right? And we're currently saving some money in transition, living with some family members, which is very generous and loving of them. But my biggest goal here with Cutco is to save up that money so I can afford the down payment on a house, put a nice roof over my wife's head, because she had been a teacher for 4 years before she just recently quit to look after the baby briefly here. She might even have to go back to work, not sure, right? Yet we're kind of gauging what the path forward is. But I feel like teachers are underpaid, underappreciated. I feel like she deserves like a nice roof over her head, right? And one for baby Colby. So I'm just working really hard towards that with this company. And, Uncle Christian, I just want to thank you so much, man, for seeing this demo today. Because even if you don't get something, but I think you might because it's really good, you're giving me a shot at just hitting this goal, and I'll get paid regardless for just showing you the product at least, right? And we're going to have a fun time. And then another goal I have Mr. Chardonnay, is that I really need to build up my resume as well. You know, I don't have a whole lot of experience, right? And I already sense that this company is going to really help me build that up with better communication skills, better leadership skills, better professionalism, presenting myself on a virtual platform, having a real high quality script to go through and everything to actually market a world-class product. I just really haven't had that experience before. So I want to thank you, Aunt Chardonnay, for seeing this demonstration, because you're helping me build up my resume a lot right now as well, because of the fact that, you know, me going through each of these demos, I get better and better at talking with people each time, and better at those soft skills that employers are really looking for. So thank you, you know, a lot. And then last but not least, you know, maybe for some of you in school, you can put this down. I'm not in school anymore, but you could say another big goal is to graduate debt free. That's why I'm working so hard with this company. You know, sometimes I'm only really able to work part-time around school right now, but I'm working really hard to pay off my student loans. In fact, I thought we get a degree so that it's an asset, Mrs. Jones, right? And not a liability. So Aunt Caitlin, if I graduate with a bunch of debt, I'm going to be behind everyone, right? Instead, I want to graduate with some savings in the bank account instead of a bunch of student loans and stuff. And having that savings will put me ahead and give me more resources where I can actually give back to the community around me too, and be a better, useful member of society instead of burdened with that debt that I have to pay off, right? So I just want to thank you, Aunt Caitlin, for seeing this demo again, you know, one last time, because you're already helping me pay off my student loans by seeing it. Even if you don't get something, and if you do get something, it'll really help out, because the commission they pay out here is pretty good. So I'm just very grateful for you seeing this demonstration. Now, as you can see, hopefully y'all understood the format I followed when I was sharing each of the goals there. So pause for a second, teaching moment. When you share your goals, it's not a laundry list, right? It's not like, hey, Aunt Chardonnay, working with Cutco because I want to save up for a future home, build up my resume, and was last one, graduate debt free, right? Like, it's not just that, right? And then it's like, on to the next thing. No, I explain what the goal is, why it's important to me, how it'll affect others when I achieve it, like, because people don't really care about a goal that's just all about you, right? So if you put a little bit of how it's going to help you help others in your life, or a loved one in your life, a lot more motivating to a customer, I feel like. And then I always ended each goal that I mentioned with a thank you note for them helping me reach it already by seeing the presentation. The more times you say thank you during a demonstration, I firmly believe the more likely the customer is going to buy from you, more likely you're going to build good rapport with them and build a good relationship with them. And you're just letting them know how important this is and how grateful you are, right? And gratitude is a good thing to express to your customer all the time, because they are taking time out of their busy schedule to see this. So boom. So it lets them know that you appreciate them taking the time, right? So I would say thank you at the end of all your goals. Easy, right? So there's a little goal sharing workshop. You just got the goods right there. So if you want to think more on that tonight and well script your goals, I would definitely do that. I think that's worth your time, right? We go over that a little bit more in advanced training, which we'll go over in a second. That's on Monday next week. But if you get a head start on it now, your first weekend's going to go smoother. So then in parentheses there, after I share my goals and why I'm working with Cutco, someone blurt out where I'm supposed to go, because my manual tells me what to do in the parentheses. Anybody?
Is it open first slideshow?
Yeah, open first slideshow on which website?
lscutcodemo.com.
Hey, that's the website that I pulled up before the demo started. Oh, what do you know, right? And then it says go full screen mode and share your Zoom screen, right? So how do you share your screen on Zoom? Does anyone not know how to share your screen on Zoom? That's okay. Raise your hand if you don't know how to share your screen.
I don't.
Everybody knows how to share the screen? Oh, Caitlin, do you not know? That's okay. Here's how to do it. Along the bottom of your screen on Zoom, everyone look down there. Does everyone see a gigantic green share screen button? Right? You literally just click on that thing. And when you click on it, There's several different options that pop up depending on how many browser tabs you have open or Word documents or documents you have open on your device. I would suggest just leaving the screen option, which is the first option that's selected already. Just leave that selected because you want to share your whole screen. And then click on the little share sound button in the bottom left corner to always make sure your audio is shared with the customer as well. There'll be a little check mark down there. And then in the bottom right corner of the pop-up will be a big blue share button. You just click on that and what do you know? Look, I share my screen, right? That's how I've been sharing my screen with y'all the whole time. So you'll just go over to whatever browser tab, you had your Cutco demo open on. And if you don't know where browser tabs are, you just need to go on YouTube and learn something. Right? So go on YouTube and figure out how to use the internet, right? But yeah, so you just go to yourcutcodemo.com and it tells me to go down to this first slideshow. So this is the first slideshow. Whatever you do not hit this button to make it full screen. That'll take you to a whole nother browser tab. We do not want that. Whenever you make this full screen, you will click on these 3 dots right here to make it full screen and then click on enter full screen mode. Boom. You'll always know which one's the first slideshow because it has a gigantic American flag on it and a gigantic Cutco logo. Seems like a good starting point to me. I don't know about you, right? Now, once I get there, what slide am I supposed to go to share the next goal with my customer? Someone blurted out slide number what?
2.
Exactly, right? So thank you as well. And was it Johannes or was it Johannes?
Johannes.
Johannes, that's right, Johannes. All right, so Johannes, thank you so much for answering that. All right, so you go to slide number 2. And what's on slide number 2? The fast start contest. So everyone in your manual or in your notes, I want you to fill in the blank as we go along. You say, hey, by the way, Mrs. Jones, I just started my fast start contest. I actually have 10 days to sell $10,000 of Cutco, right? To try to get to $10,000 in sales. Oh my gosh, why am I aiming for that? Because that's when I get to Dirty 30. I get to a big promotion. The company is giving out all these cool prizes along the way, which we'll go over tomorrow, all the cool prizes. And on top of it, I'll hit all these promotions. It'll just really help me get the ball rolling. I know it's a big, scary goal. I've never sold $10,000 of anything in my life, right? But I'm just shooting for the stars. So that way, at least I land in the clouds, with this new job. And we'll see what happens, right? I'm just going to do the best I can to try and strive to make a good income here and to hit multiple promotions as quickly as possible to get off to a good start. Because all this momentum is really going to help me out down the road. Then we go to the next slide, slide number 3. We say, hey, through Cutco, I can also earn a President's Club letter, which will look great on my resume. We just read the slide. Oh, as you can see here, Mrs. Jones, 10K producers become members of the coveted President's Club letter and receive a certificate of merit and a personalized recommendation letter from the Vector president. Yes, you know how I said I was building up my resume? Well, this will dip my resume in gold. These obviously will help build up my resume and portfolios for internships, graduate schools, future job opportunities, right? It literally says that, we've received extensive training in interpersonal communication skills and time management and importance of individual attitude regarding their accomplishments, right? Like it's all signed by the president of the company. So obviously a really cool letter. And then if I go to the next slide here and I'm in school, I can share the All-American Scholarship with a customer. So if you're not in school, you can skip over this slide to the next part. But if you're in school, you can read this. Hey, Mrs. Jones, I also have a chance to win an All-American Scholarship to help with school. As you can see, I can win extra money for school, be in the top 1% of college students, and add to my resume something that will set me apart from all my peers, right? Now, before I begin though, Miss Chardonnay, do you mind if since I just started, I'm actually going to be reading from my manual. Is that okay with you, Miss Chardonnay?
Yes.
You there?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, great. Yeah, and no one's gonna say no, right? Like when you're at HEB or Walmart and the cashier is brand new and they're like, "Can you go easy on me? It's kind of my first day," right? It takes the pressure off. That's the same reason why we say that line, because we want the customer to know that we're new and that we will be looking down and reading from our manual, that we aren't being rude, right? And we're trying not to miss anything. We're trying to do it right, when we're brand new to the job. So we read that line, it takes the pressure off, right? And then it says if virtual in parentheses for this next part. So for all of those on Zoom, what do you think that means?
Doing it on Zoom.
Yeah, like if you're doing the demo on Zoom virtually, you would read that line. If you're in person, you can skip over that next line. Pretty simple, right? So if you're on Zoom with the customer or something, you'd say, hey, I want this to be relaxed and fun, Aunt Julie. So if you want to grab a drink or snacks, I can actually wait. You want to grab a margarita or anything, Aunt Julie? Or are you good? She's like, no, I'm good. I got my water, right? Awesome. Okay, well, let's just get started then. And then we go to the next slide and we start talking about the company. So I say, hey, thank you again so much for seeing my demo. Like I said on the phone, you don't have to get anything, but if you do see something that you like, you can get it today. Not only would you be getting a great product, but you would be also be helping me out towards my goals. The reason it's been fun to work at Cutco so far is because of the customers. You know, some of them have had Cutco for like 10 plus years and love it. So if you see something that you like for yourself or a friend, definitely let me know and I'll get you my friends and family discount, okay? However, my main goal today is that I do a great job and we have enough fun, Uncle Caleb, over the next 30 to 45 minutes that you actually like me enough to introduce me to a few other nice uncles, moms, and stuff like that at the end of the demo so I can actually get closer to my goal of $10,000 in sales for the faster, right? Because the more demos I do, the better. So when we finish the demo, I was just hoping that you'd be nice enough to give me some anonymous feedback to help me improve. Everyone cross out that question mark. This is not a question, it's a statement. Cross out that question mark. I don't know why there's this question mark there. Also, cross out the word great and just continue reading where it says it takes just a few seconds to do through our app because you're just telling them what's going to happen. Don't make a big deal out of this. Treat it like everyone does this because everyone is going to do this, right? So then just say, so when we finish the demo, I was hoping you'd be nice enough to give me some anonymous feedback to help me improve. It takes just a few seconds to go through our app and it's actually how I get paid. So the company can actually verify that I've completed the demo. Will that be okay with you, Mr. Luis? Hope so.
Yes,
right?
of course.
Awesome, great, awesome. Yeah, I do want to get paid, right? That would be nice. All right. So just so I know, Uncle Luis, do you cook because you have to, like to, or love to, by the way? Just curious.
I like to.
You like to? Oh, well, great, man. High five. You're gonna love Cutco then, man. And no matter what their answer is, like, oh, it depends on the day. Sometimes I like to, but most of the time I have to get food on the table for the kids. Whatever their answer is, you always just say, great, oh my gosh, you're gonna love Cutco then, because it's gonna make cooking even more enjoyable, right? So, you know, that's always the answer. Then you stay on this slide and you go to page 3 in your manual. So everyone turn to page number 3. If you haven't been following along, you should be just reading along with me in your notes here. And you say, hey, so as you can see, Cutco has been in business since 1949. All the knives are made in the United States in our factory in Olean, New York. Everyone say Olean. Unmute yourself and say Olean.
Olean.
Yes, thank you. You pronounced that correctly. Good job, good job. And we sell over $250 million of Cutco annually. We now have over 20 million customers, especially since everyone's been at home so much more recently. And we're also the proud producer of K-Bar knives. Everyone say K-Bar.
K-Bar.
Exactly, not Kabar. It is K-Bar. So put a Y in there. If you do not know how to pronounce that correctly, just put a Y, K-Bar, right? K-Bar knives used by both military and law enforcement agents. Now, let's get started. So before we start, hey, Uncle Ethen, can you please go grab your favorite straight edge knife from your kitchen, you know, your favorite serrated edge knife and a typical steak knife you use for you know, cutting up steaks, maybe a cutting board too, some tomatoes or fruits to cut up or snack on, anything like that. Yeah, just go grab those goodies, right? Like, and maybe a trash can too, anything like that. Can you do that, Uncle Ethen? Yes? No? Maybe so. What do you think? No? Uncle Caleb, what about you? Can you do that? I always like to hear an answer.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Uncle Caleb, for not snoozing on me. No, thank you. All right, so awesome. So you go ahead and go grab those things. And literally, if you're doing a live demo, they'll go to their kitchen and grab these. If you're doing a virtual demo, you want them to go grab these knives too. Because if it's sitting right there by the computer, Luis, since you're unmuted, do they have something to compare it with? Echo it?
Oh, since it's next to the computer.
Yeah, since it's sitting there next to the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And we want them to compare what they currently have with Cutco because we want them to see that what we got is better, right? So we should not be afraid of them going to grab their knives, right? So they'll grab like stuff like this. Usually they'll grab a chef knife because it's like the most used straight edge knife in the kitchen. Their favorite serrated edge knife is probably going to look like this. Just make sure it has teeth on it and it's got some teeth on it because that's what a serrated edge is, right? And then they'll grab like a typical chintzy steak knife or something like this, plastic handle, so, whatever they got for steak knife. Maybe it'll be high quality, maybe it'll be low quality. It doesn't matter. Cutco's the best. We're going to outperform, right? So they grab all their knives, they set it down here. If you were doing a live demo, you're just going to set up your, and even if you're doing virtually, you can have a little cutting board here for like your cutting demonstrations. If you have a sample kit to just do some of the cutting live here, you're going to set up your computer between the two of you and sit next to your customer like this, not across from the customer, because this isn't an interrogation for crying out loud, right? I mean, we're just like sitting at the table chatting with Aunt Caitlin or something, right? Or Uncle Donovan. So like, it shouldn't be crazy, right? And just use common sense. This is why you have them go grab like a cutting board and stuff if you're doing a live demo, because you need something to cut some food up, right? And you're gonna, if you're doing live demos, you'll have the option of having all these awesome pieces in your demo kit. You'll get a pair of super shears, you'll get a petite carver, the long one, you'll get a trimmer with a sheath on it, and you'll get a table knife with a sheath on it. Basically our four most popular things that we ever sell. And guess what? You can sell pretty much every Cutco knife with just a table knife. But the fact that we're giving you a few more is awesome too, because then you can showcase how high quality everything is, right? Not just the shears with this. So we start things off with a bang with the super shears, right? And one of the things we do is we showcase the quality of Cutco on the next slide. So how do you do this, right? So you would still be sharing your screen with the customer. You wouldn't unshare like I just did. And you would just go on to the next part after they grab all their pieces. Just make sure in the top right corner you see them grab their knives and stuff, right? If they're giving you a hard time, Cheryl, since it's family, we should probably give them a little bit of a hard time back too, right? And be like, come on, just go grab the knives, right? Like you're my family member, right? So we do get our uncles that give us a hard time to go get the knives. Just have them go get the knives, right? And then we say, hey, let me show you the quality of Cutco. And we go to the next slide and it showcases this video, right? So we say, everyone loves our shears, and we play the video and we narrate what happens here. And you can mute the volume on it because it's got this loud jingle when it comes on. So you'll see when it comes on, that's got this loud music that I don't like. So you would just mute the video and let the thing play, and you would narrate what's happening. So you'd be like, okay, so that's a penny, Mrs. Jones, and look at that. Those are our super shears. And oh my gosh, Uncle Christian, he's cutting through the penny. Like, Christian, can your scissors cut through pennies at home?
Nah, I never seen anything cut through a penny for real.
Well, dang, man, these must be some strong scissors for all those school projects, house projects. Oh, and look at this, Uncle Christian, they come apart at 90 degrees for the dishwasher so you can get them clean and get them all washed off. Uncle Christian, do your scissors come apart at 90 degrees so you can get them clean in the dishwasher?
Not unless I break them.
Not unless you break them, exactly right. So that would be bad, right? So like our shears are really high quality, and they're strong enough to cut through even a penny. But at the same time, they got this. And guess what? The high carbon stainless steel, and then you go back to your manual, right? And you actually, you can actually do the demo live. You can stop sharing your screen if you want to on Zoom and do the penny cutting demonstration as well live. If you have a little like cutting board here, but live, you would get out the shears, hand them to the customer while they watch the video. Because Luis, if the product is in the customer's hand a lot, are they more likely to see themselves using it?
Yes, of course.
Exactly, right? So we want them holding it as long as possible. So we give it to the customer and they're holding it while they watch the video, but then we ask for them to give it back to us for the cutting, for the penny demonstration, because if they cut through a penny, I don't know if they're going to get hurt or not. So I'd rather do it. So how do you cut through the penny? So the way you cut through the penny is you use the demo cutting board as your brace if you're doing a live demo, and you stand up so that way you are like have the maximum amount of leverage to use. You hike the penny up as far as possible and you open them as wide as possible with your dominant hand. You hike it up as far as you can, and then you start to press down and bite until you get a nice firm bite on the penny. And then you get your other hand out of the way and use your body weight, maybe like stiffen your arm like this, right? Just stiffen your arms like that. And then you lean into it, and you can literally just lean right into the penny nice and slow like that. And be like, oh my gosh, bam, Mrs. Jones, right? You know, like, and you can just hand the cut penny back to her in the shears. And she's like, oh my gosh, right? Like she's losing her mind. So this is why I think the live demos have that little bit of fun touch to them, because they literally get to see you cut it live, right? You know, so if you're wanting to get a sample kit, we're going through this weird like transition or something, but we will be having them soon. Where I mean, like Ethen has some in his office too, which is cool, and you can do live demos where you can cut the penny live with the customer at their kitchen table, right? So how many of you were impressed by that? Right? Exactly, right? So that's why you're going to see the penny get cut in half a lot. You're going to want to have to get excited every time though for your customer. So you're going to always go like, bam, Mrs. Jones, or wow, like that's amazing, right? And then you just read from your manual the next part to emphasize a few more things and hand it back to your customer if you're doing a live demo so they can hold it a little bit longer. Just be like, yeah, I mean, obviously, as you can see, the high carbon stainless steel makes them good for everything in the kitchen as well as indoor and outdoor projects. They're dishwasher safe. And as you saw, they come apart for easy cleaning as well. Easy, right? If you don't have a demo kit and you can't do the penny demonstration, just leave your screen shared with the customer. You don't have to unshare your screen at all, right? So you'll just show that video and it showcases all of that and you'll just read forward, right? Now, then we go on to junk knives on the next slide, because which slide are we supposed to go to, everyone? Slide number what? 7, exactly, right?
7.
So we go on to the next slide and we're going to create some pain points in the kitchen. So we're going to read our manual and say, hey, so Miss Cheryl, most people have the world's most expensive set of knives out there. Most knives are engineered to dull or break in like 1 to 3 years, so households waste a ton of money replacing knives over and over again. Miss Cheryl, you probably know this better than I do, but cheap knives have a lot of problems, right? You know, there's 2 types of handles out there. There's wooden handles that look great when they're new, but they chip, crack, break, and absorb everything like blood, grease, bacteria. Oh my gosh, it's nasty, right? And you want to make a really gross face because it is disgusting, right? Like you should be appalled that wooden handle knives are even allowed to be made, right? So you have to make a real gross face so your customer literally picks up their wooden handle knife and throws it in trash cans, so they have to buy Cutco from you, right? And then you want to say they are not dishwasher safe. And by the way, have you ever seen a broken wooden handle before, Mr. Donovan? Have you ever seen a broken wooden handle before in the kitchen? Are you with me? Or Miss Chardonnay, have you ever seen a broken wooden handle before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. Yeah, exactly. Right. So that usually happens with wooden handles. Then there's plastic handles out there. They don't absorb bacteria, so they are sanitary, but they can crack, melt, chip, and are slippery when oily or wet as well. You know, super dangerous. So have you ever seen a melted plastic handle, Summer, or maybe like a chipped or cracked plastic handle before, Summer? And by the way, everyone unmute yourself. Like I'm tired of everyone lagging behind here. For those of you on Zoom, keep yourself unmuted the entire time. Keep yourself with the camera on and center with the camera. If you become too much of a distraction, we're just gonna kick you off of training and not work with you because like this is ridiculous. So so then there's 2 types of steel as well. There's carbon steel, which has a lot of carbon, so it's really hard and stays pretty sharp, but it rusts, stains, and corrodes, which is unsanitary on your food. And then there's stainless steel. It's a super soft steel, so it looks good, but it dulls quickly and it's pretty sharpened as well. And there's 2 types of blades out there. There's straight edges, which make a good clean cut, but they dull really easily and are supposed to be sharpened constantly, which is a pain. In fact, Mr. Donovan, let me explain how often, like, let me ask you, like, how often do you sharpen your knives, Donovan? Just curious, how often do you sharpen your knives?
Not that often. Probably if I go fishing or something, but that's not too often.
Yeah, not too often, right? Yeah, and most customers is not very often, right? Like, but straight edge knives, it's actually suggested you sharpen them before every single use, right? And then serrated edge knives, they actually rip and tear the food, and they can't be resharpened at all. So let's go on to the next page in our manual. If y'all are following along, we're on page number 4. Finally, is partial tang construction, where the blade only goes halfway through the handle, which causes them to bend, wobble, or break. Many knives have cheap brass or stainless steel rivets, which expand, contract, and get loose over time. Just curious, Summer, have you ever seen like a knife bend or wobble when cutting? Maybe the blade pop out?
I have.
Yeah, right. Super dangerous. So when purchasing cutlery, the choices are either to buy cheap and replace it often, or buy quality that actually lasts a lifetime. So let me show you how Cutco has actually solved all these problems. So on to the next slide here. So Uncle Luis, there's 5 features that make Cutco the world's finest set of cutlery. Obviously, when you're talking about the world's finest, though, they are more expensive. But as you know, good things aren't cheap, and cheap things aren't good, right? If you were doing a live demo, it says take out petite carver, hand it to the customer, or show it on Zoom. So if you have our demo, this is the petite carver, the longest knife, and there's this awesome sheath that clips onto the handle here. So you just unclip it and show it to the customer and show them the dimensions, right? You're like, this is Cutco, right? What do you notice is different about our handle? Uncle Luis, what's the thing you notice is different about our handle?
3 little metal thingies and the handle. Yeah.
And also, you notice it's kind of like this wedge lock right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it kind of locks your thumb and forefinger, right? So that's actually our first feature, according to my manual here, is our wedge lock handle, right? And if you don't have a demo kit, there's a gigantic picture of the knife right on the screen so they can see it too. So hopefully they put the ergonomic design on the handle, but sometimes they say rivets or it's shiny or it looks like plastic or something. I don't know, right? So what you do is you just gently move forward and point out the features so they can follow along. So you're like, yeah, so Aunt Caitlin, the first feature is the wedge lock handle. It's actually unique to Cutco products. It was developed by Thomas Lamb. He studied over 700 pairs of hands to design this handle. It fits all sizes of hands and eliminates hand fatigue, slipping, and is incredibly comfortable to hold because it locks the thumb and forefinger into perfect grip. Next is the thermo resin. Everyone say thermo resin.
Thermo resin.
Thermo resin.
Exactly. It's a similar material that dishwashers and football helmets are made out of. It's an expensive material to use on knife handles, but it's worth it because it doesn't chip, crack, fade, or melt. And most importantly, it is 100% dishwasher safe. And then the next feature is the full tang nickel silver rivets. The steel goes all the way through the handle for balance and safety, so it doesn't bend or wobble while cutting. And the rivets are silver nickel, so they don't expand or pop out to eliminate food or bacteria being caught in the handle. And then the next feature is the high carbon stainless steel blade. It's similar steel to what they actually use in surgical instruments, Uncle Isaiah, but it's actually a mix of the best of both worlds. Carbon for edge retention and hardness, and it's actually stainless so it doesn't rust. In fact, our steel goes through a 3-step multi-day heat tempering process to make sure the steel is the right hardness and has the right edge retention. Less than 1% of manufacturers in the entire world. Let's go on to the next page in my manual, page 5. I want to show you why Cutco's special double D edge really sets us apart. And if you're doing a live or virtual demo, you will show this video and make sure that it is unmuted and your customer can hear the sound.
I have a question.
Yes, customer, how can I help you?
So with the knife you just displayed, right? Whenever we're telling them about the wooden knives, should we about the screws, should we tell them about the bacteria buildup in the wooden knives?
Well, we kind of cover that already in the manual. Yeah. I've just been.
Oh, okay. No, I was just thinking about the things he said, you know, make the disgusting face and everything. Like, should we sell them that this knife is like tell them everything like horrible about it? Like,
Oh, well, we should, like, our rivets don't expand or contract, so nothing can get in, like, right, like, so ours in comparison doesn't get dirty, yeah. That's why we went over in the manual, the whole junk knife page first. Like, that's why we cover that, is to emphasize, like, this is what's crappy in the kitchen.
oh, okay. Now I grasp the concept.
And then they're
Okay.
like, yeah, I kind of probably do have a junk drawer full of crap, right? You know, and then all of a sudden we then go to Cutco and we're explaining how our features do solve those problems, right? Like that's
Okay, right. Man,
So
I really like the approach. Thank you.
yeah, no problem. And if you read your manual word for word, it'll like in like you like this is a good example. If you like blank out or black out because you're nervous on your first demo or something, that's the beauty of the manual. It'll help you stay on track where you don't miss anything, and the customer does hear the disadvantages of the nasty knives or crappy ones, and how Cutco is better because you'll just be reading it, right? Like the manual was covering all of it, right? As we went on. So easy, right?
Okay.
So anyhow, back to the slide I was on, because you'll still be sharing your screen on Zoom here. I won't really unshare your screen here. You can then just play this video and he'll explain how Cutco outperforms a really high quality knife named Wusthof. And Wusthof is a high quality knife that's made in Germany. This is what Wusthof looks like right here. Basically, if Cutco wasn't around, I'd probably own some Wusthof. It's very high quality knife, right? But Cutco ends up outperforming it, and you'll see why in the video, right? So you'll just play the video and the customer will understand Cutco lasts longer on sharpness.
Hello, welcome to my video about knives. Okay, I want to show you the difference
now,
between
Mr. Johannes,
special edge on a Cutco knife and a straight edge on a conventional knife.
Awesome, great.
So
yeah.
I want to make sure everything
you always want to make
is
sure
completely on the up and up. So I want to start by opening this box of Amazon Prime, and hopefully, I don't know why it took me a box this big for one knife. Okay, but I ordered one knife from a brand called Wusthof. Okay, Wusthof is a tremendous, very high quality brand of kitchen knife made in Germany. This was $168 plus tax for this knife. All right, so it's not some super cheap thing here. And here's what it looks like.
It takes it out of the package.
This is a Wusthof knife. Okay. You'll see it has several other things that you look for in a good knife. It's got a full tang construction. It's got 3 rivets. It's going to be very sturdy. It's got has a nice balance to it. If this brand of knife, Cutco, did not exist, this would probably be the brand that I would have in my house. Okay, so I want to show you how sharp
that
it
knife
is.
Is $160.
Probably going to do an amazing job on this piece of rope. First of all, I will mention that this is just a basic piece of rope. I know that most people don't eat rope, and they probably rarely cut something that is as hard as a piece of rope. Right? It just shows the difference in the way that different types of knife blades cut. So we're not necessarily just looking for how well it cuts, but we're also looking at what kind of cut that it makes. Right? Straight edge knives are going to make very clean cuts. If this were to have a bunch of teeth on it, it would tear it and rip it and make a kind of a ripping kind of cut. All right, so this should be very sharp. Okay, okay, see, I can cut through that pretty fast. I'm putting a lot of pressure on there. Okay, right, but it cuts through there very quickly and super clean. All right, now I want to show you a Cutco knife. All right, and this is this particular one is called the Petite Carver, and it's about the same length. This is why I chose this knife. Okay, about the same length. Okay, actually the Cutco knife's maybe a little bit short. Okay, now you'll notice that it's got these teeth on it. Okay, now I just said teeth typically rip and tear. One thing that customers would say to me when I was a Cutco rep way back a long time ago in the late 1980s, I'd show them the knife and I'd have some customers say, oh, I don't like serrated edge knives. And I would say, that's good because I don't like them either. And they would look at me like, wait a minute, isn't that what you got as a serrated knife? And I would explain to them that this is not a serrated edge knife, right? There's a special unique design there, and I'll explain that after I do the cutting demonstration. So here we go, cutting this one, also super straight, clean cut, okay? Clean cut, okay? It cuts clean, it doesn't rip and tear, okay? Makes it in one stroke. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to demonstrate how this edge holds, this kind of edge holds an edge a lot better than a straight edge. Okay? The reason it is, I'm going to do some drawing for you. This edge is a unique design, okay, like this. There's 3, my art is not tremendous. There are 3 completely straight edges in between these points. This edge is for cutting this direction, this edge is for cutting this direction, this edge is for cutting straight down. So it's called a 3-directional recessed cutting edge. It's recessed, meaning these points are not actually sharp. These points are not designed to do any cutting. They're just designed to protect these edges that are in between the points. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to enhance the dulling process. I could just rub this on a cutting board, simulate 5,000 cuts or what it would take over a course of a year or something, but I'm going to use the bottom of a cup. Okay, the reason I'm going to use this is because it's just going to make it happen. The normal wear and tear, it's just going to happen tremendously faster than it normally would. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm letting the weight of the blade only just do that. Okay, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5 simple cuts. Okay, I will do the same thing. Actually, let's do the cutting first. I got a mess here, sorry. Okay, back to the piece of rope. Okay, now I did 5 cuts, okay, and I'm pushing extremely hard.
Oh no.
Okay, extremely hard, if you can tell. Okay, pretty much all the weight I can possibly put with one hand, I'm putting on here. Okay, now that was the bottom of a cup, and I know you're not, shouldn't be doing that, but it's just showing the enhancement. Okay, now when I take the Cutco knife, right, and it's got the edge, so the edges, when I put it on here, it does not, the edges aren't actually hitting that. The edges are protected. See that? And I can do a lot more than just 5 cuts. I can do this for a long time. And what's gonna happen is, if I take it on a piece of rope, the points were already dull in the first place. That's all that touched the cup or the cutting board or whatever it's going to cut. And I can take it and you're going to find that it's still going to cut in one stroke. Okay, it's going to cut just like it did before. That's what makes this edge unique. It cuts like a straight edge, but it looks like a serrated edge. Okay, so to understand the points, something that I used to say, a little pun, a joke I used to say about the points is the points are there not to be the edge, but to protect the edge, and that's what gives Cutco the edge.
Oh yeah, that's what gives it the edge, right? So that is what is going on here, as far as like the edge goes, why we explain how it holds its edge better, right? And then if you were doing a live demo, what is it in parentheses there to do? If live, cut the rope, you pull out the serrated edge, you pull the serrated edge back and forth on the rope, pull long back and forth strokes so you get through. Then it's the same thing with a straight edge knife, and then do Cutco, and then hold on to both sides of the rope and use the entire blade of the knives to do the cutting, right? So what does that look like, right? Well, you take out the teeth carver to do this part of the demonstration if you're doing it live. And you literally have your customer, like Isaiah is gonna be over here, my customer, right? And I will have handed him the knife and he'll be having it. Actually, no, he'll have all his junk knives, right? He'll have all his junk knives, right? So we're gonna start with his serrated edge first. So we're gonna give him his serrated edge. It's just a typical crappy bread knife, right? As you can see. And I'm gonna stand up and hold the rope like this, so that way he can actually get through it, right? It will start at the base of the blade and he's just gonna go back and forth till he's through. So it's like, all right, Uncle Isaiah, just go back and forth. Let's see if we can get through. Oh, you hear that ripping and tearing sound? Oh my gosh. It's just kind of like such a rough cut. I mean, it takes a while, right? Like see all the fibers, tear, right? And then here, let's try this straight edge knife that we got here, right? And I'm just gonna hold the rope. We start at the back end, full long stroke through. Let's see if it works. Oh my gosh, Uncle Isaiah, I don't think we'll get to about tomorrow. I mean, like, man, it's hard. It's not good. So nice, clean, straight cut. But how much effort did that take?
A lot more.
A lot more, right? It takes a lot of effort, right? And then here's Cutco. It is sharp, so do be careful. So you hand it to your customer and you kind of guide them like to use the back of the blade. And you're like, all right, I want you to press as hard as you did with this straight edge knife, and you're just gonna pull back and forth until you're through the rope. Let's see how this works. Holy cow, that was one stroke. Oh gosh, wow, bam, right? And look how smooth that is, right? You always want to emphasize how smooth the cut is. You want them to press hard so it does go through in one stroke. If it doesn't in one stroke, they'll go around the back stroke, right? And that's how easy it is to do the rope cutting demonstration, right, with your customer, to show them like how easy it is, right? If you're on Zoom doing a virtual demo and you don't have like someone there to hold the rope and stuff, you can still do the demonstration yourself if you want, if you have a demo kit, by just like getting out some junk knives from your mom's junk drawer and like just doing serrated edge first to show them how rough it is, and then this and then this. Why would you want to do it yourself? Because you're the salesperson, right? Like I think, yeah, they can watch a video, but sometimes they aren't paying attention. How many of you got a little bit sleepy eyed when you were watching that video, right? So like, you want to kind of wake up the customer. You're the presenter, and I think mom will have a little bit more fun watching, you actually do the cutting yourself too, if you have a demo kit, right? If you don't have a demo kit, that's fine. The video suffices. And then you would just skip over the if live part because you're not doing a live demo, and you would go straight to slide 10. Does that make sense? Everyone thumbs up if yes? Right, easy, right? So literally everything's in the manual. Like if you follow it word for word and you look at what's in the parentheses is always what to do. And then what's outside the parentheses is what to say, right? Like, is that simple, right? So, you would just go to the next slide if you're doing this, and you'd say, hey, Uncle Trey, so the most unique feature is the double D edge, man, which is unique to Cutco. It has 3 razor sharp edges located between the points, Uncle Trey, so it cuts faster and cleaner, but it stays sharp longer because the points don't actually stop the blade from hitting hard surfaces. So it's actually not the food that dulls your knives. It's actually the cutting board, plates, countertops that do that. So because of the double D edge, the blade is protected and stays sharp on average about 7 to 10 years under normal use. Oh my gosh, that's a long time, right? And then which slide do we go to, everyone? Slide number what?
11.
11, exactly. That slide. And we read about the forever guarantee. And we say, hey, the best thing about Cutco, Aunt Judy, is about Cutco isn't that we just say that it'll stay sharp, but we actually back it up with our 4-part forever guarantee. It is one of the only products you can buy once, use every day, and never have to replace. The product is the proof of purchase. You can even pass it down from generation to generation and leave it as a legacy, and they'll still have the same guarantee. So the first part is forever performance. So if anything ever goes wrong with your Cutco, then just send it back to the factory and we will fix or replace it for free forever. You'll never have to replace your knives ever again. Second part, Uncle Trey, is forever sharpness. Cutco's double D edge remains sharp for 7 to 10 years under normal use, but when Cutco needs sharpening, just send it back and it is sharpened for free. All you pay for is the shipping. And then the third part is unconventional use. So if you, Aunt Julie, or your spouse, ever destroy Cutco through misuse or abuse, right? Like knife throwing contests in the backyard, then we actually replace it at only half the retail value. And then the last part is the 15-day return policy. We have a 15-day risk-free money-back guarantee. If you aren't satisfied with your purchase, then just return it for a full refund. And then it says if spouse is not present. So usually we do the demo with husbands and wives together, but every now and then only the wife is available to do the demo. Caleb, do we ever do a demo with just a guy by himself?
No.
No, waste of time. Right? The guy does not wear the pants in a relationship to begin with, right? Happy wife, happy life. That's how it works, right? And she's going to want to know which handle color knives are going in her dadgum kitchen. So he's going to have to run it by her anyhow if he is interested in getting her a gift, right? So never show the guy by himself. The lady is allowed to buy as many candles and pillows at Target that she wants. So same thing with the knives for her kitchen, right? So, she's allowed to do it okay. But if her spouse is not there, every now and then married couples like to make decisions together. We just kind of try to cover our bases if her husband's not sitting there, and we say, hey, Aunt Julie, no problem. We can't always see both spouses together. So you can actually just try out Cutco together for a few weeks, risk-free, to make sure you both love it. Easy, right? So let me show you a short video of what others say, and you'll have your screen shared. My bad. I'm sorry that I keep on sharing, but I just like to talk with you all about certain things for teaching points. But you'll just keep your screen shared, right? And you'll just say, hey, let me show you a short video of what others say and how long when you purchase you can expect to use Cutco. So check this out. All right.
When was the first time you bought Cutco? How long ago was that?
It was about 15 years ago.
I've had Cutco for 32 years.
15 years. I'm new to the family.
Since just before we got married in 1954.
We probably bought our first Cutco when I first got married, so that's been 44 years ago.
It's been decades.
Since 2005. I bought my first pieces in 1985.
Well, I bought them in 1968.
About 3 years.
Exactly 4 years.
4 years, I think. About 4 years.
4 years.
5 or 6 years.
At least 15 years.
I would say like 15 years.
I want to say 17 years.
Well, the knives have been in my family for 70 plus years because they purchased them before I was born.
What do you love most about your Cutco knives, would you say?
I like the quality of the knife itself.
The durability, and that they'll last forever.
It's just starting to get dull after about 4 years because I haven't sharpened it.
They're very durable. They last forever. They stay sharp.
They're just so sharp.
They're sharp. They'll cut you if you ain't careful. They stay sharp for an extremely long time.
This is the first time that I know of in 70 years that they've been sharpened. And they work almost as good as the new ones that I bought a couple of years ago from Jeremy.
I can get them sharpened for free every year.
I'm looking forward to just the service, the warranty and stuff.
They look good on my counter, my block.
They haven't gone out of style. I've only had one break.
They just stand up really well through the dishwasher, through everyday use.
The lightweight.
They feel good in the hand. There's a knife for the particular job that you're going to do.
They get the job done. I would own every single one of them if I could.
So when I heard a couple people like, oh yeah, I've had mine for like 15 years or 20 years or 30 years, I'm like, okay.
Have you continued to buy more knives since that first purchase?
I have. My son started selling them when he was in college too.
This is my, I think, third time.
Probably only 3 or 4 times, but I'm to the point now that I'm buying them for gifts.
About 3 or 4 times.
At least 6.
8 or 9.
Probably going to pick up 1 or 2 today.
That they are my true friends. They show up for me.
Holy cow. Uncle Trey, if she's friends with the knives, she might have to get out of the house a little bit more often. But yeah, that is kind of crazy, right? But I mean, that just shows how happy our customers are, right? You know, in fact, Cutco is a great investment because you'll never have to buy another knife, and it really is hard to beat American made and forever guaranteed. Would you agree, Uncle Trey?
Absolutely.
Exactly. So we go to the next page in our manual. Woohoo! And which slide do we go to, everybody?
13.
When was the first time you bought?
Click on the slide a few times till we see the Homemaker Plus 8 set. So we say, okay, I'm going to start by showing you the pieces in our most popular set, which is called the Homemaker. Miss Julie, you can buy individual pieces, but most customers agree that over a lifetime sets are much better value. It is important to have the right tool for the right situation because of safety and efficiency. We do have 2 larger set options for customers who love to click called the Ultimate and Signature. But I'm just going to start with the pieces in our basic set, which is the most popular. It's called the Homemaker Plus 8 and has the minimum number of tools to do 100% of the jobs in your kitchen as efficiently as possible. It's the best value for your average family, and it starts with your paring knife. It says show slide 14, right? So you go to this slide and you read the first part, and every Cutco knife has a nickname. So the nickname for this is what in parentheses? Cutco's what?
Air knife.
Air knife, exactly. Right? So it's called Cutco's air knife, right? It has a long handle, makes peeling and paring more comfortable. And by the way, before we even continue, why did we say it starts with your paring knife, Johannes, instead of this paring knife? Why do we say your paring knife?
So they can, you know, envision themselves with it.
Exactly, right? It's kind of like it's already yours, right? It creates some ownership, right? And then we just play the video and we actually narrate it. So like if Christian was my customer, I'd be like, all right, Uncle Christian, so let's check out this paring knife. Oh my gosh, look at that. Look how much control this guy has while paring the apple, right? Like such a long handle, like there's so much control. It's nice and smooth. It's not like taking out the entire apple. So there's plenty of apple left over, right? You know, and just to go back to my manual, you know, you'll use this for small jobs in the air like apples, strawberries, and bananas, great for smoothies and fruit salads. In fact, Uncle Christian, what do you think that you use it for if you had a paring knife, this paring knife?
See, I'm like a vegan, so should cutting fruit. Yeah, I'm gonna need that. Cutting veggies. Yeah.
There you go. Fruit and veggies. Okay.
Gotta have it.
Are you a strawberry banana guy? Strawberries, bananas, like cucumbers?
Nah, it's apples. I'm addicted to apples.
Nice. So you're an apple guy. All right, nice. Well, definitely you'd use this for all the apples, right? Okay, great. But you would not want to use it on the cutting board because it's got a short little blade. That's why you have your trimmer, and you go to the next slide, right? And in your manual, it says show the trimmer. So if you're live with a customer, you can literally just hand them our trimmer and in the sheath so they can feel like what it's like to just pop off the little like sheath and see how the storage unit works on it, right? If they get it with the sheath. And this is like the most sold knife of all time in Cutco history. this is what's going to sell you a ton of cutco, right? So this is the knife, right? This is the one to really emphasize. All the knives are amazing, but the trimmer is by far one of the most popular knives, right? So when you show this, you'll just read your manual just like before. So we'll be on the screen and they'll be holding the knife if you're doing it live, and you'll say, all right, so this is your small utility knife for small fruits and veggies. You'll never smash a tomato ever again. Check out this video right here, Aunt Cheryl. Oh my gosh, look at this. I'm gonna mute this, I don't like the jingle. But this is how to dice a tomato with our trimmer. As you can see there, Aunt Cheryl, look, he's like, get the core out of the tomato, right? Nice, you can kind of treat it like a long herring knife too. And watch how many slices he gets out of this tomato. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, oh my gosh, 9. Oh, even 10 slices. Oh my gosh. So Aunt Cheryl, you can like buy one tomato for the whole family with how many slices you can get out of a tomato now. And then look at this. If you do Taco Tuesday at your house, you know how when you go to dice the tomatoes, it's like a big pile of mush at the end instead of like nice cubes of tomato. Well, Mr. Johannes, do you think you'll be happy when all your tomatoes are nice and cute perfectly?
Oh yeah.
Exactly, right? So perfect. So this thing's awesome. And then and then it says, if you're doing it live, it says Cutco tomato. So what does that mean? Well, what that means is you're going to bring a Roma tomato to your appointments, right? Tomatoes are like 88 cents a pound. They're like the cheapest things in the world. And if you save the receipt, it's a tax write-off too. So literally, like, you'll take your tomatoes, right? And you'll bring it to the demo and you'll have them holding the trimmer. And then you'll, after they see the video, it'd be like, hey, hand that back for just a second, because I brought a tomato so you can experience this too, right? And all you'll do is you'll have asked for like their cutting board earlier, right? So you'll have like one for food over here. And you'll do the first cut for Mrs. Jones yourself, so that way she can see how sharp the knife is, right? So you'll be like, okay, check this out, Mrs. Jones. Like, look at this. So I can literally just like pull the blade back through here, and look at that. Oh my gosh, it's like as thin as a contact. Look at that. Oh my gosh, right? All right, you try it, Mrs. Jones. Try to get a really thin slice of tomato. And she's like, wow. And then she gets a real thin slice of tomato, right? And then you can be like, all right, hand it back for just a second. Well, check this out, Mrs. Jones. You know how if you go in the middle of a tomato, if you were to press down with most knives, it would like smash the thing? Well, watch this, Mrs. Jones. Oh, what the heck, right? Like, oh, what? Like, now you can actually, like, you know, slice up your tomatoes, right? Get razor thin slices. You can literally just pull the knife through the tomato, right? And you can buy just one for the whole family with how many slices, right? And look at
That
this.
thing cut like a scalpel.
Yeah. What was it?
I said that thing cut like a scalpel.
I know, man. Hey, same steel used as what's in surgical instruments, right? You know, this stuff is high quality, Mr. Jones. Well, I'm getting free snacks out of this, right? So, you know, those live demos can be really fun because, as you can see, you're cutting up food, right? And you get to eat the food if you want to, right? If you like tomatoes. If you don't, and if she doesn't like tomatoes, whatever, right? Feed it to the dog, right? No, wait, tomatoes are toxic to dogs. Don't do that. But like, throw it in the garden for like compost or something. Ask them if they compost, right? Because we're in the Austin area or Central Texas, people like to compost, right? So there you go. And then you just read your manual after this, like after you do the cutting demonstration, go right back to it and hand the trimmer back to Mrs. Jones if you're doing a live demo. If you're doing it virtual, you know, you just read your manual as well after the video, and you say, it's also great for cucumbers, oranges, lemons, and limes, and awesome for slicing raw chicken into strips. Hey, Aunt Cheryl, or actually Uncle Caleb, which color do you like better, the classic, the white, or the red handles? Which one?
I think probably the white ones.
Oh, the pearl, man, that's my favorite too, man. And you just agree with the customer, or you say, oh, that fits you so well, man, right? Like with your kitchen at home, right? And then you just say, everyone loves the versatility of the trimmer, but it's not for spreading or serving. That's why you have your spatula spreaders. And you won't actually have this knife in your demo kit, right? Like you didn't have the paring knife. So, Mr. Johannes, if you're doing a live demo, do you need to get more excited about it or less excited when you don't have the knife in your kit?
More excited.
More excited, right? Exactly, right? So you're always just transferring energy to the customer all throughout the demo. You need to get real jazzed about everything. So then you say, oh my gosh, look, this is the spatula spreader, your spatula spreader, the wide, flexible double D edge on this piece allows you to cut, spread, and serve sandwiches, bagels, lasagna, and cake. Check out these videos right here. Oh my gosh. Uncle Christian. It's like a Philadelphia cream cheese commercial. My gosh, it's just one scoop in there. Nice smooth spread on the bagel. Look at that, all in one go. Look at that lasagna out of the pan. Cut up a pizza, cut up an avocado, slice it up, scoop it out. You can even cut through the bagel with it because it has the double D edge on the side. Look at that, nice and flexible. You can frost a cake with it. You can take out your cake right here and frost it up with your frosting right out of the pan. Snacks for the kids. Like, oh my gosh, right? Like, can you imagine? Aunt Caitlin, how many sandwiches you could be able to make for your kids or like for a birthday party, Aunt Caitlin? Like how many? Like
a bunch.
No, a ton, right? Like look at that. Like you could just do one side jelly, the other side peanut butter on the spatula spinner so it doesn't like get into the jar, right? The different peanut butter and jelly, and boom, it's done. 2 strokes, done, right? Like two passes into the jars and you're done, right? So it saves a ton of time, super efficient. It's perfect for getting peanut butter and jelly out of a jar with super smooth spreading or getting brownies out of the pan. Back, Aunt Caitlin, what do you think you'd use that for?
Bagels. My
Bagels?
everything.
Yes. I love bagels too, Aunt Caitlin. Every morning I make a bagel for my wife and bring it to her in bed. And I put the cream cheese on there nice and thick. She loves it. And then
Blueberry bagels.
And then when I do that, our marriage is still happy every day, right? So if you want to know the way to a woman's heart, guys, just make her bagels in bed, right? Bring it back. So there you go. So bingo, bango, right? And then this is perfect, right? So, but you'll never use it on meat or larger vegetables. That's actually why you have your petite carver. Now this knife, you already did the rough cutting demo with and all that, but now you can hand this to the customer again if you're doing a live demo. It's the longer knife, right? So you can hand it back to the customer so they can hold it while they watch the video. And you can read your manual. So if you're doing live, if you're doing virtual, you'll just read your manual, right? And what's the nickname for the petite carver? Anybody?
Large utility knife.
Yes, the large utility knife. So you say this large utility knife is your everyday meat knife for chicken and small roast. Check out this video right here. Oh my gosh. Watch this. I'm going to unmute this one so y'all can hear this. So, Uncle Luis, can you, I don't know, do you ever buy pineapples? Like, what's a blue moon?
Yeah.
Dude, oh my gosh, look at this. Can your knife glide through pineapples that easy? No.
That is crazy.
That is just crazy, right? That's crazy. And look how much pineapple they're saving, right? And what's cheaper, to buy pre-cut pineapple, Uncle? Or like to buy the the pre-cut stuff or the whole pineapple? Which one's cheaper at
The whole pineapple.
Yeah, the whole one, right? Oh, and that's the turning fork there. Let me get back to my manual so I don't lose my spot here. But the petite carver you saw there is your everyday meat knife for chicken small roast. It's also great for large summer foods and tough vegetables. Uncle Luis, if you were to have this knife in your collection, what would you use it for?
Man, all of the above.
All the above, right? Exactly. So like big foods, rotisserie chicken. Okay, that makes sense. It also works well with the turning fork that you saw there, this turning fork right here, because the 3 sharp tines make it easy to turn meats and veggies and get pickles, olives, cherries out of jars, things out of jars. It works as an everyday carving set too with the petite carver, but none of the pieces so far are used for really large foods and stuff. It is going through this cantaloupe like quite easily, which is nice. But I like to call this like the fruit salad knife. I would call this the fruit salad knife. But the next knife is your butcher knife, because all the pieces so far aren't for the really large stuff, but this is, right? So this is the, which knife?
Heavy duty.
Heavy duty knife, right? It disjoints large meats and it's also great for melons and squash. Oh, by the way, almost forgot, if you're doing a live demo with a customer, what do you bring to their house?
Pineapple.
Exactly right. So you actually do the cutting demonstration live. So you always ask for like an extra cutting board for the pineapple because it's big, bold, and in charge and everything, right? So all you do is you've got the carver. And I always like to do the first cut with the customer. I'm like, all right, check this out, Mr. Jones. You can literally like get a nice grip with the wedge lock handle here, and check this out. You can take the butt off the pineapple in just one stroke, just like that. Easy, right? Then you can even take off the head of the pineapple just like this. One stroke done. And then somebody time me, how quickly can we carve off the size of a pineapple? I don't know, right? but you can get a lot of control. You can save a bunch of the pineapple, and of course you let her do it, right? Like you do like one cut, you hand it back to Mrs. Jones, see if she can do it, right? A lot of people you're gonna find out if you're doing live demos don't really know how to cut their food very properly. That's what you're there for, is to teach them how to cut properly, right? And how to have the right knife for the right job, right? To actually cut it all, right? And then boom, you can literally just cut it all up in like 2 seconds, done, right? So like this is why the live demonstrations are kind of fun. Isaiah's in here because he can't resist pineapple. He's gonna just take it and go. so literally, like, it just got me backed out of here right into Isaiah's stomach, right? And so like, some of your customers don't like pineapple, but who cares, right? It shows them how strong the knives are, and then you're gonna have some customers like, oh, and if you take this and put it in some sand with some water, you can grow a pineapple tree. I'm like, I had no idea, right? Like, cool. Or a pineapple bush or something, like it grows on the top of the stalk or something. So like when you're doing the live demo, now you got pineapple, you've cut up a like it's just fun. You cut a patty in half, right? Like, and you're getting free snacks out of the fridge, right? Like, it's just fun. So so this is why if you want the customer to bring out some food too or something, you can if you're doing live demos. It's pretty fun, right? And then if you're doing virtual, the video did enough demonstration of it, right? But then you go onto your butcher knife and you talk about the butcher knife, and it disjoints large meats, also great for melons and squash, separating frozen foods like hot dogs and hamburgers. You show the video and you just narrate what happens in the video. You're like, all right, Uncle Johannes, check this out, man. If you ever buy like maybe a honeydew or a big old like watermelon every once in a blue moon, this knife is awesome because it has a nice curve in the blade. So look at how high of an angle that this guy can come in on top, right? So he gets a lot of leverage with it, and he can actually just kind of glide right through like a big papaya. Like that's a big papaya. He just went right through in one stroke, right? Having this big straight edge knife is actually much safer because if you were to have like a chef knife, Uncle Caleb, don't you usually end up like stabbing the watermelon and then it's like going to the rodeo? Like you're just like rocking around and like riding the thing.
Yeah.
Like, right? So this is much safer because now the fruit and the knife aren't moving. Only the blade is moving through the fruit. Nice. Sharp is safe. Really good. I like to call it the fruit ninja knife because as you can see, it goes right through that pineapple like a fruit ninja knife, like in one stroke, right? So, as you can see here, I'd like to ask you a question. Miss Cheryl, if you were to have that butcher knife, what do you think you'd use it for? What would you use it for? Uh-oh, you are unmuted, but for some reason your microphone is not coming through, but that is okay. That is okay. We'll figure out that audio issue. Mr. Trey, what would you use the butcher knife for if you had it?
I would eat some pineapples or some watermelon.
There you go. Watermelon,
Get some fruit up.
Whatever you want, cut up on your big fruit. There you go. But what's also great is it protects the other knives because it's the only piece in the basics that's strong enough for those jobs. But it's not a chopping knife. That's actually why you have your petite chef knife, right? So check out this video here. So the high knuckle clearance makes it comfortable and safer for dicing, rinsing, and chopping. As you can see in the video here, Aunt Julie, it's just like cutting through air, right? It's just like gliding right through that celery, that cucumber, like it's not even there, right? Nice big lever. So you just use it like a lever. You put the point on the tip, right? A tip on the cutting board, just use it like a lever. This delicate chopper is great for successes, soup, salad, stir fry, stews, stuffing, and salsa, of course. And chef knives are for chopping, not for slicing. That's why you have your slicer in the set. So check this out. It's the best bread knife, and everyone write this in your manuals right now because we're in the state of Texas. It's the best bread knife and brisket knife in the world. Please put the word brisket somewhere in by the slicer on page 7 in your manual because we're in Texas. People need a brisket knife. So it's the best bread knife and brisket knife in the world. And the long double D edge makes it great for cutting cakes, shredding lettuce, and slicing boneless meats. Check this video out, Aunt Julie. Oh my gosh, that's a big loaf of bread. This is our bread knife. And look at that. No crumbs, right through the bread in one stroke. No smashing. You can even make your homemade garlic bread, right? And what's cheaper, Aunt Julie, if you buy like a whole loaf of bread that's not sliced or the pre-sliced bread? Which more expensive?
whole bread that's not sliced.
Yeah, it's cheaper to get the whole loaf of bread, right? And it's only like $1, right? And it's fresher, it tastes better, right? You eat it faster because you cut it yourself. So this is why people save money when they invest in high quality knives, right? I grew up with the worst bread knife in the world that would smash my dad's loaf of bread every time he baked some bread. It was terrible, right? Now I have this slicer. It's just mesmerizing every time I cut through bread, right? But it's also great for like brisket as well. In fact, it's not really for anything with a bone though. That's actually why you have your master carving tray. So it's kind of like your spare tire, the master carving set. You won't use it every day, but you'll be glad that you have it. Do you ever barbecue or host family occasions every now and then, Uncle Ethan? Do you ever do that, Uncle Ethan? Do you ever host those things at your house?
All the time.
All the time? Oh, sweet, man. All right. Well, I hope you guys are ready for the holidays because I think it's time to retire that old electric chainsaw carver, right? You'll never need it. You'll need it for barbecue, big roast, family occasions like Easter weekend coming up right now, right? In fact, check out this video. Look at this. Aunt Summer. Oh my gosh. Like the perfect carve on this turkey here. I think that since we live in America, everyone deserves an American-made carving set, for crying out loud, right? That actually cuts through their turkey, doesn't shred it all up, right? So I think this would be perfect for anybody as a nice Christmas gift, wedding anniversary gift, something like that, right? This would be perfect for them. And then having both forks in the set is important. The turning fork earlier was for picking food up, while the carving fork is for holding meat down, and it's actually wide enough to go around the bones as well. But Mr. Donovan, got a question for you. You can unmute yourself for this. Actually, Aunt Chardonnay, maybe you can answer this because you're already unmuted. Can you see how over a lifetime you're going to use every tool in your basic set?
Yes.
Yeah, right. Like, how could you not, right? So, so you just turn to the next page of your manual. You go to the next slide, everyone. You talk about the table knives, all right? And it says show table knife. So if you're doing a live demo, you can take out your handy dandy table knife, right? Your handy dandy table knife in the sheath. You can hand it to the customer. You can take it out of the sheath and they can see that, oh, look at this, rounded tip for safety. It's like nice and sharp, right? It looks like a little butter knife, but just wait till you see how this thing cuts, right? So this is the thing that is the most sold knife of all time. Because I don't know about you, but Summer, do people just need one table knife or do they need multiple table knives when they have a family?
I say it depends.
I would say they probably need a lot, right? Like if they have kids and stuff, right? And they have a family to feed. Like one table knife is always going to be washed in the dishwasher all the time. Like we always recommend a few per family member, right? So that's why in our manual we just read this part where it's like, hey, to complete your set, your table knife is used for every meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The wide blade and rounded tip makes it safer and great for spreading, but with the double D edge, it cuts just like a steak knife. We recommend 2 table knives. Wash them after every single meal. Let's see how our table knives work on some tough leather. And if you're doing a virtual demo, you play the video. So you play this and you're like, hey, check this out. So Aunt Caitlin, when you go to the store or when you go over to someone's house, have you ever seen like a plastic handle steak knife, just kind of like cheap one, like kind of looks like this, like pointy teeth and stuff? Ever seen those? Yeah, it's like, right, maybe at a steakhouse. And what ends up happening? Well, when you cut with it, it just rips and tears through the steak. Yeah. Like World War III breaks out of the table, rocking the table all around, right? And then this is our Cutco table knife right here with the rounded tip. Check out this. It's like a hot knife full of butter. Look at that, right? And, hey, Aunt Caitlin, I'm not saying your steaks taste like leather, don't get me wrong. But sometimes a knife makes a steak look like leather if it's like catching a tear, right? And other knives, you have to go back and forth for them to cut through like a steak, right? Because the steak knives don't cut straight down. Ours cut straight down too. So look at that. Our table knife glides through tough leather like it's not even there, right? So Uncle Luis, is that pretty impressive?
Pretty impressive, nephew.
Oh my gosh, well, Uncle Isaiah, since we're doing a live demo, we got to see how this table knife works, right? So he's been holding the table knife the whole time while we were doing that, right? And we're sitting next to each other, like let's pretend we're sitting next to each other, right? And you know, I'm like, all right, so we're gonna start off with your like this steak knife right here, right? And let's see how this works. I brought some chopped leather along today. Just go ahead and like hold out the steak knife for me, just like this, like you're gonna stab me in the chest, but don't do that, please. And we'll see how this works, right? And I'll do the cutting for you, and you literally just like draw it back and forth like the video. So there we go, so I can see. You just draw up and out, and you kind of emphasize how it makes that like rough noise, right? Like how it's like catching and tearing. And then you're like, all right, so this is a Cutco table knife. Hold it out just like this. Let's see if it works any better.
What's going on over there?
Right, like this is crazy, right? Like this is awesome, right? And then you double it up, and it's just like, oh my gosh, right? Like, wow, like Uncle Isaiah, is that pretty cool? That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Right? Well, let's see if it works just the same way. So you know how most steak knives, right? Would you say your typical piece of steak is like 4 strips of leather thick? Would you say?
Probably like 4.
Like 4 or 5 strips or something, right? So you stack up a few pieces if you're doing a live demo. And you're like, check this out. You know, most of the time with a steak knife, if you press down really hard, it doesn't really go anywhere because you have to go back and forth. You end up with like a little indent on your fingers. You don't end up cutting through anything, right? But with our table knife, I'm not going to cheat. I'm going to move over to the side. You actually just take 2 fingers and press straight down, and it cuts right through 5 strips of leather just like that, right? So it's just amazing how our table knives work, right? So Uncle Isaiah, do you think that'll save you some time in your kitchen? Yeah,
my wife's cooking.
Exactly, right? No stringy asparagus anymore, right? When you try to cut through your asparagus, it gets all stringy because the knife is like ripping it up and catching on the fibers. Now it's like just glides right through. Like literally everything in the kitchen, right? So how easy it is to cut through leather with our table knife, like that is a big selling point. They're like, wow, like they're like, I want a set of table knives at least, right? And so this is why we want to show everything, be enthusiastic about everything, because everything's high quality. People use this on a daily basis. Like Mr. Johannes, don't people use table knives for literally every meal, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So wouldn't it be nice to have table knives?
Is being recorded.
Yeah, like that'd be awesome, right? So then the next thing we do is go over steak knives. So we just keep reading our manual and go to the next slide. And we say, we've had table knives for 70 plus years, but for customers who like the feel of a larger steakhouse style steak knife, and everyone in your manual, go ahead and write in there Texas size table knife, because we're in Texas, right? Or a Texas size table knife of a larger Texas size table knife or a steak knife. We have 2 larger sets called the signature set and the ultimate set that come with that option. So let me play this video for you. Check this out. Oh my gosh. So Uncle Caleb, when you have a nice steak, wouldn't it be nice to have like a 5-star restaurant steak knife in your house where you can literally just glide through your steak like this, and it looks all fancy when company comes over? What do you think, man?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, awesome. And, oh, my bad. You said you were a vegetarian. That's okay. You can still use the steak knives for like, you know, all your vegetables, like cucumbers and all that stuff. So, but,
Yeah.
you know, so like literally just tailor it to your customer. If they are not a meat eater, just skip over that.
We eat the impossible meat.
Yeah, exactly. The impossible meat, right? The impossible Whopper, right? It's, yeah, so, and then you just keep reading your manual after the video plays and say, all right, so Mrs. Jones, it would be dangerous to have really sharp knives just floating in the drawer, right? Our sets come with a solid oak wood block, which looks great on the counter. We also have storage trays for the drawer, or they can be hung up on the wall. Our sets come with a free cutting board. It's actually important to use a soft plastic cutting board as well, because glass, granite, marble cutting boards, they're way too hard. They'll dull out your knives. Let me go to the next slide here and show you this. So to complement your homemaker set, we have we also have incredible kitchen tools and gadgets. The 5-piece kitchen tool set matches the rest of your set and comes in a wood block for easy storage. And our 4-piece entertainer pack has comfort grip handles and is, of course, forever guaranteed. So let me go to the next slide here and show you these gadgets. So it comes with our 4 most popular gadgets all in one pack. Let's see them in action, starting with the peeler. Here we go. Oh, done.
Cutco vegetable peeler. Friends, today we're going to talk about the Cutco vegetable peeler. So a little bit about our vegetable peeler. It has a rubberized handle, which makes it really easy to hold onto when you're cutting with your slippery fruits and vegetables. It has this eye remover right up here at the top. If you have a yucky part of your potato that you really need to get out, get it out of there, right? Okay, and the other really cool thing about our Cutco vegetable peeler is that it has a dual-sided blade, so it's good for right or left-handed holders.
Lefties can use
And
it too.
let me just show you how easy and how fabulous this cuts. Isn't that awesome?
Wow.
Cutco vegetable peeler.
That is awesome, right? It peels in both directions. Most peelers are freaking horrible quality, right? And this one rocks. And then you never have to pay for a peeler ever again. Next is our ice cream scoop. Oh my gosh, check this out. It's actually made out of zinc, which transfers heat quickly, meaning that it will actually melt your ice cream as you cut into it. So it's also great for getting the seeds out of melon as well. But do you see how that works in the video there? Look at that. It's just like gliding right through, like melting that rock hard ice cream as it goes right there. And then next is our pizza cutter. Aunt Caitlin, check this out. The blade comes out for easy cleaning. It's great for quesadillas, brownies, lemon squares as well. Check this out right here. This is pretty impressive because a lot of pizza cutters, I don't even
Have you
know.
guys seen the Cutco pizza cutter? This is a amazing tool, ergonomically designed to fit in any hand. And guess what? We just made this great pizza, getting ready to serve it. This pizza cutter goes right through it.
It's not sharp, so the kids can use it too. It's just a hard
just
blade
like
that
all
goes
of the
through the
Cutco
pizza.
products. You let the tool do the work for you.
Yes. This is the
And as
coolest
we
part right
always
here,
talk
which is-
about with each of the Cutco products, the design and technology is to address different problems within the kitchen. So now that our blade is dirty, it's time to clean it. Well, guess what? Cutco thought of everything. The blade
Oh my
comes out
gosh,
for
drop
easy
the
cleaning.
mic. Hey, Uncle Luis, now you can get that 5-year-old cheese out of your pizza cutter. You can find it in the other. I was kidding. No, I was just kidding. All right, so obviously that is freaking sweet, right? We patented that design. And then last but not least is the cheese knife. It has holes so the cheese doesn't stick to it. In fact, Uncle Luis, do you ever cut through potatoes at all?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Well, it's also great for potatoes and sweet potatoes when they're raw, or apples and cheeses. This thing is awesome. Check out this video. In fact, Uncle Luis, I actually heard that this knife is so holy, you can only use it on Sundays, bro. No, I'm just kidding. The holes are just so that the cheese doesn't stick to it, bro. But I thought I'd crack a little cheesy joke for you. But look at how it goes through that tomato, man. I mean, that potato. Watch this instant replay right here. Woo, now they look at it just glide through that potato. It's just like, it's not even there, right? You know. And then we got tomatoes. This is some Gouda cheese. Nothing sticking to the Gouda cheese because the holes in the blade allow air to get in there, right? That's some summer sausage or something, right? Boom, right? These things are awesome. And that's it, right? So literally, y'all, I just did 80% of the job right there, like 70 to 80% of the job. Unmute yourselves. Like, what stood out to y'all about that demo? Like,
Ice cream scooper, because you guys sit there and let the ice cream sit out for like 5 minutes before you can scoop it out.
yeah, well,
That was really impressive.
such a waste of time, right? Like now you got our ice cream scooper. It's like melt, like awesome. And by the way, if you ever get a chance to hold our ice cream scooper, it's like heavy enough to defend the house. Like it's like the thing is like you can throw it at the kid and like they're going to the ER, right? Like the thing is like it's dangerous. Like it's solid, right? It's got solid metal all the way through the handle. It will not bend at all. Like it is a solid chunk of metal. Anything else?
Better to me most because me and my children eat a lot of pizza, and like the fact that it can come apart so you can clean. I was like, whoa, that's really cool.
Yeah, right. When we think of the customer, right? This is what's cool about us being a big corporation. We actually have responded to our customers and listened to their requests. They actually requested all this stuff, and that's why we made these things, right? So, like, and did anyone else notice how simple the demo was?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. I hope that stood out to you, right? Was I just reading from my manual the whole time? Yeah, I cracked a few cheesy jokes. Yeah, whatever, right? But like I was just reading from my manual, right? And I was clicking a next button on a slideshow. Like, that's how easy this is, right? Like, so raise your hand if you can read at a 4th grade level. Please tell me you can read at a 4th grade level. Okay, thank God. Okay. And I guess raise your hand if you can click a next button on a slideshow and share your screen on Zoom. Not too hard, right? Easy, right? That's how easy the demo is, right? You know, this is why, you know, now don't read the script like a robot though, right? And maybe keep it like right under your camera so you aren't looking too far down or something, right? But it's not that hard to read it. And if you're with a customer live, I always like to do this when I was sitting next to him with the demo board in between us and my computer here. I didn't have to deal with Zoom, right? I just was going through the slideshow on the website. I would just like cross my leg like this and then just like put my manual here. So it was kind of like masked a little by my leg, but like I could just be relaxed, right? And leaning back, right? Because we don't want to be like up in our customers, right? You know, right? You know, like, but we just want to be relaxed because the demo is relaxing, right? Like it was kind of fun, right? I mean, yeah. Like Julie, if you were to do this for a living, would that be kind of fun? Oh yeah.
That'd be kind of fun. That'd be
kind of fun, right? Like you're literally just showing knives and cutting up food.
Yeah.
Like, it's fun, right? So this job is fun. It's easy. This is why we go through the manual like this, because like, yeah, I mean, you can practice this until the cows come home, but it's really not that hard. As long as you smile, cut food, and or show the videos of cutting food and have some fun, you're gonna make some sales. So it's that simple, right? So Ethen, you want to take it away? You want to throw it back over to you? Not as easy as it is.
Thank you.
So my notes say from 2:10 to 2:20, we take a 10-minute break here. So if that's cool with you guys, that's what we're going to do. It's 2:09 at 2:20, same thing. Be staring back in front of your screen. When you guys come back, we're going to go through everything else that's out there on the market, what it all costs, what it looks like. You're going to learn through all of that stuff. So take a little break for 10 minutes. Ready, set. I want you to write down the word value.
This meeting is being recorded.
Write down the word value. That is the premise of today. It is the most important part of sales, and it's the only thing that matters when it comes to selling a product is value. So what is value? What does the word value mean?
Of worth.
Worth. That works. What else? Give me other ideas.
What is important?
What's important? What's worth? What's important? So it's quality versus price, right? What you get for what you pay. Summed up pretty well. The higher the value is for something, right? The price can be wherever we want it to be. The higher the value is, the easier decision it is to buy something, right? So your first major lesson in marketing and sales here is the price of Cutco. The price of Cutco is right here. I'm going to teach you guys to sell it over the course of the next 2 days. Trey's going to have the same price that Isaiah has, that I sell it for. Everybody sells Cutco for the same price, right? So the price is here. The value is up here. What you get for what you pay is much more, right? Miss Cindy Sanders told us that. She told me, and I believe it very, very heavily too. So your first major lesson is that you don't have to go sell Cutco. Cutco sells Cutco. The product sells itself. So as long as you go out there and do three things, follow the manual, cut food, have fun. If you do those three things, you'll actually build value in the product. You'll actually have positive things happen. And that's what I need you guys to do. So follow the manual, cut food, have fun. You'll make it an easier decision to buy. Here's what you have to write down next in your notes though. You got value? Got some notes on that? Right, price doesn't matter. Price doesn't matter. Everyone has money to spend. They just spend it on different things. Compare this really quick. Marker, red marker, costs $2,000. Do you buy it?
No.
Probably not. Why?
Not enough value.
Not enough value. It costs too much. What? It's too
money.
Too expensive, right? Costs too much money. If I drive a 2023 brand new Ferrari outside that window right now and I go, will you buy that for $2,000? Do you do it?
Yes.
$2,000 was just too much money and too expensive. But now it's not. What changed?
What you get.
Value, right? What you get. If your refrigerator broke today, what would mom go do?
Buy another one.
If all four tires on your dad's car busted on the way to work today.
New tires.
Or new tires, $250 each. That's $1,000. Does he do it?
Oh yeah.
Fine. Where's the value?
Because you need
Way
to-
above the price, right? Way above the price. That's the important. So as we go through this stuff, by the way, it's important to realize that you aren't our target market. Our customers are moms who own homes. Their budgets and their savings are way different than yours. You have to put yourself in their shoes, not think like a college student. Don't get caught up on the root beer and pizza diet. Like, don't get caught up on that budget. Homeowners' expenses are way different than what ours are, what yours are. So we're going to go through this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video. The video I'm playing, it's of the guy's name is Drew Frank. He's the #1 manager in vector marketing history. So these silver cups, I just worked really hard all year to get one. Drew has 25 of them. So he's won 25 of them. Yeah, and we made them out like they were a big deal. And he has just like a billion of them. He's going to walk you through this. It's only about 20 minutes. It's not very long. He's going to walk through what else is out there on the market, what other knives are out there, how much they cost, everything like that. Take notes on this. I want you to have like a full page of notes for it. Once it's over, we'll come back. We'll go through what else is out there. We'll go through what other things cost, other things for the home, and some basic things like that. So here's Drew. Take some notes. Pay attention. I'll be back shortly. Maybe I won't even get to play this. Maybe I'll just have to talk for too long. I'm gonna give it a couple seconds. There's one more shot. One more whirl. That's it. All right, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it, guys.
Well, I want to introduce you to Ray. Ray just started
Oh,
last week.
here's Ray.
Ray, what's your favorite thing about Cutco so far? My favorite thing about Cutco is doing the demos, eating the food and showing the product. It's really easy to say. Was it easier to sell than you thought it was going to be?
Ethan, hold up 1 second. Can you pause it?
What did they tell you they were going to buy? Oh, nobody ever said they were going to buy. What did they
Ethan, 1 second, pause it real quick.
Your first 2 cents got double it also. So right in that first promotion.
Ethan, Ethan, can you hear me? Can you pause it for a second?
They're really going to help. And honestly, if you read the manual, if you read the manual, you're going to get a sale.
All right.
Ethan, can you turn it up a little bit?
Let's talk about all the other brands.
What was that?
Can you turn it up a little bit?
Yes.
Out there, I'm going to show you how Cutco compares. Now, we're going to start off with one that's a junk knife. It's a really horrible, crappy, terrible knife. But we talk about it, it's very popular. The other ones that we're going to talk about are the 3 most popular brands in stores. So the first one we're going to talk about is called Chicago Cutlery. So I want you to grab a fresh page of notes, and I want you to write down Chicago. Now, it's important to understand that our customers are on a homeowner's budget.
You can just tap those 3 dots. Right?
Customers are on a homeowner's budget, and you are on a college student budget. And when you buy something
home, it doesn't cost hundreds, it costs what? Thousands. Things for the home cost thousands, they don't cost hundreds. So it's important to understand your customer's position, and it's also important to not be surprised when you hear the prices. We're gonna be talking about knife sets and our competitors. They're in the $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, even $4,000 range. Even though it's going to be surprising to you at first, realize that's just a normal everyday expense for a homeowner. For you, that's a lot of freaking money, right? But for them, it's pretty average, pretty normal, and this won't surprise them at all. Most of you just haven't shopped for these types of things before. So we're going to compare the top brands in stores. The first one's called Chicago Cutlery. Where do you think it's made? Chicago. All right, it's made in China. Chicago Cutlery is made in China. Does this look familiar to everybody? Anybody? Okay, this is a Chicago Cutlery knife, okay? There are also Chicago Cutlery knives that have metal handles. Most Chicago Cutlery knives are wooden. This is their like standard normal one. They do have some with plastic, they do have some with metal, but this is their normal one, their top of the line one. Now, every knife company has different qualities. They have low quality, medium quality, and high quality stuff. Why do different companies have different qualities? Different markets, different prices. So if somebody doesn't have a whole lot of money, they're gonna go to a store and they're gonna buy it based on what? Price. Okay, if they have a higher budget, they're gonna get a better quality one. People buy based on price. Now, when you go to a store to buy knives, is there anyone there to educate you on the knives? No, there's nobody there explaining the differences. It's just some lady that works at, Williams-Sonoma or the department store, and she says, oh, well, this is nice, and this is nice too, right? So she doesn't really know anything about knives. Also, can you try it out before you use it? Can you pull out a cutting board and a tomato and start chopping stuff up? Do you have a 15-day trial? Can you put on a 5-pay?
Popular way to buy
No.
knives.
So when people buy knives, they buy it based on price. So every company has different qualities so they can cater to different budgets. There's low quality, medium quality, and high quality stuff. For Chicago, this is their most popular. Cutco only has one quality. Why do you think we only have one quality? It's the best. We're not going to make Cutco with plastic handles because then we'd have to call it Crapco. So we only make one quality, and it's the best. We'd rather somebody have one Cutco knife than a whole set of something else. Okay, so we will never sacrifice our quality for price. All right, so Chicago Cutlery, it doesn't compare to Cutco, but the reason why we talk about it is because it's popular. It's really cheap. Okay, it's one of the cheaper sets. It's the best of the worst, basically. It's the most popular junk knife, and if you're going to spend like just a little bit of money on knives, and if you don't want to spend any money, get Chicago because it's just super cheap. That's what most people think. Right? So you're going to run into a lot of people in Chicago. Who here has Chicago at home? Okay, it's the most popular junk knife out there. It's just like all the knives we talked about yesterday. What types of handles? Wooden handles. What do you know about wooden handles? Disgusting. Gross face, right? What kind of rivets? What do you know about brass rivets? Yep, all the stuff gets inside. They pop out. What type of steel? Stainless. What do you know about stainless steel? Soft, so it's going to go what? Also, what type of edge? So what's going to happen? Does this have any guarantee? No guarantee. How long is it going to last? 2 years. Yep, it's going to stay sharp for maybe 2 months, right? But 2 years, and then it's to replace it. So the price of the Chicago set, now I'm going to tell you the prices of the sets that compare to the Homemaker Plus 8, so the same size set. Now, our Homemaker set, it's just your basic average set of knives, right? Every company has a set that looks just like this. This is just your normal size set, 10 pieces, 8 table knives, 8 steak knives. It's just pretty standard. So the Chicago set that compares to the Homemaker Plus 8
Got this down.
is right around $250. Sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less, but right around $250. Now, that's really cheap for knives. Now, some of you are thinking, man, that's the cheapest stuff out there. That's the horrible stuff, and it's still $250. Yeah, it's what costs, things cost money. You pay for what you get. It's the cheap set. That's like pocket change for a set of knives, okay? $250 is really nothing for knives. Again, we're comparing to homeowners today, not to college student budgets. All right, the next brand that we're going to talk about is called Henckels. Henckels. It's called Henckels. Henckels has different qualities. They are the #1 most popular brand in stores. They are the #1 selling knife in stores. They sell about $50 million a year. Cutco is $250, right? So much bigger, but in stores, they rock, okay? They're #1 in stores. It's a really solid brand. They've been around since the 1700s, so it's very popular. Most of your customers have heard of Henckels before. It's a really, it's a household name. Everybody's heard of it. There are different qualities, though. There's low quality, there's medium quality, and there's high quality stuff. You can go to Target or like a really, junky store, and you could buy a set of Henckels that looks like this, okay? This is their lowest quality. It's called Henckels International. It's made overseas. It's not made in Germany where their top stuff is produced. It's just a really crappy set. It's got plastic handles, stainless steel. This knife is actually cheaper than Chicago. Cheaper than Chicago. It's about the same price. Why do they make crappy knives? Why do you think Henckels, the #1 brand in stores, the highest quality in stores, why do you think they make a low quality set? Budget. They want to sell, right? And they're selling the brand. This knife, though, it's just like any other crappy knife that you buy in Target or Walmart. Okay, it's just a junk knife. But some people might say, Kiana, I have Henckels. I've got the best stuff out there. But if they have this Henckels knife, this is like, dollar store quality. Okay, it's going to fall apart in a week. Now, how do you tell the difference between a good Henckels knife and a bad Henckels knife? It's the logo, okay? The logo. What you'll notice is that on the knives, there is a logo with a little guy on it. If it has one guy, the one on the bottom has one little guy on it. I'm going to pass these around so you can see, but it has one little guy standing with a spear. If it has one guy, low quality. If it has two guys dancing together, that's high quality. One guy equals bad, two guys equals good. So if you have a customer that owns a set of 2-guy Henckels, it means that they spent over $1,000 on it. You can't buy a set of 2-guy Henckels for less than $1,000. That's like the mark for a high quality knife or a good quality knife is $1,000. Now anything with 1-guy Henckels is lower than $1,000. It means it's garbage. It means it's not very good quality. It can't compare to Cutco at all. So when somebody says I have Henckels, but they have a 1-guy Henckels set, it's just like a Chicago knife. It's just like any other junk knife. But if they have 2 guys, it means they spend a lot of money on it. The only one that compares to Cutco at all, even though nobody compares to Cutco, but the only one that would compare to Cutco is called their Twin Cuisine. Twisine. It's their Twin Cuisine model. That's their top of the line. So the Henckels Twin Cuisine is the best. This one is made in Germany. All their other ones are made overseas in different countries, but their top of the line ones are made in Germany. It's a very, very good brand. It's really solid. It's got great materials. They have good steel. They have decent craftsmanship. It's a solid knife. The price for the Henckels set for the Twin Cuisine is right around $2,000. The list price is right around $2,300, but let's just call it $2,000 just to make it easier. So $2,000 for the Henckels Twin Cuisine. Now, for that price, it's worth it for how long it's going to last. It's going to last about 10 years, maybe 15 if they take really good care of it. There are some differences between Henckels and Cutco. There are some minor differences. For example, on the Henckels brochure, it says Henckels knives are dishwasher safe, but it's got a little asterisk next to it. And on the bottom of the brochure, next to the asterisk, it says not recommended. So they say dishwasher safe, but not recommended because it's not covered under the guarantee, and they don't trust their knives in the dishwasher. But it's dishwasher safe. All right, so there are little differences like that. There are 2 major differences that I want you to write down. The first major difference with Henckels is that Henckels knives are all straight edges, so they come with one of these. What is this? Sharpener. So they expect their customers to do what? Do you think most customers know how to sharpen their own knives? No. Even if they think they do you think they do it the right way? Or do you think they do it as often as they should? You're supposed to sharpen a straight edge knife every time you use it. It's pretty useless. It comes in their set, but they don't even recommend to use it. The Henkel's brochure says you can use the sharpening rod, but we recommend taking it to a professional what? Sharpener. Costs anywhere from $40 to $60 to sharpen a set of knives. Okay, maybe 30 if you get a good deal. But if you have to sharpen it a couple times a year, it's like $100 a year to keep your knife sharp. Over 10 years, it's $1,000 just to keep your knife sharp. It's a lot of money. All high quality knives have straight edges. All of our competitors, every single one, the best stuff out there, they're all straight edges. So what happens is Mrs. Jones goes to the store and she drops $2,000 on this set of Henkels. It's a really good knife. It's going to be sharp. It's a great knife as long as they keep it sharp. But does anybody use that sharpening stone that Isaiah's talking about? No, most of your customers don't even know what that is. They wouldn't know how to use it, and they wouldn't do it as often as they should. So most customers, they go out, they spend $2,000, they swipe their credit card. Can they put it on a 5-pay? No. Can they try it out first? No. Can they return it if they don't like it? No. $2,000 dropped, and then they use it after a month or two. This knife right here, okay, this Henkel's knife, which is part of a $2,000 set, compared to this Chicago knife, they look the same, right? They cut the same too. Why? Because we don't sharpen it all the time. And if you don't sharpen this all the time, they're going to be the same they're going to have the same effectiveness. So this is $200, this is $2,000. But they're going to do the same job. So what happens is most customers, they end up spending $2,000 on a Chicago knife with a Henkel's logo on it. Does that make sense? So that's the big misconception with high quality knives. The second major difference is the guarantee. Henkel's has a warranty on defects. A warranty on defects. What does that mean? What's a warranty on defects mean? If the manufacturer, if it was made incorrectly, then it'll be replaced. Do you think they ever make it incorrectly? No, it's a knife. So it's only manufacturer's defects. As long as it's made correctly, there's no guarantee. So basically, they have no guarantee. So just based on the edges alone and the guarantee, so the edges and the guarantee together, would you agree that Cutco is at least twice as good as Henkel's? I would say it's 10 times good. When something offers twice the quality and twice the value, what does it ask for in price? Twice the price. Just, yeah, you pay for what you get, right? In kitchen knives, that's what happens. All right, so that's Henkel's. The next one is called Wusthof. Wusthof is very, very, very similar to Henkel's. It's almost the same knife, the same style. They're a little bit better quality. Henkel's been around longer, so it's more popular, but Wusthof is actually a better set. It's the same thing, though, because it's got different qualities. You can buy a Wusthof, like this is called the Wusthof Grand Prix. Now, somebody might buy this for a couple $100 and think, I've got Wusthof, but this is just a junky knife. This is like a Chicago knife, but it's got the Wusthof name on it. But if they buy the good one, it's going to be high quality. The good one is called the Icon Blackwood, I-K-O-N Blackwood. And that's their top of the line. That's the only one that compares to Cutco. If I didn't have Cutco, I'd get the Wusthof Icon Blackwood. It's a great set. It's going to last 10 to 15 years if they keep it in good shape. The only difference is the same as Henkel's. It's got straight edges, so what do I have to do all the time? Sharpen it. It's going to go dull pretty quickly, and then it's got no guarantee. So it's the same thing as Henkel's. It's got no guarantee and straight edges. Now the Wusthof set is $3,325. Now they can get it on sale for less. I've seen some really incredible sale prices that they can get it for right at $2,000, and that for that price, it's a steal. It's a really good set. Very, very high quality set. If I didn't have Cutco, I definitely have Wusthof. It's an awesome, awesome knife. $3,325, $2,000 on sale. That's the Icon Blackwood. Now the next one is called Shun. Shun, by the way, Wusthof is a German brand also. Shun is a Japanese brand. It's very, very popular. It's more expensive. It's about $4,300 for the Shun set. Same thing as Wusthof and Henkel's though. It's got straight edges and no guarantee. This is the Shun Kaji. This is the one that's compared to the Cutco set. Doesn't it look like the Homemaker? Right, it's got the this one only has 6 table knives, but ours has 8. Either way, it's about the same size set. It's $4,085 on sale for $2,700. This is the Wusthof Gourmet. The Wusthof Gourmet has stainless steel handles and plastic handles. It's not very good. It's still $1,000. Why? Because they're selling the name. Based on just the guarantees alone, would you agree that Cutco is at least twice as good as Henkel's? Yeah. So when something offers twice the quality, twice the value, you're talking twice the price. So we're going to base it off of the. We're actually going to base it off of the Wusthof set off the sale price though. Twice the quality, twice the value, you're talking twice the price. That's $39.99 for a comparable set of Cutco to that Wusthof set. Logically, does that make sense? Yeah, okay. So let's talk about high quality. Because when I first started, I was like, holy moly, it's a lot of money. I just didn't get it. Like if you gave me $4,000, I'd roll around naked in $4,000. I mean, like I wouldn't buy kitchen knives. I would go and spend it on anything else, right? Because I was 18, I was in the market. So it's important to put yourself in your customer's shoes. Now, which one's the most expensive one up here? Think outside the box. Which one's the most expensive? Okay, Chicago's the most expensive. Why? Replace. If you have to replace it every 2 years, over 40 years, it's 20 replacements. 250 times 20 is $5,000. Now you're gonna have to spend a couple. You're gonna have to replace your Henkel's and your Wusthof a couple times too. Essentially, it's gonna come out to the same. If you buy cheap knives or if you buy good quality knives, they cost the same amount over time. At first, the cheap knives are cheaper, right? So that's why people get into the habit. But it's just gonna add up. Has anybody ever had that before, where you buy something like over and over and over again, and eventually you're like, man, this is getting expensive, right? So that's what happens with cheap knives. It's just as easy to sell your customers a set of Cutco if they have Chicago or if they have two-guy Henkel's or Wusthof. When people have high quality knives, they get it, they understand it, they appreciate the value, and if they've spent the money before, will they spend the money again? Yeah, absolutely. So it's really easy. Actually, my best customers were the ones that had Schoen and Wusthof and Henkel's because they already understood it. So I didn't have to sell them on value. They just got it. And they're like, well, Cutco's better. I might as well get that. Okay. Or they can, the people that have Chicago and junky knives, they have crappy knives and they don't want to, buy their knives over and over and over again. So it's really easy to sell somebody whether they have a good set or a low quality set. You can't get a good set of knives for under $1,000. 1,000 is good. 2,000 is great. 3,000 plus is the best. That's just how knives work. It's just, and again, as Yusuf said, your customers aren't going to be surprised. I want you to think about this though, because the cheap knives, let's say you buy a cheap knife from Walmart, like a $20 cheap knife from Walmart. Who's got the cheap $20 Walmart knives at home? Okay. Now, do you just have one knife? No. How many do you have? You have a whole drawer full of them. So I want you to go home, and when you go home today, I want you to look at all those cheap knives. And every time you look at a knife, I want you to point to it, and I want you to say 20. Because that cheap $20 Walmart knife, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, that drawer is probably $400 or $500 worth of cheap Walmart knives. And they have to keep on getting recycled and replaced every couple of years. So every couple of years, you're recycling that. It's like $500 every couple of years. Does that make sense? So even your customers that are on super low budget, even your brokest of broke customers, they have a drawer full of $500 worth of crap. So can everybody afford good quality knives? Yeah, it's just a matter of perspective. That's what the point of your demo is, to show them and help them understand the importance of buying good quality knives. So every time you see a junk knife, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, it adds up pretty quickly. So just keep that in mind. It pays to get high quality stuff because it's safer and it's more efficient. Let's compare Cutco to Henkel's. Henkel's has good handles. They have good handles. Cutco has thermoresin handles. Is it more expensive to use thermoresin? Why is it worth it? Dishwasher safe and durable. Okay. How about the wedge lock design? Is it more expensive to have wedge lock design? Why is it worth it though? It's safer, more comfortable. Exactly. How about the steel? Henkel's has good steel. Their steel, the grade of steel is 420A. Does anyone remember what the grade of Cutco is? So it's one grade higher. They have good steel. We have great steel. Is it more expensive to have great steel? Why is it worth it? Lasts longer. Exactly. It's durable. It looks shiny and nice and new. Like this is shiny, sort of. This is really shiny. They have straight edges. Cutco has double D edge. The double D edge, do you remember from the video from your interview where it had the granite spinning wheels that were cutting the double D edge into the knife? The granite spinning wheel has crushed diamonds in it. Each wheel costs $9,000. They have, I don't even know how many wheels they have, obviously for all the different stations where they're putting on handmade double D edges onto the knives. It's a lot of money just to put the double D edge on. Is it worth it? Yeah. Forever guarantee. Is it more expensive? Yeah. Why is it worth it? Better quality, and it's going to last what? Forever. You never have to buy knives ever again. So it costs a lot more to make a Cutco knife. So naturally more expensive, but it's worth it to the customer because they never buy knives ever again in their entire life. So very, very important to understand that. Also, there are 31 steps in the manufacturing process for Cutco. Most knife companies have less than half of that many steps. It takes 2 full weeks to make a Cutco knife. Now, we have a lot in stock. Don't worry, they get it quicker. But it takes 2 full weeks for a Cutco knife to be made. We take so much pride and so much care in making our product. It's American made. Is that more expensive? Yeah, if you pay American factory workers a lot of money. The average factory worker in the Cutco factory has been there for over 20 years. It's a long time. A lot of experience. It's handmade. It's handmade. It's the best quality in the world. So it's more expensive. Is it okay to pay more for good quality products? Yeah. Has anybody ever spent a lot of money on something that you really appreciated, and every time you looked at it, wore it, felt it, used it, whatever, you really thanked yourself over and over? Has anybody ever bought something really cheap and then you regretted it like a day later or right after you bought it? Yeah. So it pays to get good stuff. Now,
I think you're on mute, Caleb. I mean, Ethan.
Well, you guys should have been listening closer. All right. That you guys learned something though?
Yep. Yes.
What'd you learn?
A lot about the competitors and how Cutco stacks up against them in terms of quality and worth.
Hopefully you learned this. Write this down. Buy it nice or buy it twice. Buy it nice or buy it twice. Did you hear that? I mean, summed up in like one sentence. All right, let's talk about budgets, spending habits. Let's put price into perspective for a second. Buy it nice or buy it twice, right? So you're in a different market than your customers. It's important to understand the difference between budgets and spending habits. You remember when you were in elementary school and grandma gave you $5. How did you feel? Good. Yeah, you
Really
felt
good.
rich, right? You had it going
On top of the world.
on top. Exactly. You had money, right? You could do whatever you want. But then you go off to middle school, $5 doesn't really cut it anymore, right? But if you get $20 in middle school, how do you feel?
Great.
Yeah, right. You got movies, food, you're golden, right? You can do a couple of things. And high school comes around, $20. What do you need?
McDonald's.
Gas.
Give me a Benjamin. Give me something that's worth it, right? We'll take the 20, but what do we want? We want 100. Then Go off to your first year at college, $100, right? In college, doesn't really do a whole lot for you, but somebody gives you $1,000 your freshman year of college, you're like, I'm rolling, right? I'm moving. Then graduate college, $1,000, you get an apartment that takes care of
Rent.
the security deposit, not even rent, right? Like you still have to do rent. It's the security deposit. Then a couple of years go by after that, you're buying your first house, even a cheap, crappy $100,000 house. Do you guys know what percent people put down on a house? What percent?
20%.
10 to 20 is normal. 15 is kind of where people hang out at. So if you think of people putting down 10% on a cheap, crappy $100,000 house, 10% of 100 grand, 10 grand, right? And you know somebody who might put 20% down on a $300,000, $400,000 house. And the bigger houses, the $8-9 million homes, right? Those sets of knives we just showed you sell a lot. Let's put it that way. Those Wusthof and Hinkels, they sell and they sell a lot. It's not a fake set we just made up for you. Like, hey, let me show you. Like, it's a real thing, and people buy the crap out of them because it's kind of a joke for some of them, right? Like, because it's not really that big of a deal. So you have to understand your financial situation is different than what theirs is. Any of your family shop at Costco? Oh, we got a couple nods. So it's like family shops at Costco. Think about this when you were growing up. Mom rolls through that line, right? She goes through, she has the cart. Beep, 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 keeps going, right? Keeps adding stuff. She has everything on there. She goes through the line at HEB or Costco. It rings up on the register. Every time she scans something, it adds something to that price. How much does it cost for family to go to Costco? How much does your family cost?
Hundreds?
350.
Yeah.
$100.
Definitely hundreds.
Hundreds, right? 2, 3, 4. My mom had a family. It was 3. She had 3 boys. It was me and my 2. Like for 3 boys and her and my dad, it was $500 every week. And that's every week, right? Remember, your mom does that every time she goes to the store. Because is $500 really that much money to a homeowner?
No.
What you spend money on is different than what homeowners spend their money on. And some of the things that you buy, they crazy. Some of the things that they buy, you know they're crazy for getting too. So what you spend your money on, I want you to write something down. And if you can't play along with me for this, you suck, and start playing around more. This is for the fun of it. So write something down. I want you to write it down. Think, brainstorm. It can be something funny. It can be something true. I mean, whatever. I want you to write something down, something you spend a ton of money on, just a lot of money that your parents thought you were crazy for buying. Something that you could have bought high quality. Maybe it was like the nice pair of sunglasses. Maybe it was a phone. Maybe it was a game console. I don't know what it could have been, but something that you spent a ton of money on that your parents or your mom or your dad thought you were crazy. Not just discounted or good deals or sales. Something you spent a lot of money on. Or by the way, something you bought repetitively over and over and over again that you could have just bought decent the one time. And I want you to write some down, whatever it is. Play along with me. Have some fun with it. All right, Trey, what'd you write down?
I had food, technology, and then like gifts for girls.
Technology. I'm gonna hang up on that one.
Yeah.
How much you spend on technology?
Thousands past few years.
On what?
I got a gaming console. I got a MacBook. Got an iPhone 13. Watch, Apple Watch.
What you got?
Well, I have an Xbox. I got a PC. I'm gonna say PC.
Oh, you got a PC?
Yes.
It's nice. Did you like custom build it or something?
Nah, I just got a pre-built.
Okay.
Nothing crazy.
All right. How much it cost? Like $1,000, a couple grand?
700 for the PC, and then about $1,000 for the monitor and all that.
Okay, cool. So you're talking 17. Well, yeah, no, but that's how much they go. By the way, so real quick, this is the point of it. Anybody think that's a little much to spend on a like something to play games on? By the way, I do. I think you're crazy. I don't play.
You get a Chromebook for $250.
But how do you feel when you use that PC and you get to use that for your video games and everything else that you get to?
Fantastic.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
Because you can sit there and we can say there's $250 whatever Google or Chromebook. Yeah, Chromebook. Or you can get that one. But what's the difference, right? It's what you're in the market for. And that's kind of what we're doing. What'd you put down here?
But Xbox and shoes.
Xbox, there we go. That works too. Shoes. By the way, the shoes one. So how much you spend on shoes?
Spend a couple grand on a pair.
God, on a pair every couple of months. You buy a shoe? All right, I'm just wondering. So this is the one my older brother worked at. He sold shoes. Like he worked at Finish Line, and then he worked at another shoe store for a little bit. He ran a Finish Line in Lubbock, Texas, and he literally collects shoes. Like he came. I was watching his dog last week. He comes and he shows me this pair of shoes, and he pulls them out of the box. And to me, they're just shoes. They're nothing special, but they're shoes. And literally, he's like, "We just spent $700 on them." And I like oh, geez, why'd you do that? And then his wife literally is just like, "Hey, we're gonna resell them for like $1,000." And I'm like, all right, I get that. Like that's this thing. But it's like for me to sit here and hear $1,000 shoes, it's like, where are my $20 ones? Like, what are you talking about? Right? Like, and it's just kind of different markets, right? But how do you feel when you wear those nice shoes?
I mean, I don't really wear them, I just resell them.
So you're just reselling them too. He's making the money on them. Do you wear them once and then resell them, or you just
It
resell them?
depends what they are.
Yeah, I guess so.
Still wear 'em, but
I guess that makes sense. All right, who else do I want to? Luis, what do you spend too much money on?
I was gonna say shoes, but on top of that, I do MMA, and so like there's a lot of equipment involved, like gloves and like shin guards and like headgear, like all that stuff. And so like
money.
Yeah, go ahead.
Any sport,
Yeah.
it's a lot of money.
Yeah, and I like getting like the nice things too, you know. It's like, and there's like a lot of stuff that I have to get, and so like my parents are like always getting on to me for that, but like it's nice.
Yeah, you spend like $1,000 on MMA equipment, and they're like yelling at you, aren't they?
Pretty much, yeah. But I mean, it lasts, so
Exactly, right? Because you can get the crappy ones, but you'd have to buy them over and over again. And the point of me showing you guys this, and I could go through all of you if I really wanted to, but the point of me telling you this is to kind of get right that people spend this money. Everyone's in the same market. They just need to spend it on different things, right? Like I spend way too much money on movie posters. Like that's what I spend a lot of money on. I just decorate everything with movie posters. It's like, Ethen, you haven't even seen the movie. I know, I'm going to buy the damn poster though. And it's like things that people buy because it's what they're in the market for. So what are homeowners in the market for? What do homeowners spend their money on? Do people take pride in the things that they own? Do people spend a lot of money on their house?
Yes. Yeah.
And just so you know, regardless of somebody's financial situation, they might go to Walmart for groceries and food and fill in the blank, right? That stuff. Is any homeowner furnishing their house with the Walmart collection?
No.
Not really, right? That's for your apartment. That is for your dormer. That is for the college kid type of stuff. It's not really for that. So let's think about things that people spend the money on. Let's go and look around on this. So I'm going to share my screen. I have done some recent searches of this stuff just because, curiosity, and I do this every week. So it's just, random stuff. You guys ever bought a coffee table?
Yes.
It's a coffee table.
Before.
I'm on potterybarn.com. Anybody go to Pottery Barn before? Yeah, you said yes. It's number one most like it's the most popular furnishing store in the United States right now. So it's not just kitchen stuff, but it's furniture in general, furnishing stuff. So 733, I have no idea what zip code that is, but that's not mine. All right, I'm shopping for tables here. How much does a good coffee table cost?
$300-$400.
4 legs, piece of wood from hitting the ground.
Maybe $200-$300. Yeah.
Maybe to 1,000.
Lowballing, 1,000 minimum.
700. When you see these here, you're like, oh, that one's only $599. No, that's the little one is $599. The big one is $1,400. Combined, that would be $1,900. $1,200, $399 and $998, $700, $1,200. That one I would never get, but it's $400, $800. Things for the home don't cost hundreds. They cost what?
Thousands.
Thousands, right? You used to have a kitchen table, right? What about a dining room table? Dining room table. Let me pull this one up real quick because I have it. Dining room table. You used to set your whoa, what's happening here? I have no idea what I'm sharing anymore.
I think you shared your whiteboard by accident.
Yeah, it's just a white screen right now.
That's wild. I did not mean to do that. Here you go. This is what we're looking for. Dining room table. You used to lean back in your chair when you were a kid. Your mom used to whack you in the back of the head, say, don't do that. You're going to hit your head, right?
Oh, yeah.
Do you give a crap about your head? You dropped it on your head all the time. This time, what did she care more about? Your head or the chairs?
The chairs.
Chairs, because dining room tables, this is just the table.
That was an expensive set.
Wait, remember, if you've ever been to Home Depot and walked through the Home Depot store before, you see how it has the price tag for the chair or the table, and then it has like $98 hanging off the chairs. That's just one chair. That's not a set. So if I want to go buy a chair, I can come over here to the furniture. I'll hover over it. Hopefully it pops up. I'll come down to the dining chairs, and then I can go buy a chair individually. So the $1,800 we just saw, because things don't cost hundreds, they cost what?
Thousands.
We're buying things for the house, right? That's what they cost. So I can scroll through here. One chair is about 100, 200, 300 for the nicer chairs, right? Things for the home don't cost hundreds, they cost thousands. You guys ever get a mattress, right? You know how you guys probably know how much mattresses cost. How much mattresses cost?
Hundreds.
Thousands of dollars.
800 to 1,000.
Couple $100 for sure. You guys know people with like the ones that like recline and go up and sleep down.
2,000.
All that. Those are like in the couple grand. I guess we just don't get to see the prices of mattresses today.
Oh, you don't want to see them. It's so pricey.
I really want you guys to see this because numbers are important. There you go. So it's like, oh, look, they're trying to get us to finance it. They're just trying to get us to do it. $600. These are all small ones. I want the king. There you go, king. Anyway, mattresses, right? Big screen TV. You've been to Best Buy. You know how much big screen TVs are, right? Every single one of them are $1,000. And you guys know people with the 4K curved HD, whatever the heck LED. I don't even know what. Yeah, you guys know people like that. Trey's looking at me like I have 3 of those in my house.
I just want to buy another one.
You're like, I'm ready to get another. You think about other things people do in your area, by the way, just think of Texas in general, and I just make some Texas references. You know people who hunt. How much does hunting cost?
Wow.
Yes.
Gun, 100, and all the ammo.
Yeah.
A couple hundred every time they do it.
Right.
Fishing. You guys know people who fish?
Oh, yeah.
I don't fish. I had one time I had a friend try and convince me to start becoming a fisherman, and I bought one fishing pole for $100 and one reel for $100, and then he made fun of me, telling me the reel I got was really cheap and crappy. And now I realize that fishing is not something I want to do. Money. And that was the cheap one that I got made fun of. And most of the people who you know who fish have how many of those reels?
6.
7 of them.
Hunting, fishing. You guys know people who camp, golf. By the way, don't even get me started on golf. You get people who golf. $1,000 for a set of clubs. Just every set is 1,000. They normally have 2 or 3 sets. By the way, a round of golf costs 100, couple hundreds.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right, let's talk about the kitchen because Cutco's in the kitchen, right? You guys ever bought a refrigerator?
Yeah.
How much are refrigerators?
Thousands.
Thousands.
Tens of
Thousands. 3, 4, 5 grand.
Always.
Oh yeah.
Would your mom even buy this one? Your mom wouldn't buy it. She wouldn't buy it.
My
She's got-
fridge was 1,700.
By the way, you gotta have the one with the French doors. Like, all right, Ethan knows your family way better than you thought, huh? Oven and stove unit. You ever bought an oven before?
Yes.
This is my personal favorite thing to show you because you know when you buy a house, it comes with nothing in the house. It's just a building. It's literally a structure. So I need to cook food. What do I have to have?
An oven.
I gotta have an oven, right? I gotta be able to bake my food. I gotta be able to like warm up the pot, like everything I need to do. How much does an oven cost? Oh wait, that's just the oven. I actually still can't cook. I can only bake on an oven. Did you know in an oven? Like ovens only bake. You know, you have to actually come up here, go to appliances, And then if I want to cook something, like if I'm trying to fry bacon in a pan, or if I'm trying to do something like that, I have to come over here to do a cooktop, an electric range, or a gas range. Well, they tell me that gas ranges are the cheapest. That's what they tell me. There's probably something out there. You can find other research. I don't care.
Electric.
I'm here to prove a point. That's all I'm here to prove a point. So the oven is $3,200 or $3,000 or whatever, right? So I bought the house. I put the 10% down on the house. I bought the cheap $100,000 house, put 10% down. Then I had to fill it up with all this other stuff. So I had to add the oven. The oven wasn't enough. So what do I have to add with it? A cooktop if it's ever going to show up on here. And that's going to cost another couple $1,000 if it ever shows up.
I just dropped off the.
All right. It's not loading, so you guys don't get to see the rest. Dishwasher? How much is a dishwasher? You guys know people who knew granite countertops, people who did granite countertops? Tens, depending on the type of granite. If they get like the really nice granite, it can cost $50,000 for that. Oh, there's your prices, by the way. Oak cabinets. You guys know people who have redone their cabinets in their kitchen?
Oh yeah, them cabinets can get pretty pricey.
By the way, they get real pricey. Anytime I see somebody who's redoing their cabinets, I know they're going to buy a nice set of Cutco, because if they're going to redo their cabinets and make their kitchen look better, they might as well do Cutco. Like, they might as well make it look better with that.
I have a friend, he's a carpenter actually, and he builds cabinets from scratch, and he gets paid pretty good.
By the way, it's good money.
Very good.
Yeah. He does little details, handmade cabinets, and he puts little designs in them. He gets paid pretty good.
By the way, it's good. It's good stuff. New floors. You guys know people who have redone their floors, tens of thousands, right? Thousands per room. So I go through all this. Cutco is probably the cheapest thing in the kitchen, but it's also the only thing that's going to last forever. It's the only thing that's used every day. Cutco is probably the only thing they will ever own that's the best in the world. Do most of your customers drive Rolls-Royce cars, wear Rolex watches, $20,000 Italian suits, but pride in owning the best product in the history of the universe? Cutco's awesome. Cutco's an investment. $39.99, right? That's what Drew said. He said $4,000. That's a comparable set of Cutco. $39.99. Compare this. If I tell you you can get a tank of gas for $3,999, do you get it? No way. Where if it ever runs out, you just bring it back to that gas station. We'll refill it forever for free. You gonna buy it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you finding $4,000 by the end of tonight to buy that?
Yes.
Same thing, right? And I want you to write this down. If you another moment where you were ignoring everything I was saying. The Cutco philosophy is we would rather explain the price once, then apologize for poor quality later. Explain the price once, then apologize for poor quality later. And then let's learn how to close. We'd rather explain the price once, apologize for poor quality later. All right, closing. So why do we show everyone that homemaker set first?
Get your foot in the door with a cheaper price.
Something about value.
Most common. It's gets you in the door. I heard that. I don't know why this is sharing whiteness when I go over there. What's going on? Yeah. Well, it looks like my Google Chrome is over. Oh, there we go. All right, sorry guys. It wanted to not tell me. Okay, so if I'm doing a demo, we start with the homemaker set first. I heard a couple of reasons why we start with the homemaker. I want you to jot down 4 reasons why we actually start with the homemaker. So, it is the best value for the average family. It's not overwhelming. It's the basic average set. It's easier to start high and drop down and find their comfort level. So it's like buying a car. Here's what I'm going to kind of cover with you. The first reason why we start with the homemaker is you can't judge your customers. You can't judge your customers. You never know what somebody's spending habits are. Do you know somebody who's a jeans and t-shirt type of person, but you swear they have more money than like Jesus Christ themselves? Like just, yeah, you like that. Same time, you know somebody who really just values family time. These are going to be people who buy a ton from you as well, because Cutco brings the family together. Cutco's dinner time is family time. Second reason why we start with the homemaker, you have to show the value. If they just pick out pieces, so if you did a demo and they go, oh, I really like the trimmer, paring knife, and petite carver, you could show them the price, but if you showed them the price, they wouldn't get the value of it all. You have to start, and I use the buying a car example. So if somebody goes to buy a BMW, the first car they test drive is the 3 Series, right? It's their nicest BMW. It's like, hey, come drive the BMW. Why? It's a BMW. Come and drive it, feel it, use it, understand it. Oh, it costs $110,000. Can't afford that. Oh, no problem. Here's the 2 Series. It's really nice too. Let me show you it. Test drive it, understand it, feel it. You want to get it? It's $70,000. Still can't do that. All right, here's the 1 Series BMW. It costs you 20 grand. It's still a BMW. And then they buy that. You know, there's a lot of okay BMWs that are out there being driven around. We do the same thing. Here's the homemaker. Oh, that's a lot of money. No problem. Here's our 2 Series. That's a lot. No problem. Here's 1 piece. Just buy a piece. It's Cutco. It's the best. Like, you're going to love it. And we drop down that way. So we have to show the value. That's why we show the homemaker first. Third reason is because it's a sign of respect to show people the homemaker first. People feel good when they're asked to buy the biggest option first. Have you ever been to a store where you know you can't even afford the hanger that the clothes are hanging on, but somebody walks up to you and goes, hey, can I help you? How do you feel?
Good.
I do this at every Rolex store. I will walk into any store that has a Rolex sign, and I walk into it and somebody's like, hey, can I help you? And it's always like, 5 years from now, yes, not right now. But it makes me feel good, right? Whenever they ask that, it makes people feel good. If you don't ask them to buy it, it shows them that you don't think they can what?
For it.
Disrespect, right? That's disrespect. You're sitting at their kitchen table, you're on a Zoom call, just ask them to buy it. If they say no, they'll say no. They'll tell you it's not a big deal and drop down. Fourth reason why we start with the homemaker, though, is we need to ask for the order with confidence. So asking for confidence, and we start with the homemaker because you have to act as if they're going to say yes to the homemaker every single time. Again, the car analogy here, does the Mercedes dealer ever drive a super nice Mercedes, or does he drive the beat up piece of garbage at the back of the lot? He drives the garbage, right? But he talks to his customers like he drives what? The nice Mercedes that's there. Right? He doesn't look at his customers and go, it's going to cost you $65,000. What's it? Hey, it's going to be 65. You going to get it? You're going to get it, right? Like, and he talks with confidence. What do we do when they say no? We drop down to the smaller sets, 1 step at a time. How many out of 10 do you think buy this homemaker set? We just spent all day on this homemaker set. How many do you think even buy it?
5.
1 out of 10. 10%. 1 out of 10. That's it. For our top reps, is it? Yeah. 2 out of 10 for our top reps. By the way, Chris Beretta, he's a rep who worked with us. First 6 demos, 6 homemakers. That works, right? Like, that was really cool. Again, I give you permission to do that. But for most of the people, that's not really it. It's just confidence and experience. That's why our top reps have it. Chris's mom had bought a homemaker 2 years prior. So he just told everyone, hey, my mom bought this. I think you can get it too. And everybody got it, right? He was confident. He was experienced. He made him feel comfortable. Then if they say no, we just drop down. Some people say no, it's not a big deal. No's are good. Every no gets you closer to a yes. Are they saying no to the Cutco or just the homemaker set? Are they saying no to every set or just the option? Just the option, right? The galley set, second most popular set, just drop down. We sold 22,000 galley sets last year. Just drop down, show them the galley set. Every set is good, by the way. There's 4 things I want you to jot down, make sure you get. The value of sets. It just makes sense to buy a set. The sets have the right tool for the right job. The sets are cheaper, so the right tool for the right job. They're cheaper. They come with about a 10% discount if they buy them in the set. The third reason we want customers to get set is free stuff. We give them free cutting tools. Have you ever bought something just because you get something for free?
Yes.
We do this all the time. Our customers will too. And then the fourth reason is it's safer. Blocker tray. I didn't want to be the rep responsible for some kid sticking their hand in a drawer, cutting themselves and going all bloody to the ER. Just get them a blocker tray. It makes it safer. All of the sets have those 4 things. They have the right tool for the right job. They're cheaper, the opportunity for free stuff, and they're safer. It doesn't matter what you sell as long as you sell a set. The homemaker is the most popular. and it's the best option. And for a lot of you guys, you'll sell a crap load of these homemakers. Some of you guys, it might take a little while before you sell one. It's not a big deal. We sell a ton of the smaller sets. 50% of customers will buy sets. So that means half of customers will buy sets. That's awesome. Half of the customers will buy pieces, just a couple individual pieces. Is that okay?
Yes.
Absolutely. If they buy a few pieces now, guess what? They're going to buy the rest of later.
Mhm.
All right. They're going to upgrade later. The average order closing percentage, that's the badge of honor for you. That's all we care about. How many out of 10 buy? Average order, that's the size of your, if you got great customers who got a ton of money, great. They're going to buy a lot of Cutco. How many out of 10 can you get to buy them? I would rather have one rep have 7 orders on 10 appointments and it add to $1,000 than one rep have $1,000 order and 8 other people not buy anything. It's like, that means 8 people hated Cutco. You messed up. Like, that's not a good thing. I'd rather you have everybody who buys closing percentage. That's what matters.
Hmm.
You all caught up? You good? Everybody still with me?
Yes, sir.
Turn to page 8. This is where we left off, right? We left off at the very bottom of page 8. Thumbs up if that's where you left off with Patrick. Yeah, that's what I thought you left off at. So go ahead and flip to page 9. At the top of page 9, it says summary, and it says show what?
Slide 26.
26.
What's I'm gonna do?
29.
I'm gonna show slide 26.
It says show slide 29, doesn't it?
All right.
Mine does too.
Mine says slide 26.
We're doing slide 26.
That's 26.
26 feels right to me. So, Mrs. Jones, let me review why so many people choose to invest in Cutco. Follow along with me, by the way, here. I'm not just reading it to read it. I'm reading it so you follow along. You always have sharp American-made knives that are comfortable, safe, and sanitary. Cutco is guaranteed to last forever, so it'd be the last set of knives you'd ever buy. And Cutco saves a lot of money, so most customers who buy Cutco eat out less. If that saves $60 a month, it's $720 saved this year. Over 25 years, you'll save $18,000. Cutco sets have the right tool for there are several reasons why so many customers choose sets. Cutco sets have the right tool for the right job. Cutco sets have a built-in discount, so it's cheaper. Sets come with a free cutting board and other free Cutco as well. Sets are much safer because they come in a blocker tray, and we have interest-free monthly investment options, so you don't have to pay for it all at once. Selecting the best option, show slide 27. Guess what I'm going to do?
Slide 27.
When it comes to high quality cutlery, it's like anything else. There's a wide variety of quality and prices. Cutco is top rated. We only compare to the highest quality brands. I have a price comparison for our top competitors, Wusthof and Shun. Have you ever heard of these before? If the customer says yes, that's great. If they say no, that's great. I'm just going to keep reading. These high quality sets are made overseas. They're two of the top selling brands in stores. Each brand has different types of sets which range in price. Wusthof is the most popular. The price for this Wusthof set is, go ahead and fill this blank in here. It's $3,435, $3,435. But sometimes you can find it on sale, and you can round up for this one to $2,000. So $3,435. Sometimes you can find it on sale for $2,000. There's some major differences between these brands and Cutco. Wusthof has mostly straight edges, so they need to be sharpened, which is a hassle. They're not recommended for the dishwasher, and the warranty is on manufacturing defects only. In comparison, Cutco has a unique wedge lock handle, exclusive double D stay sharp edge, and we have our 4-part forever guarantee, including our free sharpening. Cutco owners will tell you that it's 10 times better than any knives they've ever used. Just considering the guarantee and unique features, most people would agree that Cutco is at least twice as good as Wusthof. When something offers twice the quality, value, and lasts forever, you'd expect it to be at least twice the price. At twice the price, you're talking over $4,000 for a set of Cutco. And then I'm going to turn the page. I'm going to be on page 10. Present Homemaker, show slides 28 and 29. As I mentioned, we have 2 large sets for people who do more cooking called the Complete and Family set. But first, let me show you the Homemaker Plus 8 set. Land on slide 30. See what I did there? So I go past the Ultimate set, past the Signature set, to the Homemaker set, and we land here. It's the perfect set for families that cook 2 to 4 times a week. It's the 10 basic tools I explained earlier, 8 table knives, the wood block, and a sharpener for straight edges. We also have a Homemaker set without table knives. If you were considering a set of Cutco here, Summer, would you prefer the set with the table knives?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
By
I
the way,
would.
Most people
the
will
white
say
one.
yes to that because they are kind of cool. So that's
I like the white ones too.
perfect. I know that. Now, the great thing is that it doesn't cost, go ahead and fill in this first blank here. It doesn't cost $4,000. In fact, it doesn't even cost as much as a Woostop price of $34.35. So it doesn't cost $4,000. Doesn't even cost as much as the Woostop set of $34.35. The Homemaker +8 set is only $14.19. Go ahead and fill that in, paid in full. Click and see what pops up, which includes shipping. But most of our customers take advantage of our 5-month interest-free easy pay option, which is only $310 today and includes tax. That's the Homemaker +8. To fill in the basic Homemaker, here is your price. Then I'm going to keep reading. Buy now bonus. We have a bonus where if you buy when.
Now.
Say that one more time. If they buy when.
Now.
Check. I can give you the entire kitchen tool set, the entertainer pack with the 4 most popular gadgets, or a pair of super shears for free. So Summer, I'll pick on you again. Which of those 3 free options would you prefer?
I'd have to go with the tools again.
Okay, perfect. Well, Mrs. Jones, Summer, whoever I'm doing this demo for, right? I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you, would you like to try out the Homemaker set today and get your free gifts? And then it says smile, be completely quiet and wait for answers. So what am I going to do whenever I ask that? I'm literally going to smile and nod. So Ms. Jones, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you, would you like to try out the Homemaker set today and get your free gifts?
Yes. Yes, here's my credit card.
Congrats, you are going to love your Cutco. While I write that up, let me show you the 2 more complete sets you might be interested in. If they say no, by the way, if they say anything other than yes, you see at the very bottom, the if no. I want you to star that really quick. Just star where it says if no. They won't just say no to you. What they'll do is, like, if I were doing this presentation here with Summer, I would get to the end, I would say, would you want to get it? And if Summer didn't want the set, what she would probably give me is she'll give me a reason why, right? She's gonna be like, oh my God, it's just so much money. You did a great job here, but honestly, I just more than I want to spend. And if they say that, we know how to respond anyway. We say, no problem. If you don't mind me asking, what is about that set you're unsure of? She's gonna say, well, the thing is, it just costs way too much. It's way too much money. If you guys turn to page 11, you guys ever have a sports physical where the doctor whacks your knee and it just pops up and you can't stop it from happening?
Yeah.
That would be a knee-jerk reaction, right? You know what a natural response is from a customer when they see on the screen or they hear from you 1419? You know what the knee-jerk is, right? No, right? Like, it's an automatic type of thing. So if they go, well, it's just too much money, I can't afford it right now, we can say, however, did you like the products? Yeah, well, I completely understand. 1419 is a lot all at once. That's why most of our customers split it up over 5 months interest free. It would only be $310 per month. Do you think you could do the $310? Oh, Ethan, it's still way too much money. Well, I used one. I'm going to skip down to the bottom and I'm going to say, well, no problem. I totally understand how you feel. I want to make sure I show you all the options so I can get credit for my job. So let's skip to the next set. It might be a better option. So, and I would go down to the galley set. If they say afterwards, I show them the Homemaker set, they go, oh, it's just too much money. Well, what is it about the set you're unsure of? Oh, well, I need to think about it. If they say they need to think about it, you see that objection there? Let me teach you guys something really quick. You guys see these ones here. I need to think about it. I need to talk to my wife. I need to talk to my husband. It's too many pieces. All of those are just saying it's more than I would spend right now. So if somebody goes, I need to think about it, do they really need to think about it? Like, what is there to think about?
Money.
Right? So what are you thinking about?
Price.
Okay, so let me show you something that's a better price then, if it's the price, right? Let me show you a better price. Oh, well, it's just like whatever it might be. If they say I need to think about it, I understand. Do you think it's a little too many pieces or too much money right now for knives? It's too much money. Okay, I can respond with that, right? If they say I need to talk to my spouse, what are they going to talk to their spouse about?
Money.
Like, oh, they're really good knives. Okay.
Like that's what they're going to talk about, right? What does that really mean? It's more than I would feel comfortable with spending without talking to my husband. So you know what you should probably do? Show me something I can get, and then my husband will love it, and then we'll buy the rest of it. That's really what they're telling you. So if they say I need to talk to my husband, I understand. We found it's easiest to let them try it out versus you having to explain all the details. That's why we have the 15-day trial to make sure they can really see the value, not send it back and get a full refund. Do you think they'd be comfortable with you trying it out for $310? No, Ethan, that's still too much. No problem. I totally understand how you feel. I want to make sure I show you all our options so I can get credit for my job. Let's skip to the next set. It's too many pieces. This is an okay one. What if that's just too more than they would use, right? Well, of course, our sets are discounted. They're safer. You can get free stuff. If you don't mind, I'll show you our sets. And if none of them appeal to you, we can pick out whatever piece you want. And you can go ahead and drop down from there. I definitely want to buy later. Oh, I want to buy it, but I'll buy it from you later. No, just do it now. You don't have to buy anything now. Do you mind if I go through the demo just so I can get practice? And we'll handle their knee-jerk reaction. And once they tell us no again, we'll show them the galley set. But we want to give them the option to buy that homemaker. Questions on the homemaker?
Yeah, we're just gonna leave the stuff there with them.
No, so we'll ship it to them. We'll show you how to place the orders tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll show you how to do that. Good
And
question.
we get it back from them in 15 days, right?
So the 15-day trial, that's if they want to return it. They can return it and they'll get fully refunded.
But they're gonna be, they're gonna have to put like a debit card down, right? Just in
Yep.
case. Oh, okay. I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, so like on the homemaker example, if they do the homemaker on a 5-pay and they want to use the 15-day trial, they'll have to pay that $310. But then after 15 days, if they don't like it, they just send it back. They'll be refunded that $310.
Okay.
If they keep it, they'll be charged the next month, and then the next month, and then the next month, and then the next month.
I had a question.
What's that?
Okay, so the sets are, we say that they're discounted and they're safer and that they get free stuff. So how exactly are they safer? And like, if they ask, what kind of free stuff do they get? Does it
Blocker
vary?
tray, safer. So blocker tray, they come with a blocker tray, so that way they don't have to, you saw this set over here. That way it's not just loose to the door. The discount, it's about a 10% discount on the sets just built in it. And I just use the, when you buy things in bulk,
Yeah.
that's the example you can use. And the free stuff that comes along with it, all of our sets come with a free cutting board. And then we also have this buy now bonus for these other sets where if they buy now, they get the free stuff too.
Okay.
Good question.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So once we make the sale, if they do the monthly payments, we get commission based on their discounted price or full price.
So you get paid in full still. You'll still get paid in, even if the customer does a 5-pay, you'll get paid in full. That's a good question. Any other question? We all good? Good. One more thing, two things I'm going to comment on just because they popped in my head. How much was the homemaker?
$14.19.
It wasn't 1,419, right?
$14.19.
$14.19. Doesn't that just sound smaller?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the Wusthof price, it could be $3,435, right? Make it, I don't care about the Wusthof. $14.19. How much was it on the 5-pay?
$310.
$310, right? Perfect. That's what we want it to be. It's not $310, just $310. $14.19, $310. The buy now bonus. It's a buy now bonus. So that's to encourage people to buy when?
Now.
They don't get the free stuff if they buy later. This is a first call special. So we want them, if they're like, oh, well, I'll buy the homemaker next week. No, you won't. Just buy something else now and we're going to get you a better deal. Okay. Just buy something else now. When you decide you want the rest of the homemaker, we'll find a way to get you a better price. But right now, you're going to buy something, right? We're going to have you buy something no matter what.
I had a question.
Yes.
How much would the cutting board be worth?
Anybody know? That comes free with the set. It's like
30
The cutting board is included in the set though.
Yeah,
That's
it's included.
30 bucks a value. It's
Okay.
$30 to $33 without tax.
Okay.
Good question. I don't know that answer.
Yeah, just in case they ask, you know. Just
Yeah, if they, by the way, if they ask, we're gonna show you how to get all those numbers tomorrow too. So that way
Okay.
you can answer it. I just don't know the answer by heart. If you were a customer, I would get you the answer. Trust me, I would get you
Yeah.
right. All right. Any other questions, Caleb, Patrick? Anything to add?
Yeah. I have one thing here to add. Obviously, you guys know that the homemaker is not the only thing we sell, right? Like everybody knows that, right? And everybody knows that we sell everything individually, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And everybody, well, you guys might not know this, but you'll know this by tomorrow, right? Our trimmer is like $40 a month. Yes, right? $40 a month on a 2-month payment plan.
Yep.
Right? Does everybody know somebody that can afford $40 a month on a 2-month payment plan?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So if you know somebody that can do that, you're gonna sell Cutco. And there's probably more that can do a lot more. Right. But just remember, we have all kinds of different options. So if you're sitting here like, oh my gosh, I don't know who's gonna get a homemaker. Hey, that's not a problem. Our average order size is what, 350, right? Exactly. And you know how much 350 is? It's basically a buy 3, get 1 free, roughly. And that's what most reps sell. So you guys can feel comfortable with all the options.
By the way,
That's all I got.
Get comfortable with that too. Like what he just said, very, very accurate. You never have to sell a homemaker set, and you can get promoted 2 or 3 times in your first couple days. So all you need is one to buy a homemaker, and you make some good money though.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't sell my first set until my second weekend on the job.
Hey, have you guys started thinking about money? Like, have you guys started thinking about how much money you can make doing this?
Oh yeah.
Think about this for a second, just because it's came up in my head. So I'm just going to keep rolling with it, and we won't have to do it again later. All right. You guys know how this job works, right?
Yes.
You have no idea? Oh no, that's not good. Let me enlighten you. When you're brand new, what percent do you make?
10%.
Yeah, until you sell how much? $1,000. So you go out and you guys just started thinking about money. So you sell a homemaker on your very first presentation. Somebody goes, yep, you know what? I actually do. I would just love to have a forever guarantee set of knives that I never have to buy in summer. I would love that homemaker. Let me buy it from you. And they say, yes, I'll take it. You're brand new. You're at 10%. You just sold $1,000. How much do you make? And I'm
20%. 100.
You make $100 and you get promoted up to the next level, right? And then from 1,001 all the way to $3,000, our reps make 15%. So you sell another homemaker at that point, they say, yep, I'll take it. You make $150 in an hour doing a knife presentation. Not bad, right? What if he just buys like $400 from you, like Caleb was talking about? Well, I still just made like $40, right? $50. It's not too bad. Then once you pass $3,000 in sales, from 3,001 all the way to $6,000, our reps will make 20%. Then once they're over $6,000, so from 6,001 all the way to $10,000 in sales, they make 20%, 25%. And then once they're over that $10,000 number, what percent do they make, Isaiah?
30, baby.
They make 30. That is, think about this concept. So our reps, Caleb could do this at any point. He's a dirty 30 rep. He hit 10K in his first 10 days. He goes out and somebody goes, yep, I want a homemaker set. I'll buy it. Forever guarantee set of knives. I would love to replace it forever. And our reps are at 30%. How much money do they make? 300, sometimes
$300.
Doing a knife demo. By the way, you keep going. We actually have higher levels too. So if you get to $20,000 in sales, you actually still make 30%, which is nice. But you know what you become eligible for? A bonus. Is that right, Isaiah?
Extra money.
Isaiah, do you make bonuses? Wait, so you mean there's more? You mean they can do 30 plus 10% too?
Yeah.
And you mean if they get to 50,000, do 30% plus 15%. And then what level did you say you were at?
150?
You're at 50%? Holy crap.
50%? What?
You make half every time you sell a homemaker. So somebody goes, yeah, I want to have a forever guaranteed set of knives that you never have to look at again. You just sell it to them and they're going to have it from now until eternity. You make $500.
Now you guys are like, oh yeah, I see how somebody could be here for a little while, for a long time. Right?
See why we have those? I mentioned the Cutco sales professional position. You see why we have it, right? Because what if a guy goes out and, you know, what if Trey does half decent with us and after 3 weeks he's at 10%, and then he goes out 3 weeks from now, he does 10 demos, and then like all 10 buy, and an average order is $300. So it's not like a big average order, but he sells $3,000 on 10 orders, and he's at 30%. So he makes a paycheck that's literally $1,000.
Good money.
Oh, knife presentations, by the way.
Yep. It's better than scooping ice cream or opening up boxes.
It's a little better, huh?
I bet nobody in this class has made that type of money, like legally anyway, right?
Right.
And how this, by the way, how this relates to the base pay, just real quick, make sure you know this. None of you are going to make base pay because you're all going to sell a crap load of Cutco and make commission. Yeah, that's the goal. Right? But assuming that you might need to do this, so the base pay is $18 per appointment, right? I guess we just went up, but we're going to roll with it.
Yeah, it's 21. It's 21.
Are we all on the same page?
Yeah, it's 21.
All right, so $21 per appointment. So if a rep does 10 appointments and it's $21 each appointment, so this is on a weekly schedule. So we're guaranteeing the minimum they're going to make is $210 that week. So what we'll do is we'll say, well, how much did they sell? Well, this rep sells $1,000, right? Well, what percent are they at? They're at 20%. So they made $200 in sales. Well, they need to have 10 more dollars. So we're going to make up that difference. What if they sell $3,000 though? Well, they're at 20%. 20% of 3,000 is 600. We're going to obviously give them that. We're going to do whichever one's better. Does that make sense? Whichever one is better for the week.
Yeah.
Questions on base pay? Question on incentive pay, commission, how to make money. By the way, remember what Caleb said, remember what the average order is. So how do we guarantee no matter what we hit this promotion anyway? Well, we book 10 appointments. We complete 7. We get 4 orders times 250, and that'll sell $1,000 every time. You guys remember that?
Yes.
Everything coming full circle. Everything makes sense to you guys?
Yeah.
All right, congratulations on being brilliant. You guys rock. All right, hey, we're gonna send you an email right this second. So Patrick and Caleb, I'd say let's do this like right now. Let's send them the Vector Impact email. It's downloaded before we take a break. So check your phone. Do this on your phone, not on your computer. We're gonna send you an email right this second. It's gonna be titled Vector Impact Download. When you get it, go ahead and pull it up. And when you have it pulled up, you'll have a couple of things that we're going to have you do on this. But the first thing is just pull up the email, download the app. You will not be able to actually download this app from the App Store. So you have to download it from the
Northeast San Antonio, it'll be in your messages. I just sent the message.
That works.
Not the emails.
Oh yeah, I guess we could all do that. Am I done being recorded?
I emailed it and texted it to my people.
That's even more baller.
If you get the email and you do it that way on your phone, it's the second link in the email.
Hey, stop recording real quick, Patrick.
Okay, so we sent out the email for your Vector Impact app. The way you find it is by going to the search bar, typing in Vector Impact app in your email inbox, and you'll pull it up. The second link in the email is the one that you click on to download it for iPhone or Android. The way you make it trusted for iPhone is by going to Settings, and then General, and then Device Management, and then Vector, and then Trust. I put it in the chat box on Zoom how to do that as well. And then on top of it, if you cannot find it in your email, check your spam too for it as well. But you will be downloading this on your phone, not on your computer, because this is an app for your phone, but it's not on the App Store. It is an app that we have developed for reps. So Ethen will walk you through how to log into it. You'll be using the 8-digit recruiting ID number / rep number that's at the top of the email that was sent to you to download the app from. You will write that on the front page of your manual in the rep number spot because all your sales will be tied to that number, and you will need it to log into the app. And then once you use your recruiting ID number / rep number and last name to get into the app, Ethan's going to walk you through what to put into the bio section. Because it'll prompt you to get like a password after that. And then after you create a password, there's this bio section that he's showing right now.
So set up your bio. If you need
Ethan, did you resend it to me?
Yep, I got it. Yep.
Do you have a cute photo? Me, fiance, my dog. There's a little bit about me. Take a minute. Throw all that in.
What were we supposed to go to that tells us that it's a trusted source?
It's in the chat box on Zoom. All the steps for how to make it trusted for an iPhone are in the chat box on Zoom. You go to the settings on your phone. And then you scroll down to the general section of your settings.
I found it.
Yep. And then VPN, device management, and trust.
Isaiah's like still eating pineapple.
Isaiah's stuck in on like the middle part of the pineapple. I don't really know. It's weird.
He ate the entire. Did you eat the whole thing? Oh my goodness.
Weird.
If you have an Android, by the way, it automatically prompts you to trust the app if you just follow the pop-ups that appear.
Yeah, Android's way smarter on this part anyway.
We'll see.
I don't know about overall, but on this part anyway.
Yep. You'll just for Android, click download for Android. It'll make it. It'll prompt you to go to the settings, and you'll allow it for Chrome.
Hey, did y'all say y'all were gonna help us with the bio?
Help you with the what?
Yep.
Bio.
Oh, the bio. Yeah, we can post an example. I'll put an example in the chat box here real quick.
Here's mine, by the way. This is what mine looks like. So you can see I have my pretty little photo. And I have all this about me.
Come on, load.
See it up here.
Okay, I'm gonna throw an example of a bio into the chat box. If you're not a student and you're not majoring in anything, then just skip that part and just start with I'm working here because, by the way, your bio has to have at least 50 characters. Otherwise, it will not let you move to the next section here when we get to that.
That's silly. Why is that a rule?
Because they want it to be an actual bio. He doesn't want it to be like I'm 17 years old. I go to blank high school. I'm graduating this year. I'm in college, or, you know, something not boring. I think that's why that's the rule.
I think. Let's hope.
And then there's a little spot too where you can hope your customers introduce you to your referrals. That you can create a snippet there. I would say probably the same as your bio, but it should just say a hi, you know, blank is going to be contacting you. Here's a little bit about them, what they're trying to do.
I have a little cool video to share, Ethan, if you want me to help them out.
Get through it.
Do it.
Patrick always with the cool videos.
Can y'all see this, by the way?
Yeah, I can see it.
Welcome to the Vector Impact tutorial series. In this section, we'll get the app downloaded, set up your profile, and import your contacts so that later we can set up demos with some prospects. Before we start, you'll want to have access to your 8-digit rep number. There are 3 ways to access the app's download page. One is by using your device's camera to scan this QR code.
So there you go, Cheryl. Just pop open your camera and scan that QR code on the screen right now.
Another is taking the link in the email sent by your trainer. And as a last resort, you can go to vectorimpactapp.com
vectorimpactapp.com to download it as well.
directly on your device. Once you're on the download page, select the button for the operating system that matches your device and confirm the install. To do this on iOS, select Install.
I got a picture of it, but I don't know how to scan
Find the
it.
app on your home screen and wait until the app is finished downloading.
I sent you a link on your...
Then follow these steps before you try opening the app for the first time. Go to your phone settings. Select General at the top of the 3rd section. Select VPN and Device Management in the 3rd to last section. Select Vector Marketing Corporation. Select Trust Vector Marketing Corporation. And then select Trust in the pop-up. This is necessary because Vector is an enterprise Apple developer, which allows us to host our own apps instead of putting them on the App Store. This makes it so that only people that are a part of a Vector team can access them. To do all of this on Android, select Download. Wait for it to download and then select Open File. Select Install, and then select Open. You can now launch the app from your home screen. The first thing the app will do is download and install a quick update. Afterwards, we see the sign-in page, which asks for your last name and rep number. Entering those in and selecting Continue will bring us to the password creation page. First, create a password that meets the listed requirements, then re-enter it in the second password field to confirm.
All the things that are required are 1 uppercase letter, 1 lowercase letter, 1 number, 1 special character, and it must be 6+ characters total, and say confirmed before it allows you to change that password.
Once all of the requirements are met, select Set Password. From there, we're taken to the Set a Profile page, which lets us customize how your profile will show up on MyCutCoRep. We'll cover the details of using MyCutCoRep in a later section. First, take or select a photo that you'd like presented to each customer. Grant access to your camera and or your photo library. Take a picture or select the photo. Adjust the cropping. Select Save in the bottom right corner, and then select Upload. If you'd like to adjust how your name will appear...
By the way, please select a photo of yourself that is somewhat professional. If you do not have a professional headshot of yourself, click Take a Selfie. Stand in front of a blank wall or background and make sure that you actually just do your head and shoulders in something professional.
To your customers, you can do so now. For example, I signed up for the job using my first name, but I'd rather go by my middle name. From there, write a bio that tells each customer a little more about you.
So he put, I'm a mechanical engineering major at Texas A&M University.
If you plan on...
working with Cutco to improve my presentation and interpersonal skills.
On doing demos in
That's all you need.
Spanish or French, you can write your bio in each of those languages as well. Just select the tab for the language and fill out the field. Finally, if desired, create the text message that your customer should send to their referrals to introduce you in a three-way chat. To do this, select Add New.
And then just name the snippet like customer intro. And we should be able to give you a customer intro pretty easily.
Give it a name. Enter the message into the body field. And then select Save. Once you've set your picture, corrected your name, and written your bio and optional intro message, select Save in the top right corner. The app will then ask you to grant access to the contacts on your device. This will enable you to import your contacts from your device into the app so we can sort them and find prospects for your appointments. This won't allow the app to modify these contacts on your device. However, it will be able to update any contacts that you make using the app in the future. Select OK to grant access. Finally, the app will ask you to grant access to the calendar on your device. This is optional, but doing so will automatically sync your scheduled appointments to the calendar on your device. Select OK to grant access to this.
Bingo. All right, now we're to this part. So when you get to this screen, after you allow access and everything, type the word done into the chat box on Zoom. And Caleb just gave you an example bio to put in for the bio section that is very easy to follow. Just say, hey, I'm currently a student at this place, or I graduated from here. I majored in this, or I'm majoring in this. I'm working here because it is helping me pay for blank. The skills I'm learning on these demos will help me become more blank. One day I hope to become a blank so I can help people blank. Thank you for seeing my demo. Bingo. Right. Summer's done, Donovan's done, Trey's done, Caitlin's done, Johannes is done. Good, good, good. Easy peasy. All right. So when you're on this page, check your settings. All right, so once you're to this page where you see all the plus buttons, here are the rules. Everyone look up from your phones right now and look at me and watch first before you do anything. So that plus button, you're going to hit the plus button next to everyone who's 30 years old in your phone and older. Okay, that's it. It's the only thing that you're going to do. So you're going to think, is this person, I'm going to do a demo with them or not? You're literally just going to hit the plus button next to everyone who's 30 years old or older. And if they happen to be someone that you do want to do a demo with, these 3 stars appear next to their name. Just put 3 stars next to their name. Easy, right? So you'll hit the plus button next to which age group of people? Someone's yell it out.
30 or older.
30 or older.
30 or older. And you only hit the 3 stars next to people that you want to do a what with?
Demo.
Demo. Right. And then you'll also hit the plus button next to any businesses that you see as well, just to get them off of the device contact section of the app as well. So any like non-humans and stuff, just hit the plus button next to them because, yeah, right. Just get them off the device contact section. Easy. And you will leave everyone who is 30 years old, well, under 30 years old, like 29 and under, on the device contact section. And you don't want to skimp on that section or leave anyone over the age of 30 in the device contact section of the app, because we will be utilizing that section later. And it's very important that no one over 30 is left on the device contact section. So don't skimp on anybody who's over 30, even if you don't want to do a demo with them. That's irrelevant, right? This is just sorting through your contacts right now. All right. All right, once you are done sorting through everyone who's 30 years old or older in the app, you're then going to post the number 30 into the chat box.
30.
Yeah.
After we're done selecting everyone, sir, what do? Do we just leave it selected?
Once you're done hitting the plus button next to everyone 30 years or older, you will then just type the word 30 into the chat box on Zoom.
All right, cool.
And then do we want to do the sorting for everything else tomorrow morning, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, just hold off on it. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, we'll take a break and then we can do names list. That way they can add more people to it if they want.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. I got that section though. That's one of my favorite ones.
No. That is for sure you. That's all you.
Mostly everyone's done. Is anyone like falling behind right now? Is anybody falling behind?
I got a lot of 30-year-olds in my contacts right now. I'm still scrolling.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
why I'm here right now.
No. I'm just saying, like, back at the beginning, like, still trying to download the app. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
like,
no.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I
We
have
don't want to
one,
leave
but I'm
anybody.
helping them out. I have one person, but I'm helping them out right now via text.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Really
Anyone
smooth.
else though who's not chatting with me, because Cheryl, I know I'm helping you out, but anybody else who's not chatting with me currently that needs help getting the app downloaded, trusted?
Yeah, this app is gonna help you be so much more organized, and you never have to worry about like Ethan and Ethan probably has experience with this, and I for sure have experience with it. You don't have to worry about losing the notebook or the binder, full of all the leads and everything. Or like, deleting your Excel sheet on accident. You're like, oh crap.
Yeah. And when a customer refers when a customer you see buys and then they refer 10 or 15, it's going to pop up right in the app. So everything's all organized. So Trey, Caitlin, you guys were like, I have a lot of 30-year-olds. That's a good thing right now. Like that is a positive problem to have. So sort through them all. That's a good thing.
And if you're sitting there like, oh, I don't have a lot of 30-year-olds to my phone, that's okay too. The next section is going to solve that problem.
And what's it called? I have a few people's numbers that's not in my contacts right now.
Same.
Yeah.
Ooh, how you can put those. By the way, if you go to your prospects, so if you once you finish with it, click the top left, and then you can click on prospects. Let me share my phone screen back over here real quick.
Mm-hmm. There's a plus button in the top right corner of the screen.
Exactly. So I'll click the top left. I click on prospects. I can click plus, and now I can go add anybody that I need to.
That's weird. My device don't. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, I see what you're talking about.
Yep, and you can just add it in there really easy like that.
All right, awesome. Appreciate that.
So should I add all those? I have 26 numbers that I gained yesterday. So should I add them all right now?
Start it. You probably won't get through it all.
Yeah. Just add the rest of them tonight. Whatever you don't get through, add the rest of them this evening.
Okay.
You'll be okay. You know how to do it.
And we do have a break right now, right, Ethan? So
yes,
during
it
the
is.
break.
30. How many people are done? Who's not done?
I mean, if they're not done, they can just continue on the break, right?
Yeah, they're good.
So now that I marked all of them, is there like a section where
So how long are we taking on the break here? 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
3:56. Let's take another 10-minute break at 4:06. Let's be ready to roll. And Caleb's going to go through how to come up with more people, how to add them to your list, and how this list is going to benefit you and impact you for the future. So take a 10-minute break. Ready, go. Yes, you can organize it. Yes.
Playing from Ethan Campbell's iPhone.
Perfect.
Bang. I might.
So All right, so we're about to work on the probably the most important part of training in my opinion. All the parts of training are important, but this is probably the most important part because everybody knows, right, what a house needs what does a house need first to be built?
Foundation.
A foundation, right? And the bigger the foundation, the better house you can build, right? So what we're building right now is we're building a foundation to all of your houses, okay? So what I would encourage here is to have an open mind, okay? So if we're asking you to put some people on your list and things like that, where you're like, oh, I don't know, maybe I haven't talked to them in a while, or it might be a little weird if I call them just to sell something because I haven't talked to them in like 5 years or something. Well, guess what? It would be way weirder if you call them for no reason. If you were like, hey, hi, it's Susie. I know I haven't talked to you in 3 years. How's it going? That would be really weird, right? Versus reaching out to them saying, hey, I was told to think of nice people and you came to my mind. Right? That's something that's really fun for people. So write down as many people as you can on this section. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to go see them right now, but after you sold a couple $1,000 worth of Cutco, which all of you will, you probably are going to be like, all right, let's go see everybody, whatever. I don't even care anymore. Let's go do it. All right. So the point of this is to expand your foundation. So have an open mind and let's go ahead and get into the names list here. Who's ready to start making their paycheck? Because this is the part where you actually make your paycheck. Show hands. All right, let's do it. So we're going to go ahead and go into our names list here. A person that I really, really, really like that does this, his name is Daniel Stopp. He's the manager that trained me. If you're in the Northeast San Antonio office, you are 100% going to get to meet him. If you stay with us for a little while in the other offices and you go to conferences and things like that, you'll get to meet him. He's our assistant division manager. He's been with the company for 23 years, which means that he's got basically 20 years of experience helping reps build names list. And we want to give you guys the best, right? That's why we've been playing videos of the best people, because we know it would be arrogant for me to say, yes, I'm the best trainer. It would be arrogant for Ethan to say, yes, I'm the best trainer. For Patrick to say, yes, I'm the best trainer. And we want to give you guys the best. So we have the best of everyone. And that's what I'm about to pull up here. And remember, guys, this is a working section. So the entire time you should be writing or typing or what have you. Ethan, remind them, what page is it in the manual that the names list is? I think it's 27.
25, 26, maybe.
26, 26.
Yeah, 26, 27. There we go.
All right. So it's 26 and 27 page in the manual that we want to be on right now. And we're going to talk about your grand opening to your restaurant.
We're going to have for our customers has to include everyone who we think would appreciate quality, that cooks, that if they wanted to cut something, even if it was one knife, could afford $40. Could they afford $1 a day? That's why I wanted to show everybody. I didn't have anybody on my names list that was basically qualified over the age of 30, owned a home, that I selected away.
And by the way, let me tell you a little story about Damien as a representative. So when he started back in 1999, I guess, there was no like he was from Argentina. So basically he had his mom and his dad on his names list. Okay. So he had to become an expert at building the names list from the time that he was a brand new representative. So he definitely is qualified on this.
So again, it's not who likes you the most. It's not who you're the most comfortable with. Do they eat? Can they afford $1 a day? I'm going to put them on the list. So that is going to be our next section of training. We are now going to talk about making our grand opening grander than maybe what you walked into training with today. In our spreadsheet is the location of that grand opening spot. So what I want you guys to do is go ahead and go back to your spreadsheet and notice that at the bottom, there are going to be different tabs. Maybe different tabs. Each tab has a different job that we will be working through. And we have spent timeless hours and years perfecting different scripts for you guys to use. You've thrown so much spaghetti at the wall with all the different representatives that we've worked with, that what you guys have are now perfecter versions. Are they ever going to have improvements? Of course, that's what you guys are here for. We always welcome creativity. We always welcome suggestions. But
now he's about to show a spreadsheet, but we just use the manual. And with the script, once we have the script, Patrick has a Word document that has all these scripts on it, and he's going to post that in the chat box for you guys, and you can grab it from there.
Yep, and the
what you're about to see right
spreadsheet is on page number 27, I believe, in your manual.
Yeah, 26 and 27.
26 and 27. So if you want to turn
now
to
is
those
what has generated
right
for
now,
our office $1.3 million of Cutco sales last year, 80% of that being on the virtual demo that you guys are learning today by college students who had never sold anything that started with a grand opening. Now, the grander the opening, the more they sell in their first 10 days, right? And that's the whole objective, is to have a grand opening. Now, we are going to be looking at the brainstorm list tab number 2. We're going to be starting there. Now, I believe that after your interview, we talked a little bit about y'all going ahead and starting to think about this list. Hopefully you have, you've already started doing that a little bit, and we're going to give you some coaching on that, but we're really going to want you to push your grand opening. Imagine that your restaurant now increased by 10 times the size, and we got to fill it with people. So the more people that we write down, the more selected that we're going to be, because we got to know who's going to be walking in the front door. Because the people that walk in first, if they sit down and they're like, oh, we'll take a filet mignon, and people are still walking in next to them and about to sit down, they're like, well, I was thinking about getting the chicken, but maybe I should get the steak. So that's kind of our concept, is we want to sit the first people who we think are going to be our best prospects first. We want everybody in the restaurant, but we want the best food to come out first. People will smell, people walk around and be like, ooh, maybe I should get that. And then it creates a little buzz. You got some social media going, and now you're off to business, right? And referrals will come because of that too. All right, let's start with family, right? We talked about that being prospectively, possibly our initial grand opening individuals. So what we're going to do is, I don't necessarily want you to write down any phone numbers on this. Remember, this is me and you sharing content. We're going to help you with the grand opening names, but as far as who's contacting them, that's all your information, right? So you don't have to put phone numbers on this list. Your phone numbers, I'm assuming, were on the other spreadsheet. So from now on, this is the spreadsheet we'll be using in training. So we're going to give you guys a few minutes here to write down the top family members that you're having on your list. I know you have them in your other spreadsheet, but now we're going to organize people. We're going to organize them, categorize them, and seat them appropriately based on a couple of qualifications. So I'm going to give you guys, let's say, 2 minutes. I want you to write down just family. Don't move on to anything else. As many family members as you thought about. Let's, kind of be a little mindful of kind of the fact that we want them to be, over the age of 30. We want them to be homeowners. And I would put the married couples at the top. All right, so we're gonna give you guys 2 minutes. We're gonna go to like 4:02. It's 3:59. Write down as many of the family members as you were thinking of inviting to your grand opening. Yes. Write down your parents. Yes. Grandparents.
We're writing.
Aunts.
Okay.
I want you to think about your.
And let's think about people
other
that are not already on the list, right?
Think about the names of, and again, you have to have everybody's phone number here. There's just gonna be names. Just even if you don't know their exact name, you can put like Aunt A, Aunt Lady that has Camaro, Aunt Lady that is a teacher.
No,
you can totally look.
Everybody.
Yeah, you can look at your other spreadsheet if you want to for like help. If you worked on the other one and just want to kind of copy stuff over.
Or like the mom, or like the person at the family reunion who's always like, oh my gosh, Caitlin, you're so cute. I remember you when you were like this big. And you're like, Mom, who is that? Yeah, that person. Write them down on the list. Everybody. Who's all at the family reunion when you guys get together, right? Who's like the distant family that's over in Ohio that like you never ever talk to, because they're affiliated by marriage and they're like 3 generations out from you. Who are those people? Right? Who is you could go on and on with the family stuff here. Like, who's your third cousin? Who's your second cousin?
Let me key you in on something here real quick as far as extended family I haven't talked to in a while. For some of you guys,
I want everybody to key in on this part real quick and think about it. Okay.
Still working on this. The extended family thing is interesting. You guys probably have some family that you talk to more often and sometimes family that you talk to less often. The family that you talk to more often is going to expect you to do a demo for them. The family that you don't talk to as often is more of an opportunity to do a demo with. Imagine that you had this scenario. Imagine you had like a 9-year-old niece that lived in, Ohio that you've never met before. Her mom is your mom's sister, right? She's your niece, and pretend like you've never met this 9-year-old girl anymore, but she just started selling Girl Scout cookies. And let's say that she's, on Facebook, she sees your picture on there, and her mom's like, yeah, you should write down Celeste. She's really nice. You should write down Victoria. I think we know her. She's from Texas. And the little 9-year-old girl is like, oh, I don't know. I don't know her. I don't want her to be weirded out that I'm just calling her to sell her something. Let me ask you, would you be upset if that 9-year-old girl called you to try to sell you Girl Scout cookies?
Would anyone be upset about this? No. Okay. Same concept when you're writing down these people.
Right. So that aunt that you haven't seen in 7 years that you're kind of concerned about writing down, it's the same thing. So you should write her down because she would actually love to hear from you. And you know what? Calling her randomly would be weird. Like, hey, I know I haven't talked to you in 8 years. Hi. But now you have a reason to that makes her feel special that you thought about her. Be like, hey, you know what? I was thinking about all the people I wanted to invite to my grand opening. Didn't want to leave you out. Because you imagine at the family reunion, if all of a sudden one aunt friend finds out that you didn't invite her to the family reunion, she's like, oh, what? I'm not good enough to come. I wanted to eat. You never know, right? And sometimes those ones that are kind of like farther away in the like relationship, those ones that will give you referrals that you've never talked to before, right? So continue to add to your list. We're gonna give you guys another minute or two to hopefully write down some of those aunts that you were not thinking about initially, and maybe that helped you think about them.
And if you're finished with the family section, you can move on. Just make sure that he is. Make sure that you're paying attention when he speaks. Yeah, who's the one that you're not thinking of that's like randomly pop in your head? You may not even know their name. Maybe 2 people in your family that got divorced and now they're remarried and now it's 2 separate couples that you could go see. That's family too, right?
Okay. So at this point, hopefully you've added a couple of extra family members. Even if it's just one, progress, right? It's always progress. All right, so the second category we're gonna work on, we're gonna skip this your friends category on, explain to you a little better, and we're gonna go over to the family friends. We're gonna go over to the family friends section. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to think about not who your parents are friends with, because that ends up being a pretty limited selection of people.
Yeah, all of you are like, oh, my dad is so boring. He doesn't have any friends, right? We're talking about who they know, right?
And I used to think, I don't think my dad has any friends. It's more so like, who is my dad acquainted with? Who does he know that he might have a phone number of? Okay. So in order to do that, you have one of 2 options. You can just think about it, or you can use a pretty valuable resource. You guys, does anybody have a Facebook account? Okay. If you have a Facebook account, let me show you what I would do. And you can, like I said, this is not a thing where you have to use your brain to remember all those things. I would totally cheat. And I would just go to facebook.com. And then I would go to my mom or my dad's Facebook profile and click on their friends.
All right, guys, Facebook is the new Yellow Pages. Okay, this is what we're gonna use.
Let's go give you guys 5 minutes. And what we're looking for is all the people that you have, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 mutual friends with from that list. And I want you to add as many people as possible to this list.
Okay, so everybody take your little fingers and on your computer or on your phone, hop on Facebook. If you don't have a Facebook, make it, because it's not for social. We use it to make money here. Okay, so you're either adding Facebook right now or you're adding people to your names list that are on your mom's or your dad's or your closest sister's Facebook, as long as they're 30 and older, things like that. And we're just looking for nice moms.
Really well or kind of well. And you'll notice you might have some people, if you have a Facebook account, that you might have 4 or 5 plus mutual friends with that you're not even friends with, because maybe you don't use Facebook as often, but I bet you they could give you the number. Right now it's 4:06. We're gonna go all the way to 4:11. Give you 5 minutes to write down as many people as you possibly can from any of your family's Facebook profile, or if you just know them, you know, you can just kind of think about it. Who's my mom's sister? Who's my mom's friend? Who's my mom's coworker? We'll go through that. All right, on your marks, get set.
Ready, set, go.
Go.
All right. Remember, write down.
Again, Facebook is just a great resource to use, great tool. Keep you adding some more people to your list.
And some of you guys will probably see some people on here that you like didn't even remember in the family tab, but they should totally go in there. Right. And then family friends and things like that. And remember, just nice moms. You don't have to know them or anything, because you can, you know what you can do? You can just go ask mom later, who's this person? Right? Who's this person? Do you have their number?
Does Facebook?
Sorry?
Does Facebook provide numbers?
Some people put their numbers on their profile. So you can look in the About Me section of them. Some people will put that on there. I know my phone number is there, but not everybody. It might be 30% of people that actually put it on there. But the point is putting the names, right? So you can go ask the person that you got their page, like you got the name from their page.
Mm-hmm.
You can ask that person if they have their number.
Okay.
Right. And they might not have all of them, but they probably have some of them.
Okay.
Right? Because a lot of you know, like I know my mom has had a ton of old college friends that were on there, but she still had their number. Like she like just had their number. And
keep sliding through the list. If you have another family member whose page you want to take a look at, maybe add a couple more people.
And if you're sitting here like, oh my gosh, well, I can't do my mom. Okay, who's the oldest person, right?
The grander the opening, the more.
If you're older and you're married,
the more practice your waiters get, right? The more practice your receptionists get, the more practice your cooks get. All those happen to be you, by the way. You're the business in its entirety. All those skills get practice more. The grander the opening, the more people you include versus exclude.
I'm going to include as many as possible here. That's the key. That's the key. And again, it's just names, so don't worry about if you have their number right now. Y'all will have a chance to get that tonight on your own. We're just trying to help you expand your mind here. Don't exclude anybody. Even if you're not going to go see them for a couple months, that's okay.
We adding a couple people. The Facebook thing is pretty helpful. I really wish there would have been a Facebook when I first started this job. I had to open up my mom's Rolodex.
The Rolodex. By the way, if you guys still know anybody who has a Rolodex, that's a really good resource. Some people still have those. So just keep searching, just keep scrolling. If you run out of friends on one person, go to the next closest person.
All right, give you 60 seconds more to add a couple more people. Keep scrolling through the list, maybe find a different family members, maybe just keep thinking through. People that comment on their pages, pictures, if they have an Instagram, I guess any of their comments, but Instagram is a lot less personal typically. All right, perfect. I want you to add up how many names have you added so far since we've started this section?
Go ahead and
Literally
toss
in the
that in
last
the
10
chat
minutes.
box.
Count up
Go
how
ahead and
many
toss
names
in
that
the
you've
chat
added
box. Know how many
so
you've
far,
added.
and write that number down somewhere in your notes because I want to see if we can keep pushing that number to grow as much as possible. Your progress actually is a
Right,
big
added five.
motivator
All right.
sometimes.
Good job.
So
Good job.
thinking, man, I just added this many people to my grand opening.
14 from
Be very
Julie. Good
motivating.
job. Good job.
All right, so hopefully you got that number. You know how many you've added so far. We're gonna go to the next section here. The next section is gonna be the last two columns. We're gonna write down who are some
89.
teachers, maybe some coaches, maybe some mentors,
Okay.
maybe even some high school peeps that you remember that maybe you haven't seen them in a really long time. Doesn't matter.
I kind of was thinking that number.
Let's see who else
27 from Chardonnay. Great job.
We can add to the list. Think about, if you were in band, obviously at an incredibly high level. I'm assuming the band director might remember who you are. It's possible maybe you carried the
35
entire band. Possibly your back hurts from all the carrying of the
Are we
band.
talking total or just how much you've added right now?
Obviously, you want to go ahead and write those
Just how
people
many you've
down. You
added.
blood and sweat for these people. Your fingers cracked to the bone for those people. They, I think, might be okay.
Trey's
with
like, not to be done.
I would add those people down.
I
Some of
have
the
like
moms that you
40,
remember,
but
band moms
I only
are some
added
of the more
5 right now.
unified of moms in the list. I'd probably write some of those down. I think about who are the people from the other activities or groups that you made them part of. I remember one of my best demos was my 6th grade teacher. Their information is typically located online in their school information. So you might not have the number yet. Write them down.
Okay.
It could be a great resource.
So right now
somebody you
we're
could
talking
tag
about
along with.
teachers, coaches, mentors, coworkers from your past jobs, maybe managers, your boss, things like that, right? We want to put down as many of those as we can. This is another really great resource. I remember my 7th grade math teacher. He literally quit teaching the year after I was in his class.
And then the siblings, his friends, parents, maybe your
So
brother,
anyway,
sisters.
he quit teaching the year after I was in his class, and I was not a good student in his class, by the way. His name was Mr. Seibel. And for some weird reason, I had this thing in my head where I was like, I thought that he quit teaching because of me. And I was like a little worried to call him, and I called him. He was like super excited to see me. And we went to his house, sold him and his wife a homemaker. And then I asked him at the end, I was like, did you quit teaching because of me? And he's like, no, I quit teaching because I got a job. I offered a job that's going to give me a $50,000 raise. And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. So again, put everybody on here, right? Everybody.
Girlfriend's mom, something like that you can add to the list. Coaches, mentors, you can talk about maybe like old bosses.
Welcome in,
Somebody you can
Grayson,
add to
by
your
the way.
list. If they were cool, you can include them on your grand opening.
Looking sharp.
Thank you.
So again, teachers, coaches, mentors, people from your past jobs, people from your church. If anybody goes to church, church is a very, very good resource. And if you can get the pastor, guess what he has? Everybody in the church's numbers.
Find the old church directory in a closet somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Or on the website.
Yeah, or on the website. Yeah.
Old sports rosters.
Yeah.
Some private schools have like entire teacher directories and stuff.
And again, it doesn't matter if you have their number right now, just write them down. Because we can teach you how to get their numbers. Patrick, Ethan, and I are really, really good at that. So is Isaiah too. He's also basically a district manager.
I don't know why they don't just call him that.
Okay. Hopefully that gave you a couple of extra people to add to the list. Let's go to our final section. Let's go to friends. Now, I want you to forget everything that I talked about earlier as far as the qualifications for Cutco appointments, and we're just going to play a little game. The game's going to be, how many people do you know that are your age? This is going to lead us into a section called sources to prospects. But for right now, we are just going to go ahead and kind of make this more of like a fun game. I want you to write down the name of every person that you know that you've ever met that is under the age of 30. You could definitely not do a Cutco demo for. You're going to see why we're going to come up with this list in a little bit. But for right now, I'm going to give you guys another 5. Between now and 4:20, we're gonna go ahead and write down the name of every single person that you're friends with, your best friends. Yes, totally cheat. Open up your Instagram, Snapchat, your TikTok, wherever your friends are mostly organized. You can go literally open up your cell phone, start at A and go to Z, and start with whoever are your closest friends and write down everybody that you can think about. On your marks, you get 5 minutes. Get set. 5 minutes. Go.
Everybody from your basketball team. Johannes, every single person from there should go on that list, right? All these random people that you have on your Snapchat, right? I would encourage opening up Snapchat or opening up Instagram for this process. We're going to use it later anyway. So all of your friends, right? Even if you don't necessarily know them, or even if you don't necessarily talk to them, same concept as your family friends, or, you're like, oh my gosh, my dad doesn't really have any friends. If you're sitting here like, oh my gosh, I only have the 5 closest people that I talk to. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about every person that you know, that you've ever met in your entire life. Now, obviously, you can't remember all of that. That's why we encourage opening up the resources that you have available.
Write down your prom day, write down your boyfriend, girlfriend, write down your best friend from 6th grade, write down who is like the nicest person in your high school. Maybe write down your roommate if you're a college student.
Ex-boyfriend,
write down your brother or sister's friends. Write down everyone that you can think
be
about.
Bold. All right, this is always the part where I like to challenge people to be a little bit bold. Cheryl, did you just jump in on another device? I think she did.
All right, give you another 2 minutes to keep writing down a couple extra people. Write down your ex-boyfriend or girlfriend too. Don't leave anybody out. Unless they're currently in your basement underneath one of the floorboards. At that point, do not write them down because I don't need to know that kind of information. Write down maybe some of your old coworkers at your last job that were nice. Which one? Right.
This is probably a section where you're just writing away. You're probably just adding tons of people in here. Remember, all qualifications for doing Cutco appointments fall off here. Okay, we're just writing down everybody that you know. And by the way, they could be 16 years old. They could be 12 years old. Doesn't matter. Just write them down. This would be a good spot that I would put, like maybe if you're, sorry, never mind. I'm not gonna say that because that didn't really make any sense when I just thought about it for a second. I was like, it doesn't make sense at all.
Now we start seeing other people. As it happens. Also, good one. Neighbors. Neighbors. Who are your neighbors? I wrote them down. Oh, you did? Your old neighbor, new neighbor. Really show the whole neighborhood.
Think of more. Think of more. Think of more. Think of businesses you use: doctors, lawyers, engineers, AC repairman, plumber. Who's your oral surgeon?
I literally just put that down. That's crazy. Doctor anything.
It's like I just wrote it down. Love it. Anthony's over there ahead of the game.
Getting after it.
Think of your prom group. Prom party.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Who'd you go to prom with exactly? Homecoming, king and queen. Right. Those different types of things. Your really, really well-connected friend who just like randomly knows everybody for some reason. Like you're not really sure how he could have or she could have as many people in their phone because you're like, what? I got 20 people and they have like 400. Those type of people.
Get them all. Get them all. Get them all. Where'd you buy your car from?
Yep. Who's your mechanic too?
Cuts your mom's hair. Who cuts your hair?
Yeah, hairdresser. Really solid. Or barber for nails, right?
Nail salon.
Every time I do this every week, and it always makes me think of at least one new person that I could go show Cutco to. So I'm like, man.
By the way, there's a lot on my list that I could show to. There's a lot.
All right. So hopefully you've added a couple of more people. Everyone on our list is either going to be someone that shows up to the grand opening by themselves, or maybe they bring their parents. So all of these individuals that we added as friends, these are called sources. They're not individuals that you're going to necessarily do a demo for, but they are individuals that could turn into prospects because they might not be over the age of 30, married and homeowners. However, their parents might be over the age of 30 and homeowners. So the concept here is, how do we get their phone numbers of their parents? How do we get through, I'll call it the gatekeeper, to the gate? I believe it's really important how you talk to them versus that you talk to them. You know, I have two different scenarios. My friend Colleen Hiddick, her mom was super, super nice and friendly. I remember asking her specifically the question, hey, I know your mom is a really good cook, because she was. Do you mind if I do a demo for
Patrick,
her?
you want to go ahead and drop the scripts into the chat box?
That's what I have done.
Okay, he's done that. So everybody, if you want to look in the chat box real quick, just go ahead and click on that last link that's in there. And this will open up all the scripts for you that he's about to talk about.
And she was really nice about it. She was like, sure, let me ask her for you to make sure it's okay to give out the number. And a couple of days later, I asked her again, and she's like, oh, she said she was kind of busy. And you know, right now it's just not right time. I'm like, okay, no problem. Here's the crazy part about it. I ended up finding out, I think it was like a couple months later, that this other kid, PJ Olson, who went to my high school, who started selling Cutco, sold Colleen's mom $500 of Cutco. And at that point, I was massively confused, right? Because I asked Colleen, she said that her mom wasn't interested, and then her mom bought $500. Yeah. So let me ask you guys are smart. what do you think might have happened between the me asking Talene and the Talene asking her mom? I think that's actually what happened too. I'm pretty sure what happened is that she never actually asked for mom. That's one option. Another option might have been, she might have been like, hey mom, you want to buy some knives? Okay, so could you see how that might also not have really turned into the right scenario? Okay, so what we have found as you know, the college students that I've worked with have become a little bit smarter, a little bit more strategic, is that you kind of want to say it a little bit differently. You want to phrase the concept a little bit differently. All right, so what do we say? Well, I've got an example of sort of where you want to take this into. Where is my, there it is. All right, so.
Okay, so this video is a little bit low, so I'm just going to run it for you guys over here. Where is she? Come on, Caitlin. Why don't I see her?
No, where's Kate?
Guys.
Solomon. K-Sol.
Yes, Caitlin Solomon. The OG. I also have like 47 million PowerPoints, so that's why it's being a little bit difficult to find. All right.
Okay, so I wanted to ask Caitlin. Caitlin, how many names and numbers did you come to training with on your second day? Do you remember?
Yeah, so I basically had about 30 names and numbers on my first day, and then I did what I'm about to tell you guys, and I came to training the second day with around 80 to 90 numbers.
By the way, this is her first 10 days, but she's now over $300,000. So this is something that helped her not only now, but over the course of her entire career.
So share with people how you did that.
For sure. So could I share my screen real quick so I can kind of show them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So just to tell you guys a little bit real quick, basically what I did was, by the way, whose parents here have like Facebook, like mom and dad, grandma, grandpa, like who? Okay, so mostly everyone, right? Okay, awesome. So what I did is I didn't know, and I didn't have the names and phone numbers of a lot of my family friends and my mom's friends, coworkers, and things like that. So what I did is I actually went on my mom's Facebook, and I'll share my screen so you can kind of see here real quick. This is my Facebook, but let me go ahead and search my mom real quick. This is my mom's Facebook. If my computer will load.
So this is kind of like what we just did.
Anyone around here sell German Shepherd pups? Not me. Okay, so I basically clicked on her friends. You can see she has 563, which by the way, they don't need to have a lot as long as they have some friends. That's good. So what I did is I made a spreadsheet and I went through every single one of these people. And if they looked like a nice mom, like her, she looks like a nice mom, right? And this lady just has her kids as their picture. So she's probably a nice mom. And her, and her, and her, and her, like literally just went through every single person in my mom's friends list. And if they look like a nice mom, you know, I'd even click on some of them and look through their pictures a little bit. And if they look like a nice mom, I wrote them down. If they look like a nice dad, I wrote them down. After I did that, I probably had somewhere around the 100, 120 range of names. And I didn't have any of their numbers because these are my mom's friends. So I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen here. So what I did is I sat down with my mom. We talked for about 30 minutes to an hour, right? So super easy. And I was like, Mom, look, I have this goal. I really want to do well at this job. And if I come to training on day 2 and day 3 with a ton of names and numbers on my list, I'm going to be able to book a ton of appointments and do really good right off the bat. So I shared that with her, and I shared with her that I really wanted to be financially stable and independent, and the rest of my goals too. And she really wanted to help me out, which, you know, most moms typically do want to help out their kids, right? So I was like, okay, Mom, I have this list of moms' names. I know you know all these people, they're your friends on Facebook. So can you hook me up with like all their phone numbers? So I just basically went through the spreadsheet one by one, and I was like, okay, Mom, how do you know this person? From PTA, from the neighborhood? Okay, great. And you have their phone number? Okay, awesome. And I just went through every single one, wrote down their phone numbers. That's not the only thing I did. I was able to get probably around 40, 50 names and numbers from doing that, because my mom didn't have all their numbers. So I did have to do some other messaging. And Damien will kind of talk to you guys more about that, how to message people. But the second thing that I did was I actually personally messaged everybody that I knew on Snapchat and Instagram, because they all have parents, right? All my friends. So even if I didn't know them for that long, or even if I just had one class with them and we talked like one time, they were my friend on Instagram and Snapchat, right? So they're probably nice enough. So I basically just messaged every single person, and I was able to get about 30, 40 more names and numbers from that. And it's a super, super nice message. It's just basically, I just started this brand new job showing Cutco. I had to do a bunch of practice appointments so I can, practice. Do you think your parents would be nice enough to listen to my presentation? And most of the people were nice. Some people obviously didn't respond or didn't said no, but most of the people were like, oh yeah, my parents would love to help you out. And these are people who I hadn't even talked to that much, or it had been a couple years since I'd seen them. But people want to help out people with goals. So if you share your goals, they're going to want to help you out most of the time. So those are the two main things that I did. And I actually had one friend, or a couple of friends, who I hadn't talked to them in 2-3 years, did a presentation for their parents. And I was obviously kind of nervous because hadn't talked to their kids in a while, and I didn't know if they knew that or not. But the parents ended up buying Cutco, and it was a great presentation, both of those instances. Even one of them, I think it was a guy, I was friends with a guy in choir, and for like 1 year, my freshman year in high school, hadn't talked to him since then. I did a presentation for his parents, and they bought like a homemaker set or a signature set. But I reached out to him because I was like, you know what, I want to do really well. I don't know this guy that well, but if I reach out to everybody, you never know. So.
And how much did you sell in your first 10 days because of all this extra effort that you put in?
I ended up selling $11,000 in my fast start, my first 10 days.
Okay, so here in a minute, we're gonna actually go through, and we're gonna message, and we're gonna call some of these people. Now I'm gonna real quickly pull up the script. You guys all have it pulled up at this point, and I'm just gonna go over it on how we're actually gonna do this, and what's the best way to like go about it. Now you could edit the script, but like we said earlier, like, I mean, we've been doing this for a long time, and we know that this is gonna work. Now it might be like, I would challenge you guys on this to call, right? We've been talking about calling all day. So if you have the friend's number, just call them and get their parents' number. And if you don't, then message them to get their parents' number. Because here's the thing, if you guys haven't already like started doing this, and you weren't doing it outside of training, like you're probably not, you probably weren't doing it otherwise, right? So the reason we do this in training is because it creates a group environment where it's fun for everybody to do. And normally we get a lot of numbers through this process, okay? So I want to talk about how we actually message these folks. So if you know them already, then you want to go ahead and direct message them if you don't have their number. If you have their number, just call them and get their parents' number. Why do you think that might be, guys? Why would we call instead of message?
More personal.
It's more personal, yeah. And if it was important, what you would call me, and also it's way faster. Like messages will take like 10 years. Okay. Now, if you only have the name to message, then feel free to do that. That's not a problem. All right. If you're calling, you would start right here. But basically what it says is, hey, so I have a quick question. I was wondering if you could help me with something I'm doing. Let me know if you have a minute to respond. And that's the initial message. Once they respond, then you send this. If you're calling, you would just start right here. And it says, hey, blank, blank, how have you been doing? Hope the dog's doing great and everything. Tiny favor to ask you. So right now I'm working really hard towards earning a potential scholarship for college and getting my training complete at my new job. Basically, I have to talk to people that are over 30, really nice and own a home. And I figured that your parents fit that description. Would you mind if I grabbed your mom's number real quick? And that's it. Real simple. If you have somebody who is an acquaintance, meaning they could be a potential prospect, meaning they're over 30 and older and you need to message them because you don't have their number. Hey, and then you explain your relationship to, oh, I'm so-and-so's son, right? I have a quick random question. Don't worry, nothing bad. Let me know if you have a minute to respond. And then you send the rest of this once they have responded. And then if they say, what's it about? So it says, yeah, so I basically need to practice my script on a quick phone call on them. They don't have to buy or really do anything. I'm just working on my script for my training, and I need to practice on nice moms. It would really mean the world to me. Do you think your mom would be nice? Right? What does this not say? It doesn't say anything about what?
About Cutco.
It says nothing about Cutco. Why? Because number one, your friends, and they don't really care because they don't really, like, you're excited about Cutco right now because you've been sitting in training. They don't really care about the product, and they might burn the bridge for you with their parents if you're not asking them, right? So just tell them what's it about. It's not really that big of a deal. Now, if they say, I'll ask her for you and get back with you, let's be real. Yeah, they could ask for you, but you probably want the chance to be able to get that demo and have success, right? Not have them ask for you and potentially burn the bridge. So basically what you would say is, hey, that's awesome. I really appreciate you wanting to help me out. However, part of the training is me practicing how to ask for the appointment myself. And I would rather you not have to do that for me. Is there any way that you could let me try and let me give them a call? Honestly, I'd rather try and fail versus you succeed for me. That's it. And then if they say, I'll text you her number, I'll text you their number. Thanks. By the way, I have a pen and paper. Would you mind grabbing it real quick? So that way I could write it down. So that way you don't forget. So that way they don't just get off the call and then start playing Xbox or something. They don't get the number to you until 7 hours later, right? So we want to make sure that we're getting it right then and there on the phone call. Now, these are phone calls or direct messages. The only reason you should be direct messaging someone is if you do not have their phone number. That's the only reason. So we're going to take 10 minutes right now, and we're going to start reaching out to the people that you've basically written down on all these different lists that you've done. And we're going to go get some numbers. Okay. Now it might be a lot. It might be a little. If you call, you're going to get more. If you direct message, it might take longer, but the more you send, the more that you'll get, even if it takes a while for them to respond. Okay. So everybody ready on this? Everybody got their script open?
Yes, sir.
Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go get some numbers.
Oh, by the way, this is literally.
All right, so I'm gonna see bold on here making phone calls. There's always a couple real bold people that just go through it and they're just like, yep, I'm gonna make the calls. They always get the most numbers typically.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So I got about 25 numbers yesterday from my friends already through Snapchat. Because
find some more.
Find some more? Okay.
There's never too many.
You mind if I go grab my other phone real quick so I can start making calls?
Not a problem. Go get it. Caitlin's already on the. There you go, Caitlin. Like a boss. And again, if you're not in school, just say getting training completed for my new instead of earning a scholarship. That's literally the only difference. When you get one, let us know what you got in the chat box. Let us know you got one. Let's go! All right, mother-in-law is easy though. Who's some friends from the basketball team that you can go get those? Mother-in-law is easy. Right? Who's the basketball team friends you can get from? That's the challenging part here. That's what we want you guys really working on. Specific to friends, not the easy one that you can ask her tonight. Oh, no booking. Yeah, no booking demos right now. We're not booking appointments. I forgot to say that. Good idea, Patrick.
I would always get excited when they jump the gun.
Yep, just gathering phone numbers now. Just gathering phone numbers. Remember, when you get one, throw that in the chat box. Who you got? Kayla got one. All right, extended family 1 and 2. All of your friends' parents. What do you mean, Julie? You just dropped it in a group chat or something? All right, that works too. Yeah, if you got some group meetings or group chats or something you're in, you can drop it in there too. Good way to get them. Hey, Dad's boss. Again, the real challenge is calling the people that are your age and getting their mom and dad's numbers. That's the real challenge here. That's what I want to see. This is the part where we kind of look for some assistant managers. We'll see.
Can you talk about that?
So more coming in here. Remember, if they say they're going to text you the number, just let them know that you got a piece of paper and a pen ready to go. That's good that she did do it, but I don't want to get that person that gets caught up eating tacos or something and then they don't send it to you for 8 hours. There you go, Grayson. Grayson just joined training, is already rocking it out. About 3 more minutes here. By the way, this is something you can totally do outside of training, by the way. Two more numbers for Trey. Nice job. You guys are seeing this stuff works. If you just go after it, you just attack it. About 2 more minutes or so. Patrick said, sheesh. I know we got some people that are not reporting here. Some people are not letting us know who they're getting. Remember, if you're not in school, just say, hey, I'm getting training completed for my new job instead of trying to earn a scholarship. There you go, Julie.
If you feel like dancing or getting numbers,
That's allowed as well, because I play the best music. I have the live raves on YouTube, and that's what I play for training always.
y'all should have seen Kenneth dancing at my wedding reception. She was like a
Nice job, Luis. 2 numbers. There we go.
What did you? Were you saying my name? Summer?
No, I said Luis.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. You're doing a good job, Summer.
I got 2 numbers.
Nice job. There we go. That's the point. That's the point right now.
I got a lady that wants me to go over to her house tomorrow, but I'm not done with training.
Oh, you'll be able to book an appointment with her and set a time with her. Don't worry. Another friend's mom. Nice job, Caitlin. Okay, we're right at 5:06. So I am going to wrap you guys up right now. But guess what? Do you guys think that's the only time that y'all can do that? No, absolutely not. When you go home tonight, you can keep doing that. When you get out of training tomorrow, you can keep doing that. When you throughout your whole career, you can keep doing that and you'll never run out, because guess what? Those people give you more numbers, and then they give you more numbers, and then you have more friends. And I'm sure probably most of you guys probably have hundreds of friends on Instagram, at least, right? Or on Facebook or whatever. If you go through and message all of them, let's say you message 150. Let's say you message 150. The majority of them, you won't get their number, but you might get 50 numbers. And I bet you'd be pretty happy about that, right? So message everybody. All right, I'm done. Patrick, you taking over? Ethen, you taking over?
Ethen time.
All right, I'm done. I love that.
Let's go, Ethen.
Thank you.
By the way, I'm spotlighted. I'm just like that magic. I just want you guys to know that I was sitting here. I was like really good. Like, Caleb, that was really good. I just want you to know that. That's from me. That's not from anybody in training. They're just like, this is what's supposed to happen. That was really good. Like, that was actually really, really good stuff. All right, let's keep it moving. We're gonna keep rolling. So pull out something to take notes on. Like right now, we're not dilly-dallying around. We're gonna change the momentum. If you have people who respond to you, who call you back, who do things like that, try and focus on what we're doing right now. I'm not going to take up a lot of time. I'm going to make you take a ton of notes, though. That's what I am going to do. So pull out your notes. We're going to go through really quick. What you have there is your foundation list. Our most successful reps, they shoot to have 200 names and phone numbers on their list at a time. You're like, 200? Holy crap. There's 2 ways you can do that, by the way. You'll continue to grow and build your list. The first is just by actually getting referrals. You'll be able to get referrals from people, grow your list that way. The other, though, is through your own hard work, your effort and energy. This is the sign of the best reps who are hungry and for success, and it obviously impacts the sales potential that you have too. So think big. Think of ways you can get a lot of people. Sit down with mom, sit down with dad. The way you ask them, like Caleb just said, is really important. But we're going to go through what our good customers are really quick. So you have something to take notes on. We're going to dive right back in kind of to where I was at. Let me erase this thing and let's keep it moving. So we're going to go through our good customers. You guys have heard this a couple of times today, that our good customers are what we call MAC customers. So good customers are MAC customers, M-A-C. What does that stand for? What does M stand for?
Well, when you put a ring on someone's finger, what's
Married.
Married.
What's A stand for? You're not going to guess it.
Age 30.
What does C stand for? You're not going to guess it.
Children.
Couples, children. Not bad. I like the guesses.
Put a roof over their head. Casa or crib? Let's go.
Yeah. It depends on where you're from, you know. You can be you from the valley, it can be crib, it might be casa, I don't know. Depends on where you're from. Ma doesn't sound good though. MAH doesn't sound good. So married. We want married couples. Quickly, give me some answers. No wrong answers. There might be a wrong answer. I'll make fun of you. So why do we want married couples instead of single people or engaged people or people who are not married? Why do we want a married couple?
They could more.
Sources of income.
Yeah.
Ooh, so financially stable because I heard it on there.
2 sources of income.
2 times the income. Bingo. So they have twice the income. Or if they don't have dual income, it's because 1 is enough. Housewives are great customers. Other reason why we want married couples?
Kids, they cook a lot.
Children cook more, right? I like the cook more concept that we have on it. In my notes, I'm going to say this, make sure you hear it. I would rather show to an average income married couple than a rich single person. I would rather show to an average income married couple than a rich single person. The married couple has more use for the product, so it's a better value. All right. Mom and dad are exceptions, by the way, if they're split. Grandma exception if she's split. Show to those people, they want to know what the heck you're doing anyway. But married couples are the way to go. If they're single, don't show to them. If they're engaged, they're saving for a wedding, don't show to them. Like, we want people who are married. All right. A, why do we want people who are age 30 and up?
Or secure.
Most likely own a home.
They're at that right point in their life.
Yeah, so you guys said more secure. They're at that point in their lives. So I'm just going to put more established, more savings, more cooking again, right? Those other people might not be cooking as much when they're getting up to that age. If they're over 60, by the way, if you're showing an older person, just use your best judgment. Okay, like grandma. If you're ranking grandma, did grandma give you $5 for your birthday? Hold off on grandma. Grandma give you 50. Yeah, that's okay. Grandma give you 500. Grandma's your best customer, right? Like grandma's all of a sudden your best customer. All right, let's keep moving. These are good things. C, why do we want people who own a house, casa, or crib?
They want quality in their new home.
Things for the homes cost hundreds. They cost what?
1,000.
They want something that they can keep for forever instead of having to replace it and waste more money.
Exactly. Renters are saving for a house, right? So does that mean it can almost be a tease? It can be like, oh, look what you can almost get, but you're not quite there yet, right?
Right.
You know, it can be awkward and uncomfortable. If you have a customer who isn't a Mac, who is not a Mac customer, and you think they're a good prospect, ask your manager first. So ask Caleb, ask Patrick, ask myself. If they're a Mac, you can show to them you're good to go. If they aren't a Mac, get our approval first. We're going to steer you in the right direction. What's good for you is good for us. Wait on non-Macs. The reason why is because you might be sitting here and you have a non-Mac customer who you want to show to. If they're qualified, great, go roll for it. But wait until after your fast start. I don't want you to waste your opportunity to sell to these people. If you show to them this weekend, you have very little chance of selling them anything because you're not experienced enough. You're not good at the job yet, just putting it bluntly. After doing 10, 15, 20 demos, do you think you'll be better?
Yes.
You have a better chance of selling to those people? Go to Mac customers this weekend. Can we commit to that? Got why customers are good? Married and over 30 and live in a house. Not married and live in a house, but they're 26. It's like, no. Married and over 30 and live in a house. Those are the good customers. These are good Mac customers. What are great customers?
The ones who buy big orders.
Why? Why are they going to buy bigger orders? So they're probably a Mac customer, right? They're probably married. They're probably over 30 and they probably live in a house. What else do they have that makes them a great customer though?
They have jobs.
I like where you're heading. What about the jobs though?
They have an established salary. They're getting paid for on a normal basis. They have money coming into the house.
They got money, right? That makes a great customer. Somebody who has disposable income. The person who, when you show them that it only costs $14.19 and then you flash up the 5 pay and they see that it's $310, they're gonna laugh at the $310.
They're gonna be like, are you kidding me? You actually think I would do that? Like, I don't, that's $310, right? I paid that on a bar tab last night, right? Those types of people, they're good customers. What else? Who else makes a good customer? Good money.
If you offer them the payment plan, they're more likely to buy it.
Yeah, but hold off on that one. What were you about to say?
Barbecue, hunt, fish.
So yeah, by the way, this is a really important one that for some reason people always miss. What about people who just like to cook? You know, this is a good product for those people, right? If they like to cook or if they love to cook too. I heard multiples of you guys start throwing this into the same thing. You kept mentioning kids. You were like, they have kids, they have kids. So big families, because you know, big families are great customers because they have to cook. You know, they don't even want to go out when you have a big family. Like going out's a pain in the butt for big families. It's like the kids are annoying. They want to do it. They see like all this stuff. It's better for them just to cook as well. Big families. What else?
Expensive to go out and eat with a big family. We have 8 kids.
By the way, you just cook a lot because you have to, right?
Yeah.
What else makes a great customer though?
Maybe they like to bring people over. What's that called?
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
Maybe like food truck owners.
So that goes in the cook a lot part for me.
Yeah.
Likes to cook, cooks a lot. All right, I'll throw out mine.
Like host the family get-togethers.
Hey.
Entertainers.
These are your, by the way, these are going to be your best customers right here. Because when people go over to their house, what do they want them to see?
They're
Cool
pretty
stuff.
silverware and stuff.
Pretty stuff, the best, right? You know, Cutco is the best, right?
I was just thinking that.
Here's the other ones. You guys know people who are very supportive of you. They'll buy this stuff. Like the person who, if I went and did a demo for them, they would buy from me. But because it's you doing the demo, they're going to buy more. Like they would like the product, hands down, no matter who shows it to them. But hey, it's you. I'm just going to up it a little bit more. Happened with one of our reps a couple weeks back. She did a demo, first person, $4,000 from him. He was like, I like it. Nice person. Nice way to get promoted twice. So supportive. Entertains and hosts. We got that big family. People who have nice houses, right? I have people who like quality things, just in general, you know. Line. Quality things. Those are kind of the only 2 that I don't have left. These people, by the way, right here, if you have these people, if you're sitting here looking at this right now and you're like, Ethan, I don't know any people who have a ton of money who have big family on that, don't freak out. Like that's not the end of the world. What I'm saying is this is a layup. Mac customers, anybody can shoot a layup, right? Like I can walk anybody out to a basketball hoop, give you a ball and say hit a layup and you can hit a layup. This is like dunking. You're given a trampoline to jump on and you just literally drop it right into the hoop. Like that's all it is. This is dunking. Go show to these people because it's really easy to get orders from them. It's easy to get orders from Mac customers. Try and make sure everybody you show to is a Mac customer. That's good and great customers. Question? Easy enough? All right, keep rolling with the notes. I need you to jot down this recipe really quick and you number down your notes 1, 2, 5, 10. 1, 2, 5, 10. This here, you guys are lucky that you are being trained by me because here's the benefit for you. I've trained a lot of freaking reps. I've been doing this same job since 2017. I became an assistant manager. 2018, I took Isaiah's role that he's in now, where I started just recruiting and training reps. I did that in 2019, recruiting and training reps. 2020, I ran a branch office, so I was recruiting, training, and developing at that point. That was a nice little help. And then now I'm in charge of recruiting, training, developing, retaining, keeping everything kind of around. But the benefit for you is you have 5 years of training experience that I'm about to give you in basically one equation. Here's the thing. I've had reps who have done really, really well with us. We had the rep who set the record last year for the first 10 days in our region. He had a $22,000 first 10 days. He made $5,000 in income in his first 10 days on the job. That's possible. I trained him, watched him do it. It was really cool to witness. At the same time, I've had reps who've done very, very poorly, by the way, who have went out and some of them have sold nothing. Some have sold 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. I've had a rep sell everywhere in between as well, fall at $6,000. The benefit for you is what? I know what the reps do who have success. And I know what the reps do who don't have success. And I'm going to give you the success recipe.
And if you mix these ingredients together, you will have success. That's the benefit that you have. So what does this recipe come to? It's pretty simple. If you do these things, you're going to be able to get it. And then I want you to have your names list out, like the list of people whose phone numbers you have. I also want you to turn in your manual to page 28, as we go through this. So having trained hundreds of reps, this recipe works. Mix it all together and you're going to be good. What is the one? One stands for first demo, best demo. So let me explain this to you. I want you to go out and do your first demo, and I want to guarantee that no matter what, that you're going to make your first sale. The reason why is because you're going to leave training tomorrow at 3. You're going to be excited, on fire, think this is the greatest product ever, ready to go sell it. I know you're going to be able to sell it. Caleb knows you're going to be able to sell it. Patrick knows you're going to be able to sell it. We aren't nervous for you. The only person who doesn't know you're going to be able to sell this is you. Once you make that first sale, everything's going to flip in your head. You're going to say, oh, this is going to be easy. I'm going to be off to the races. But what do I have to do first? I got to get that first sale, because I have 2 ways I can go do my first demo. I can go do it with the person I'd be comfortable with, get some tips, some recommendations. They're going to tell me I didn't really do that great, which is true because it'll be my first demo. Or I can do it with the best customer who doesn't really care how good of a demo I do. And I could mess the whole thing up. And in the days of the live demos, I used to say you could stab their cat with the knife and they would go, holy crap, look at how sharp that edge is. I'm still going to buy it all. That type of person, the person who cooks so much, who has all the money, who supports you, who has all that stuff, that you would bet a bullet would buy a Homemaker or bigger. And I want you to take that person's name and I want you to write them on page 28 right now. The person who you would bet everything, that if I had a gun and it was loaded and I pulled it out of my pocket and I was holding it to your head and said, bet this bullet. You're like, holy crap, you're getting serious. That's how serious I am about this, by the way. Trey's like laughing at me. Don't laugh. I'm serious. Who's going to buy the Homemaker? Who would you bet everything on? Who's your number one? Who'd you write down there? Old neighbors. Are they married? Are they over 30? They live in a house. Why are they such good customers?
Super generous.
They cook a lot? Make good money? Cool. We like it. All right. Who else can I pick on here? Let's roll. Summer, who's your number one?
Oh man, my number one's in Germany right now.
That's a good number one if they're in Germany. What are they in Germany for? Are they just like traveling?
No, they're in the military.
Do they live on a military base there?
They do have a military base there.
Do they live on it now?
Huh?
Do they live on that base?
Yes.
Do a demo with them. We ship there.
By the way, we ship to any U.S. military base, anything like that. Why are they your number one customer? Do they like to cook a lot?
Yeah. She was there when my last son was born.
So she likes you.
Yeah, well, she's just one of my best friends. I just love her so much.
And is she married?
She is.
She's over 30, live in a house?
Yeah.
He lives on and use.
Yeah. Me and her were inseparable like for years, and she would have these little parties and I would have little parties, Mary Kay stuff. So she would buy, I would buy, she would buy, I would buy.
All right. By the way, I'm going to come back to the rest of you guys later. I'm not skipping you. We got to keep moving. So don't think, get number one. Who's the number one? Bet a bullet on would buy a Homemaker bigger. Number two, what the second ingredient here stands for is really simple too. 2 best first day. 2 best first day. What this does is there's a chance that you book that first demo and they aren't available. They cancel, they reschedule, they move around, something happens, right? And you're going to leave training. You're going to be on fire. You're going to be excited. You're going to be ready to go. And you need that first sale to keep that excitement up. And then that first customer decides to go, oh, I'm going to cancel on you. What's going to happen to your confidence? Oh, that sucks. I'm bummed out. I'm not going to, Ethan, I'm worried. I don't know if I can even do this. Well, hey, how do you feel if you have your second best customer that day though? Or what if you do the first demo with your best customer, they do buy a Homemaker, and then you're at 15% for your second customer. Ooh, that's a good option too. But we want to guarantee no matter what, you make your first sale on your first day. And how we do that is we say, book your 2 best customers on your first day, no matter what. The person who, if I took you to Vegas right now and I gave you $1 million chip and I said, bet this, who's going to buy the Homemaker bigger, who isn't your number one, who is that person? And write them on slot number 2 on page 28. Give me your number 2 customers. Give me your number 2s. Luis, who's number 2?
For me, it'd be a friend of a friend or a friend of my mom's. Yeah. Either
Are
or.
they married?
Yes.
Live in
And
a
they're very
house?
wealthy. Sorry?
They live in a house
Yes.
and they're very wealthy. What do they do?
Honestly, I'm not sure, but they've had us over a lot for like cookouts and stuff. They just like cooking for a lot of people. And yeah, they come to mind.
They have a nice house.
Yes.
Good work. Good work. Caitlin, who's your number 2?
My neighbor.
Neighbor. Married?
Cassandra. Yes.
Over 30?
Yes.
Obviously have a house, right?
Yes, and have 2 teenage boys, so they're always hungry.
Good. By the way, that's a good one too. Good, good, good. Those are all great customers. So that is your number 2. Got number 2? Everybody got number 2?
Write it on page 28 in your manual if you're following along and have it printed out. If not, on a sheet of paper.
This is it, by the way. 5. Best 5 first weekend. Best 5 first weekends. So let me explain this one where you really do understand it. So you're sitting here in training, and basically what I kind of know is I'm going to let you guys in on the secret why our office did win a silver cup last year, why we have the highest sales averages in the company, why our reps hit their first promotions here faster than everywhere else in the company. I mentioned my goal is for you to make $100 this weekend. As long as you complete 7 appointments, you'll earn $100 on the base pay and you'll be good to go from there. But I'm much more focused on you doing 10 appointments, getting the orders, hitting your first promotion, and being at 15% because that'll always outweigh the base pay. And we pretty much do this to guarantee you hit your first promotion. And it's say, go show your best 5 customers. Let me explain how you'll be locked in for your first promotion. You might be sitting here and you might be looking at your list and you're like, Ethan, my list isn't very strong. In fact, I'm a little nervous because I don't have a bunch of Mac customers and I don't have a bunch of people who work full time and my list is a little suspect. If this is you, you're totally fine. You're going to be great. Even with a customer list that isn't that exciting with sales potential, there are 5 solid prospects on there who can make a purchase as long as you show to your best 5 customers. Even if no one purchases a set and 4 of those customers place an average order of $250, you just hit your first promotion. And by the way, $250 on a 3 pay is $83 a month. You know, tons of people who can swing $83 a month. You spend more than that each week at Chick-fil-A, Jimmy John's, and Starbucks. And here's the thing, most likely one of those best 5 will recommend you, will buy a set, and you'll cruise past the first promotion. The homemaker is just an extra grocery bill for 5 months. And then guess what? Those 5 customers are going to recommend you to who? Their best 5. And you're going to have 25 really great customers to see. So even though that your list isn't that exciting right now, you can hit your first promotion this week and make over $100. And by Monday, your list is going to look just the same as everyone else's. And you're going to be on the same playing field. And you're going to know, to be honest with you, you're going to have a great sense of accomplishment because you're going to know that when you hit Dirty 30 this campaign, when you're at 30%, when you hit $10,000, when you made $2,000, you're going to know it was all you. So if you're sitting here right now and you're not really sure, you're a little wondering about your list, don't worry. I'm really excited for you. I'm pumped for you. Just make sure to show your best 5 people who you know without a doubt can afford at least something. 100% without a doubt can afford $83 a month. You know plenty of people who can swing that. Now you might be sitting here and you're like, Ethan, my list is solid. It's okay. I have a list of some good Mac customers, people who work full time. And if this is you, you're going to be great. You're definitely going to hit your first promotion as long as you showed your best 5 customers. If you have a solid list of Mac customers and you showed your best 5, you'll probably sell to 4 or 5 of them and you'll sell a few sets, maybe some custom orders. You'll be somewhere between your first and second promotion in the $1,000 to $3,000 range, maybe a little bit more, because if you showed your best 5, at least 2 or 3 will buy a set. And they're going to recommend you to their best 5 and you're going to cruise way past your next promotion. And if you're sitting here and you're looking at your list and you might be like, some of you guys know people with money. And then some of you guys are like, Ethan, just give me the damn sample kit. Give me everything. I'm going to go break every record that you have in your office. And if this is you, by the way, and you just have baller customers, go show to your best 5. Because if you show to your best 5 customers, you're going to guarantee your first promotion, probably your second, most likely even your third. And of course, birds of a feather flock together. So they're going to recommend you to their best 5. And you're going to have 25 just absolutely phenomenal customers and the sky will be the limit. But whatever situation you're in good shape. My objective is for everyone to hit their first promotion, no matter what. So I'll be tough on you and tell you, hey, go hit your first promotion by showing to your best 5 customers. I don't care if you do 10 demos, 15, 20, 25, show your best 5. That's what you're going to go do. Because once you do that, you're going to be able to go. This weekend is not for practice. It is 100% for confidence. This job is really easy, but it's 100 times easier when you're confident. I want to give you as many of those layups as possible. You know what the layups are? Show to Mac customers. Show to your best 5. Go get dunks. I would rather not have to talk you off the ledge after you're down in the dumps after a rough start, wondering if this is for you. I'd rather just high five you, tell you you're the greatest person ever touched a Cutco knife, and move on. So show your best 5, and you're going to be able to do that. Raise your hand if you can show your best 5. Write down 3, 4, and 5 on page 28 for me. 3, 4, and 5. 3, 4, 5. Fill them out. Trey, who's number 3?
My friend's mom.
Get married?
Yes.
Over 30?
Yes.
Live in a house?
Yes.
Why are they good customers?
They cook every time. Most of the time when I go over there, they got some money, and they really like me. So I think it'd be really good.
It's a good customer. Supportive, make good money, cook a lot. Everything that I need. Hey, Grayson, I'm Ethan. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Who's your number 4 customer? Are you with us?
Sir, my number 4 is I used to go to school with him. He's pretty good friends with me. It was a private school, so it was probably $15K a year. They host a lot. They're a big college football family, so they cook a lot. They have people over.
They're married, right? Sounds like it.
What was that?
They're married.
Oh, they're definitely married. Over 30. That's pretty much it. I mean, it's like a gold mine there, so.
We like gold mines.
Sir.
We like gold mines. Good people for sure. Good people for sure. All right. I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to give you guys 10. Hopefully you have 3, 4, and 5 filled out there. What 10 stands for, this is a bumper. This is your bumper. And 10 Mac demos. If you book 10 Mac demos, you're going to hit your first promotion. And if you don't remember why, I'm going to show you one more time. Is if you have 10 Mac appointments booked, there's a chance some of them cancel, right? So how many will be completed? 7. What's
4?
How many orders will we get? 4 orders. And what's the average order that we'll get at a minimum?
250.
And we'll sell
1,000
every single time, right? It guarantees no matter what. So what are we doing here? We're making sure that you say we're going to do 10 Mac demos. So fill in your top 10. And by the way, do this as fast as you can. I'm going to have you go to 10 and then to 20. I want page 28 completely filled out. Do it as fast as you can. Just so you know, training goes as fast as you go from here. So ready, set, fill it out. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
And
12, 13.
don't sit there thinking about it for too long.
Write them down. Fill it in. If 18 is really 15, I don't care, by the way. Just get these 20 people in ASAP. Right now. Like now. I will rush you through this.
Training from Ethen Campbell's iPhone.
Perfect timing.
All right. Let's go. Who's gonna finish it? Who's gonna finish it first?
When you finish, type the number 20 into the chat box, and we will know you're good to go. If you do not have 20 names and numbers on your list, type the number that you got to max, that you maxed out.
Do we have to have the number right now?
Anyone on this list, you should have the phone number of where you could call them tonight. These are your best prospects that you're trying to line up first.
Okay, yeah, I have a new phone, but I got some really good people, but I don't have their numbers at this moment.
Well, then don't put them on your list there.
Yeah, don't.
Okay.
The people you have their phone numbers, even if you end up at like 10 or 15, by the way, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if they're like friends of my parents and I can get their phone number as soon as my parents get home?
That would be somebody that you couldn't call tonight, but you can get their number later and you can call them after training. But
Yeah.
for now, leave them off the list.
Yeah.
until
Okay.
later.
We're gonna teach you how to make the calls too, and if you need to, you can technically just call mom or dad first and get some of the phone numbers too.
And you can get
Yeah.
And what's cool is like we always remake our top customer list over and over again too. Like once we book up our best people that we have, and then we remake it again.
And then next, what do we do? Teach them how to make phone calls?
Yep.
Schedule, tips and phone approach, and then boom.
Is that you, Patrick?
Yep.
I think Stacey's gonna join here at any moment for a few minutes, but I
Good.
don't know.
Chardonnay, put 10 in there. Good. Good job, Chardonnay. And those are the people you have the phone number of. Donovan's at 10. If you get to 20, post the word 20 in the chat too, or whatever number you max out at of the people you have the phone number of on your top customer list, page 28. Whatever number you get to.
By the way, try and get to 15 wherever you end up at. Try and get to 15 on there.
Yeah, if you have more, but you're putting 10 in the chat right now, you did not prioritize those last few people yet. So go ahead and prioritize them on your list.
And don't forget about some of the numbers that you just got too.
Exactly.
If there's any of those people. Here
Johannes
comes Stacey.
with 16. Yeah, you want to impress Stacy? Let's put 20 million in the chat for how many people are on your top list. All right, Stacy, take it away.
Maya. Oh yeah, they're getting done with the list, the top list here.
Yep.
My up next.
You take precedent.
20. I see 20 on the list. 20 on the list.
20, yes, good. There we go, Grace. Nice.
There you go.
20 on their top list of people. Nice job.
And he's got 15 here so far.
Good.
Caitlin's got 20. Good job, Caitlin. All right, good job, y'all. And I think we're at a perfect stop. I think you can.
I was like, look,
some tips here, man. They are done with their. I think that's almost everyone on Zoom here is maxed out their best customer list. Perfect time in transition.
All right, so a quick pausing point where you're at. Keep working on this names list. You can keep filling it out, get it to the 20 number. But we're going to, I hear an echo of myself. We're gonna pause for a quick minute and we're gonna get some tips. So who you see here, who is spotlighted, this is our division manager. So this is our division manager, Stacey Campbell. He'll be able to, he oversees, I went through all of the different stuff at the beginning during our intro talk. I went through the 6 silver cups that we had won, the 2 that we won divisionally, 1 here in our office, 1 that we won as a district, 1 that we had during a branch, or one a branch manager as well. The person who oversees all of, I think we're basically back at 2/3 of the state of Texas now that we oversee. But this is Stacey. He'll be able to give you guys some tips on how to get off to a really good start with us, but also how to make the most of this. He started with the company back in 1991 or 2, I think 1992. He started as a rep. So he's been here for well over 20 years, got lots of experience for you, has trained a lot of reps and helped them get to the highest levels as well. So a couple of tips for them.
Well, how's everybody?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Well, welcome to the team. Welcome to the Lone Star team. We're excited to have you on board. Excited to get you all rolling. Looks like you got some good things happening, and you're in a good position. So, I just thought I would just steal a minute from you. I apologize if I am taking too much time, but steal a minute from you and just kind of give you a couple of tips. As Ethan said, I've been here since 1992, which just means that I'm old. That's all that means. So I've been here for quite a while. I actually started when I was a 19-year-old, college student in between my freshman and sophomore year of college, just looking for some part-time summer work. Really, that's how I got started. Did well with the company as a representative. They got a chance to move into what we now refer to as the branch manager role, which is somebody who runs an office for a summertime. So I did that for a summer, did that for actually 2 summers, and then came back and ended up being a district manager, like what Ethen and Caleb and Patrick are doing currently. Did that from 94 to 2002. And then we moved into my current role of a division manager, which basically means that I help oversee all the offices of the district managers and help kind of guide them on the path of their process. Been in that role since basically 2004. Technically, I've been in that role of division manager. As you heard, we have the top division in the country. As a matter of fact, if you go back to 2016, from 2016 to today, our division has been the #1 division in the country cumulative in that window of time, with almost $55 million in sales. Okay. And we don't really tell you that to brag. We tell you that more just hopefully that gives you a little confidence. Okay. So that gives you, because I know when I started when I was new, I was nervous. I mean, it's pretty normal. Ethan probably talked about that. Patrick probably talked, Caleb probably talked about that. Isaiah's talked about that. You start something new, it's normal to be nervous. If you're not a little nervous, it's almost like, how are you so good at this already? Okay, right? There's always nervousness to it. Here's the thing, you might be nervous. We're not really nervous. Okay, we're not sitting here going, man, I hope Trey gets this. I don't know if this is going to happen. Like, we're not sitting here saying that. We know, hey, if you'll follow the programs, you'll be good. So I'm going to give you 3 tips real quick. I give these to anybody who ever asks, like, hey, you've been here for 30 years, you've trained all these people, you have a top division. What do you do to have success? Here's all you do. 3 simple things. And you're brand new, just do these things and you'll be perfectly fine. Number 1, just follow the programs. Now, I know you've heard this 600 times already. So let me tell you for the 601st time, okay? Follow the programs. That means what? So that for you in the very base level right now, your training manual, okay? Grab your training manual, follow it. Like, use it, stick it out in front of you. My original manager, she told me this. She goes, hey, you have to do this. She goes, raise your right hand and say, I swear I'll use this training manual for the next 30 days when I start, that I'll just read it for 30 days. And I'm sitting there going, really, just read it? And she's like, yeah, just pull it out and go, hey, do you mind if I use my notes? I'm new. And I was like, I don't know if that's going to work, but every customer's like, sure, we'll help you out. It's still okay. Julie, we'll help you with the process. And people were very easy and open to it. So that's why you say, just pull out the training manual, use your training manual. Very easy. And here's the thing you have to understand. We made that training manual for you to have success. If you think about this logically, right? Why would we give you something that wasn't going to work? Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? Why would we give you something that wouldn't make you super successful? We know it's successful and we keep improving it to make it better and better and better. So use the manual, it'll help you out. Now, the programs as a whole, though, make sure you're not just following just the manual in that respect. We're talking about like when they teach how to what Caleb just taught you, like how to expand your names list. That's part of the program. Do that stuff. When they're going to teach you in a minute how to put together your schedule, follow that, because that's something you can use now. And by the way, that's a skill for life you'll use forever. When they teach how to book your appointments, follow the phone approach. Like, in other words, it's not just the demo itself. The program as a whole is one big package. You use it, you'll have success. You'll feel good about it. And let me explain to you something. When you're new, you're not going to be perfect. I always love when people leave the first day of training and they go, well, I don't think I'm very good at the job yet. You're not good at it. If you leave today and you're actually good at it, then you're way ahead of the game. Okay. So don't panic if you're not good at it. When you do your first demos, don't worry about it if you're not perfect at it. That's okay. What you just have to understand, I'm going to keep following the program and I'll be good. Okay. Second thing, listen to the managers. That's the second thing, just listen to your managers. So here's what's great about your specific situation. And again, I'm not trying to do this to toot our own horn, but the facts are still the facts. And that is that, you have Caleb, who's a part of basically 2 national championships last year. You have Patrick, who was part of 3 national championships last year. You have Ethen, who was part of 4 national championships last year. You have Isaiah, who was part of 2 national championships last year. So it's kind of one of those deals where you got to pause for a moment and go, okay, if you had an opportunity, if you were in a sport, that's maybe a better idea to put it, right? If you had a chance in a sport and you played basketball and LeBron James was willing to coach you, you probably wouldn't go, well, I don't know if that guy knows what he's talking about. It's like you would probably go, probably should tune in on that one, right? Like if somebody said, hey, I want to be in engineering and I have a NASA engineer who's willing to tutor me. You probably wouldn't go, well, yeah, but maybe there's somebody better out there. It's like you guys have some really good people coaching you, tutoring you, getting you to the place. So make sure that you tune in. And this is normal. This is human being stuff right here. It's normal whenever somebody teaches you something. Isaiah says, hey, do this, that you in turn say this. Does that work? Like that's a normal human reaction. Okay, right? That's not a bad human reaction. That's normal. Well, the fact is, go back to what I just said a second ago. Why would we teach you something that doesn't work, right? It doesn't do us any good. You realize this, and they may have covered this with you. We only get paid based on how well you do. We do not have a salary, okay? We only get paid when you do well. Okay, so how well are we going to teach you? About as good as we possibly can, and everything we possibly can give you, right? So that's why you have to understand that listening to your managers, letting them help you. And here's the other part: your manager's job is to challenge you, and they may have already covered this with you too. But their job is real simple. What's that? To challenge you to get your goal, not to get our goal for you, but your goal for you. So when Summer says, "Hey, I want to make $300 a week," great. Our job is to make sure you make $300 a week. When Grayson looks at us and says, hey, I want to make $500 a week. Okay, here's what you need to do to make $500. In other words, that's our job. So when you're challenged by your managers, don't get mad at them. Don't go, why are they pushing me so hard? Well, because you came up with a number. And if you don't like the number that you came up with, tell them, be honest with them. Don't go, hey, I want to make $300 a week. And then, Patrick's challenging you to get to $300 a week. And you're like, stop it. It's like, well, look at him and say, hey, I really only want to make 150. I'm happy with 150. That's okay. We're not mad at you because why? Because we want you to be successful in your specific situation. And that's different for all of you. Some of you are very part-time, some of you are full-time, some of you are sometime. Okay, like whatever it is, we're going to help you out with that. So listen to your managers, trust them, and really dive in and let them be your best friends, as I always say. Your managers, let them be your best friends. I already have best friends. I'm talking about your business best friends. Okay, they're your business best friends. Tie in with them. Okay, then the third thing is just make sure you work. Okay, make sure that you work. Now, Ethan probably covered this, or Patrick, or Caleb, or Isaiah, or somebody. Make sure that you work. Here's how I'm going to preface it. When I was new, I wasn't good at the job. Okay, like my statistics were bad. Okay, like I wasn't a very good rep statistically, but I worked hard. Like I was doing lots of appointments. My schedule allowed me to do a lot of appointments. Okay, so maybe your schedule only allows you to do one appointment a day. That's fine. Okay, we're okay with that. But do your one appointment a day then. Okay, like work hard to do that. Well, my appointment allows me to do appointments only on Saturday and Sunday. Okay, well, work hard on Saturday and Sunday then. Does that make sense? But work hard because why? Because if you're not good, or you're not as successful, or you're not everything you want, you know how you get good at anything in life?
Repetition.
Repetition. Keep doing it. Get better at it. And we'll never be mad at you for working hard, except for one scenario, okay? If you work hard and don't communicate with us, right? So if you're working really hard and you're not doing as good as you want, but you never talk to Patrick, well, that's called working dumb, okay? It's like studying and studying and studying and getting bad grades on a test and never going, hey, give me some help, professor. Okay, like at some point you stop and go, hey, I don't think I'm getting this because I keep not. That's what we always say, to communicate with, but work hard at it. Whatever your time allows you, work hard at it, because I wasn't good at it. I got good at it because my manager kept working with me and I kept working hard at it. So things aren't perfect. That's good. Now, what's the other side of that? Let's say you're good at it, right? Let's just say, Christian jumps out and he's good at the job. Well, you should work hard at it then, right? Because why? Because then you're going to get more out of the job. So that's what we tell you. You don't lose by putting your best effort in. You'll get better at the job, or you'll, be a champion at the job. And we'll be talking about you having a national championship and you being part of that process. So that's why you make sure that you put this in, and good things will happen to you for that. So excited to have you on the team. And always remember this, that you're not going to be perfect at the job. Everything's not going to be perfect with you. You're going to, like the first phone calls you're about ready to make, you're going to be uncomfortable making your first phone calls. That's all normal. As one of our managers, Damien, says, well, I'm nervous to do it. Great, then just do it nervous. Okay, it's like, just do it nervous then, because it's not like if I go, oh, well, go home and sit for an hour. oh, well, now I'm not nervous anymore. Okay. It's like, no, it's like, you're still going to have that. Just keep doing the job, keep working. We're excited to have you on the team. You're in a great position. And most importantly, you know, we would like to have more national champions. We'd like to put your name on the trophy, so to speak. We'd like to have you be able to put that on your resume that, hey, I was a top rep in a national championship office, division, whatever it might be. And you have that opportunity, which you might go, well, that's not a big deal. No, on your resume, trust me, it's a big deal. You can put that on your resume when you go interview places. That means what? That you care about what you do. And that's a big win for you. I mean, even if it's not literally your trophy, so to speak, it's a big win to have that. So, hey, nice meeting you all. Look forward to seeing you somewhere down the road at one of the events we have coming up, whatever it might be down the road, and we'll keep you guys rocking and rolling. But I know you're about ready to jump into phone stuff. So work hard on this phone stuff. Make lots of phone calls, because that is one of the big keys to getting your comfort level up and making things happen. So have a good one, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you.
Peace out. Thank you, Stacy. All right, so let's go fast and furious through this last bit of training to get you rocking and rolling. So everyone, turn to page 31 in your manual. 31 in your manual. If you do not have your manual printed out, get out a sheet of paper, make 4 columns, and put, you know, day 1, day 2, day 3, and day 4 on here. Boom. Right. We're going to go over the first 4 days of your schedule with us to make sure you get off to a good, fast start in your first weekend, because it's Easter weekend and holiday weekends. We always sell more than any other weekends. And we're going to come up with your goal for your first weekend as well. So when you get to this page, what's tomorrow on the calendar? What's the first day that you're going to start selling Cutco? Anyone know what tomorrow is?
April 15th.
Yes, Friday. Good Friday. What a day to start selling Cutco, right? So Friday, right? So you're going to put Friday on day 1. So literally Friday up there, right? And then day 2 would be Saturday. Day 3 would be Sunday. Day 4 would be Monday, right? Your first 4 days of your fast start will count towards your first paycheck. So would it behoove you to try and get in those 10 minimum requirements to make over $100 before Monday night? Yes, Johannes. Julius too. So awesome. So great job. So yes, so obviously we're going to try and squeeze in at least a demo slots in between Friday and Monday here. If you want to book up more, by all means you can. So how are we going to max out our schedule and figure out how many possible demo slots we can do? It's very simple. We're going to put all of our personal and important stuff in first, and then we're going to book demo times around that, because that's how the scheduling works here, Victor. We want you to have a life. All right, so what's tomorrow between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m.? Someone yell it out. It's very important. Training, exactly. So literally just write training up here at 8 a.m. Put a big old X all the way down to 3 p.m. and mark off all the way down to 3 p.m. training, right? Then right underneath 3 p.m., I want you to circle 3:30 on your calendar. Just put a big circle around 3:30. Circle it or highlight it, and then put, highlight 5:30 or circle 5:30, circle 7:30, and circle 9:30. So we got this part next out, so training, just like this. And then we got these demo times right there highlighted, right? Don't worry about personal stuff yet, all right? Now we're going to go to the next day, which is Saturday. And you're just going to highlight starting at 8 a.m., highlight 8 a.m., and then highlight 9:30 a.m., and then highlight 11 a.m. or circle 11 a.m., then circle 12:30, circle 2 o'clock, circle 3:30, circle 5 o'clock, circle the second 6:30 listed. Yes, there is a typo on Saturday. Just ignore that. And then circle 8 o'clock, and then circle 9:30, just like this, right? 8, 9:30, every hour and a half, go ahead and block it off, right? Because it's Saturday. Then on Sunday, that's Easter Sunday, right? We got, just do the same thing, 8, 9:30, 11, 12:30, 2, 3:30, 5, 6:30, 8, and 9:30, boom. And then on Monday, do the same thing, but before we do anything for Monday, we're going to block off advanced training. So Caleb, post in the chat right now when advanced training is for your office, so they can block that off. For my office, with anyone who's with me in the South Austin office, if that's what your name is labeled on, or / Waco office, advanced training is on Monday between 4 and 6 p.m. 4 to 6 p.m. Advanced training 4 to 6 p.m. Isaiah's meeting individually, and Caleb is from 3 to 6, right? And then for Ethan's office, I believe it's very similar. I think it's like 3 to 6 or 4 to 7. He'll have to put it on there. So basically, just make sure that's blocked off down here at the bottom of Monday, and that
How do we know who we're with?
And that you do not highlight any demo slots near there. So you would literally, like for Caleb's office, put 3 to 6. For my office, put 4 to 6. X'd off, just like this, big X. And then you would highlight 8 a.m. or circle 8 a.m., 9:30, 11, 12:30, 2 o'clock. You'd stop at 2 because you'd want to allow enough time to get to advanced training. If you're in Caleb's office, you might even stop at 12:30 because that's a little bit too close to 3 o'clock. And then right after advanced training at 6:30, you can highlight that or circle that, 8 o'clock and 9:30. Now, you're like, Patrick, holy crap, that's a lot of highlighting and circling. What the heck? Like, we haven't even, like, am I really going to do that many demos? Maybe not. I don't know, right? We're just looking at possibilities here, right? This is if you literally had nothing going on this weekend, right? But raise your hands if you know something's going on this weekend because it's Easter weekend. Yeah, Julie knows, right? I know that I have church on Sunday, all this stuff, right? So here's how easy this is. All we're going to do is go back in time to, before I even move on from this Monday advanced training, why should you be advanced training? Write this down maybe off to the side in the margin here. The reason why you want to show up to advanced training is for your ongoing success. That's when the job clicked for me. I had a pretty mediocre first weekend. It wasn't until advanced training that everything clicked for me, and my sales just like went through the roof after that. And I was listed as like the number 7 new rep in the nation. I was like, what the heck, right? Like, what happened, right? Like, so advanced training is really awesome because we're going to teach you how to get more demos. We're going to teach you how to get more leads. How many of y'all want to know how to get more of those, right? So you can actually do the job more than just one weekend, right? Exactly right. I don't think you signed up just to work 4 days and then it kaput, right? So obviously we want to teach you how to get more leads and more recommendations. It gives you a chance to take a breather too and regroup with the training class as well to see how everything went after you went out and played the game a little bit and showed Cutco to some people, maybe made some sales, learned some new things, got the jitters out of the way with your family and friends and acquaintances that you're starting with. And then on top of it, the very last thing we teach you is what you really want to be at advanced training for, which is the secret weapon. And it's so secret and awesome, you got to get to advanced training to know what it is, right? But let's just say it'll help you close on bigger orders, and you do not want to miss out on it, because when Stacy learned how to the secret weapon, he sold like 7 homemakers in a row afterwards, right? So it's definitely worth its weight in gold. So let's go back in time to Friday night and think to yourself in your mind, do I have to be anywhere? Like, is it all I actually have to be somewhere? If you actually have to be somewhere, like you've already promised someone you're going to be somewhere, then you can block it off on your schedule. So you can literally just take the time that you need to take for your personal time to be wherever it is that you need to be and block that off on your schedule. I think someone said that to me on the phone in a confirmation call that Saturday night they're already have bought tickets to go see some fight night thing or something, right? You know, it's like, that's awesome, right? I think it was Luis, since you're an MMA guy, right? So
that one wasn't me.
Oh, it was okay. Well, someone was going to go watch something, right? So that would be blocked off for Saturday night, right? But if Friday, if like the person has nothing going on that night, well, why not just leave these 4 slots open? Because how many of you think, raise of hands, that the more practice you get in your first night, the better you're going to be? How many of you know the more demos you do your first night, the more money you're going to make your first night out, and the more confidence you're going to build? Exactly, right? So might as well leave 4 on there because you have more available times to offer to customers. So it's nicer that way too. You have more availabilities to offer, right? Because these are the times we're going to offer to customers and see if they're available. Because we're in control of the schedule here at Vector, not them, right? So we offer times in the hopes that they choose those. If it doesn't work for them, we just keep offering other times until we find when that works. Now on Saturday, hopefully a lot of you have a free schedule for Saturday and you can just do demos all day, every half hour, well, hour and a half. Why do we start putting them an hour and a half apart here? Because now you're more experienced, your demos should go a little bit quicker. And once again, having more available demo slots is not a bad thing because then you have more different times to offer to customers. Remember, this is just possible demo slots. You might not end up filling all of them, but it would be nice if you did, right? Because then you're accounting for cancellations, reschedules, you're booking yourself full in the event, like preparing for the worst, hoping for the best, right? And so on Saturday, think to yourself yet again, do I have anything I must be at on Saturday? If I have to be somewhere already, I'm going to block off that time and not book demos during that time. So just write personal time and put a big X on that spot. Now, Sunday rolls around, we're going to do the same thing. So for myself, I know I'm busy all morning because I'll be at church that day, right? So for me, I would block off church from 8 to like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I know that my family is also having like a brunch lunch thing until like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So then I'd have to block off that too. But maybe once everyone's done with dinners and everything around 6:30, 8, 9:30, I could leave these 3 demo slots open, right? But these are blocked off. I cannot do stuff during that time for me, right? So I know that I'm dedicated that much time on Sunday because it's a big day. And then Monday rolls around. If you have classes because you're in class, I would put my class schedule on there, right? You block off your classes if you're in classes. If you have another job, put your other job on there, right? Whatever you got going on, make sure it's on the calendar. If you cannot make it to advanced training, for a fact, you know that now because you're an adult, you should know the next 4 days out and your work schedule. Text your manager right now. This is your only chance to let us know about that. You should let us know 72 hours in advance, 48 hours in advance of you not being able to make it with a legit reason, right? This is your one chance to do that. We don't expect, Ethen does not expect, Caleb does not expect last minute on Monday to be like, oh, well, you know, family emergency. It's like, okay, yeah, if it's a legit one, offer like how you're going to catch up, right? But if you just say a family emergency, we know it's BS, right? You know, like if you never like actually tell us what the heck it was and like offer to be rescheduled or to catch up, right? So like, so just let us know now legitly if you can't make it. But if you have nothing else going on Monday, don't book demos during advanced training for sure, or close to the point where it's going to make you late to advanced training. So at least allow an hour and a half before advanced training to finish whatever other demo you have. And on top of it, like just let us know now, right? Like just let us know now. Now is your chance to know. You have our phone numbers. We've been texting you throughout. Caleb can repost his cell phone in the chat, though. Ethen can repost his cell phone in the chat. But all the people know your number, right? So now that we have our personal stuff blocked off and we have our demo slots highlighted or circled, it's very easy to know our goal for our first 4 days on the job. You know why? Because underneath each day, I want you to count up how many slots you have and just put the number right below there of how many slots you have for each day. So 4, and then for me on Saturday, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many would it be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that would be 10 slots on Saturday. I've blocked off quite a few that I can't make it to Sunday, but I still have 3 for that day. Then on Monday, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 that day. So, wow, you know, that would be an all-out maxed out schedule or so. If I were to be able to somehow magically book all those slots, will I maybe get to book all those slots? I don't know, right? Until I do my phone jam tonight. But Like the goal is like, let's have as many slots available as possible. So everyone count up all your demo slots for your first 4 days on the job and post that number into the chat box so we know your demo goal for your first 4 days on the job. And it's just a goal, right? It's just the shooting for the stars. You might not end up booking all these slots, right? But it's just like, this is the amount of possible demo slots I have. Donovan's already counted 20 possible slots for his first 4 days. Caitlin's got 20 possible slots for her first 4 days. Great job. So see, that's what we're talking about. Be generous with it. Just if you know of stuff, lock it off, right? But if you don't have something planned already, go do it. Yeah. Summer, your hand raised. What's up, Summer?
Monday, you said if we had something going on. Monday, I work every day.
Hey, text me. Text me if you're not gonna make advanced training.
If you are not able to make it to advanced rate, you just have to send a text to your manager as to what it is that is preventing you. And then we know how to catch you up because we have advanced notice to do so. But we don't expect any last minute like, oh, couldn't make it to advanced training unless like there literally is like, I don't know, some catastrophic event in your life, right? So cool. So basically, oh my goodness, I think someone has 31, Christian. Wow, that's a lot of slots. I don't even know that you could fit 31 into 4 days. Is that even possible, guys? I don't know. 10, well, I guess 10 Saturday, 10 Sunday with nothing going on, that would be 20. I guess it's possible. I think 30 is the max. I don't know. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I guess so. 31 slots is a possibility. So that is awesome. And then 18, 19, 15, good. So everyone has over 10 slots. That's the point. Good job. So now we know our goal. So, you know, what we're going to do is we're going to give you some tips for your first weekend appointments. Everyone turn to page 29 in your manual now that you have your schedule all mapped out for your first 4 days. And we're just going to rapid fire through these real quick so you know what to target for your first weekend demos. All right, so everyone on page 29, thumbs up if yes. All right, let's go. All right, so your success during your first week with Vector will be determined by the quantity of MAC appointments that you complete. It's a numbers game. Mr. Ethen Campbell already covered that, right? The more MAC appointments you do equals the more sales you're going to get. Show your best customers first. Show your top 5 customers in your first 4 days on this job, and you will be successful. So number 1, don't overemphasize Cutco on the phone. The purpose of the call is to schedule an appointment, right? Cutco's incredible, but they aren't gonna understand how great it is until they see the dadgum product, right? So do not oversell Cutco on the phone. If they ask what it is, it's just a line of high quality cutlery and a few outdoor items. That's all you say, right? You don't say, oh, it's been around for over 70 years, blah, blah, blah. No, you're gonna tell them that in the demo. And then number 2, speak directly to who you want to schedule. Don't relay messages to friends. Number 3, don't text to set up initial appointments. Not very professional. It leads to miscommunication. Create the right habits and call. How's the saying go, everyone? If it was important, you would have what? Called. Exactly, right? So are these appointments important to you? Do you want to make money? Call. Yes. Like, you're a professional. You're a young business owner now. Go after it, right? And then number 4, speak with the wife on the phone. She's the target customer, much easier to schedule. You know what happens when you call your husband or your uncle? He yells in the other room, hey, what's going on this weekend, honey? Because he has no idea, right? So just speak with the target customer, the wife. And then stress the fact that it's not a question of buying or selling. Pretty much everyone tonight is going to tell you, hey, you can show me, Trey, but you know, I'm not going to buy anything. I'm just doing it to be nice. And you'll just be like, hey, that's okay. I get paid anyway. And I need as many appointments as possible. Because is it a numbers game, everyone? Yes. Right. Of course, they don't think they're going to buy because they think you're peddling cheap crap made in China. They don't know that it's Cutco yet until you cut the penny in half and Mrs. Jones's mind falls out over the side of her head, right? So always give a choice of 2 times too. The correct way on the phone to do this is, hey, what time is better for you, Julie? Saturday at, let me check my calendar, 3:30 p.m. or 5:30 p.m. That's the correct way to say that. Or what day is better for you, Caleb? Saturday or Sunday, right? That is not a yes or no question. It's called an assumptive close. You're literally you're assuming they're going to do the demo with you. You're just offering a yes or yes question, right? That's the type of phone call you want to have with someone. You don't want to be hesitating on the phone or say something like, hey, Isaiah, when can I show you? Because now the ball's in Isaiah's court, the customer, and is it the customer's job to book the demo, or is it our job to book the demo?
Our job.
Our job, right? It's not the customer's job. We don't want the ball in their court. Or, hey, Trey, do you want to see my presentation? Let me check my calendar. Not really. Bye. That's a yes or no question. Leads to probably a I'll call you back, which will never happen, or a no, right? And then set up a specific time. Tentative appointments always fall through, not generally fall through. Schedule appointments at least 90 minutes apart, because at first you're brand new. It's going to take longer. Grandma's going to want to talk off your ear. You know it, right? Not everyone will answer the phone either. Use the 4-to-1 rule. For every 4 phone calls you're going to make tonight, only expect one person to pick up the phone, because is everyone just hovering by their phone waiting for a call from you? No, right? So just like expect only 1 out of 4 people to pick up. So I don't want to hear anyone tell me, no one's going to say this to Ethen, Caleb, and I, that, oh, no one's picking up the phone. It's like, stop, right? Like you're just hitting the bad averages tonight. It's going to swing back the other way tomorrow. Just the point of the phone jam is to get through as many phone calls in as short amount of time as possible. 20 calls in 30 minutes. That's the goal. 20 calls in 30 minutes. If you want to schedule 5 appointments, make 20 calls, right? 10 appointments, you're going to need to do 40 plus calls. You're like, Patrick, I don't even have 40 numbers. You call back people that don't pick up. That's how you get in 40 calls type thing, right? You text if people don't answer. We don't leave voicemails because, oh my gosh, Johannes, do people even make voicemails anymore, or half people don't even?
No, I don't even have mine set up.
It has a voicemail, my gosh, right? And then Cutco owners are the best prospects. Always schedule appointments with Cutco owners because they've already bought the product, so they know how good it is, dadgummit, right? They want to add like a whole flatware chest to their collection, right? So sell them on flatware. And then call-in waves. Customers are home at different times of the day and night, right? Really, any time is a good phone jam time to just jump on the phone and do 5 phone calls before an appointment, or 5 phone calls after an appointment. Or if someone cancels or reschedules on you this weekend, you turn that time into phone time and you just make 5 calls to replace the appointment that just canceled on you, right? And then eliminate distractions. Make sure that you're in a quiet place and the dog's not barking or the baby's screaming, right? Phoning equals working. Once your appointments are set, you're done working. Now is the time to have fun and do some demos, because the demos should be fun. You should have some fun. And we all hate phoning, but we just got to get it done. So view your phone as an ATM machine. And when you book a demo, yell, love that money, right? Because that's what we yell in the Lone Star division when we book demos, is money, or love that money, because we just made money off of a phone call. Like we made like 21 bucks off of a phone call. That's awesome, right? So yeah. And then urgency. Always let your customers know that you're committed to your goal. You have a deadline. Always let them know that how important the demo is to you, and that they'll see you right away and they won't reschedule on you last minute. So you're probably wondering, how do I make phone calls tonight with my app? Okay, like this app that you gave me. Well, I'm going to share this with y'all right now. What I want you to do is just watch first, and we're going to go from there after you watch this video. And then actually after you watch this video, I will teach you the actual phone approach. But I want you to know how the app works first, so that way, right after we see this, you can just jump right into it.
Welcome to the Vector Impact tutorial series. In the last section, we covered how to sort through the contacts imported from your device. Now we'll go through the easiest way to call through a batch of your prospects. To start a phone jam, select the menu in the top left corner and select Phone Now. The Phone Now page will then give us 2 options. We can either select Lineup Prospects to curate a list of people to call through,
and that's the one that we're going to select tonight. We are not going to click on Start Phoning, because Lineup Prospects allows us to number them in the order of our best to worst customers.
Or select Start Phoning to begin working through all the prospects that we've not yet booked. Selecting Lineup Prospects brings us to the list of people that we can choose to call through. These prospects will show up in the order that they're selected, like this.
Easy. So you're gonna select them in the order of what is on page 28. You've already decided this already. You are not gonna overthink this and rethink your top 20 list again. You're gonna just literally number up 1 through 20 or 1 through 15 or however many you had on your best customer list.
Using the search bar, we can find specific people that we want to add to the priority list.
Because you're gonna wanna call your best customers first. So you're gonna wanna queue them up in the order.
And using the plus icon, we can add prospects that have not yet been imported. Once we've built our batch of prospects, we select Start Phoning Prospects to begin our phone jam. This will bring us to the book appointment task of the first prospect we selected. Looking at this task card, we can see options to either call or text them. Doing either of these and navigating back to the app once we're done, we'll see a way to record the result of our attempt to book this appointment. We call our first prospect and manage to reach them and agree on an appointment time.
We always call the customer first in the Lone Star division. What did we say about text messaging? Is it unprofessional, everyone?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. So we're gonna call first. We're always gonna call first.
After hanging up and going back to the app, we select Booked Appointment, at which point we're able to specify and save the appointment date and time.
And you can select the correct day right here on the date section. Make sure you do select the correct day of the week by clicking on the date section.
We're able to configure the medium of the appointment as well as the preferred language. If your office uses the interactive demo, you should also enter an email before you save the appointment. This is required so that Cutco can send them an email confirmation.
I suggest while you're on the phone and you ask for the email, which is in the firm up approach, if you're doing virtual demos, which many of you are, that you write it on your calendar in the time slot that they choose, right? Like just write their name and then their email address in the calendar on page 31 when you do book a demo. So that way you get it down on a piece of paper somewhere.
Information for you. Selecting Save will then complete this task and take us to the next one. For our second prospect, we managed to reach them, but they asked us to call them back in an hour. After hanging up and going back to the app, we select Scheduled Callback, at which point we're able to specify and save the callback date and time. By default, Vector Impact will send you a notification when that time rolls around. Selecting Save will then schedule this task for later and take us to the next one.
Nice.
Our third prospect didn't pick up the phone, so we select Didn't Answer. We didn't leave a voicemail, and we'll
Don't leave voicemail, remember?
try again by selecting.
And then what you're gonna do is click on the text button after someone doesn't answer, and there'll be 3 possible text messages that pop up. You're gonna use the prospect introduction text in the app, right? By the way, if you have an Android phone, when you start calling people, when you hit that call button, sometimes it takes you out of the app briefly to your phoning screen, like your dial pad on your phone. That's okay. It'll still record it through the app. You'll just have to hit the back button on your Android to get back into the app, to that pop-up and see everything. If your pop-up isn't appearing after you hit the call button that says book appointment, schedule callback and stuff, you have too many apps open. Close all your other apps right now on your phone. So go ahead, double tap your home screen, whatever on the Android phone to close all your applications right now. Go ahead and do that right now. Clear out the phone's RAM. And that way there's not going to be any glitches or hangups with the app tonight. Boom. What will show up on the person's phone that we are calling? Your phone number. If you're already in their contact list, like it'll still be your phone number. It's not going to mask your phone number at all. It'll just be your phone number. So hopefully you're calling people that have your phone number in their phone already. Great. If you just got a new phone number, one thing I did notice though, that's the only time that you are allowed to text your customers first. If you just got a new phone number and none of them have your new phone number, that's the only time you're allowed to text people first. And you can text them, hey, it's Isaiah Reyes. I just got a new phone number and I just thought I'd let you know I got that. Boom, right. So boom. And then I'll be giving you a call here in just a second. Just wanted to let you know who's calling. Easy, right? So for those of you on a phone right now who are on Zoom on a phone for training, and if they don't have the phone number saved in their phone, I mean, that I guess whatever, you just hope they pick up. So what you're gonna do is, for those of you on a phone who are on Zoom right now for training, you actually will have to hang up on Zoom and leave to do the phone jam, just to let you know, because unfortunately, you cannot be on a Zoom call and use your microphone for both phone call and Zoom at the same time. So the format of the phone jam will be everyone phone jams together and does 2 calls and then stops and checks in with their manager. And then they do 3 more calls and then stop and check in with their manager, 3 more calls, stop and check in with their manager. We're gonna do that for 15 calls tonight, right? So what is the phone approach that you will be using? Well, everyone turn to page 30 right now in your manual, and we're gonna learn the phone approach, and you're gonna see just how easy it is to follow this phone approach. And where do we put it? We put it right next to your schedule, because every time you do a phone jam, you want your phone approach and you want your schedule right next to each other, so you know what times to offer to a customer. So I would call Caleb and be like, ring, 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 ring. Hey, Caleb, this is Patrick Carlin. How's it going, man? Caleb,
Going great.
Going great. Awesome. Any fun plans for Easter weekend, man? Cookouts, anything going on?
I think we're barbecuing on Sunday.
Oh, cool. Is that the only day you're busy?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Well, hey, the reason why I'm calling is I just started a great new job showing Cutco, Uncle Caleb. And as part of my training, I'm just required to put on some initial training appointments. Now, you don't have to buy anything because I get paid just to show it to you, Uncle Caleb, and it takes less than an hour. So I want to do I can actually do appointments over the phone. You just need to be in front of a tablet or computer at home. You only read that if you're doing a virtual demo. If you're doing a live, you skip over it. And you say, I want to do blank appointments. So everyone write in your goal for your first 4 days. So some of you put 20, some of you put 31, one of you did, right? Some of you put 12, 13, right? So put your demo goal in for your first 4 days. By Monday night, so write the word Monday into the second blank there to hit my goal. So you always share your goal with the customer for the next 3 or 4 days out. So I want to do 20 appointments by Monday night to hit my goal. So I wanted to know if I could schedule an appointment on Saturday at 3:30, or would 5:30 work better for you, Uncle Caleb? And you always offer your next 2 available times.
5:30.
But he picks 5:30. I go to the firm up to eliminate reschedule script. So everyone put a big star by the script so you never forget to go to this script. And you say, okay, so 5:30 on Saturday night, Mr. Caleb, is that correct? Yes. And then I say, great, thanks a ton. This really means a lot to me, man. Hey, could you add this to your calendar or planner real quick so that you don't forget about me at all, and put a smiley face next to it? Yep. Awesome, great. Thank you so much for doing that. Hey, I'm doing a virtual with you, so can I get your email to send you the Zoom link to the appointment as well? Awesome, great, 123@gmail.com. And by the way, Mr. Caleb, will your significant other or spouse be available with you as well?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. I love doing demos with both because I'm really not allowed to do guys by themselves. Anyhow, so thanks anyhow so much for helping me with this. I'm really looking forward to catching up. I know you're really busy and you're so nice for helping me with this. By the way, if something does come up and you have to reschedule, I actually won't get paid for that time slot. So are you sure that time works for you? Okay, Uncle Caleb? And he says, yeah, I think so. All right, great. Awesome. Well, I look forward to speaking with you on Saturday at 5:30. You repeat the day and time to him. I'm going to make it the highlight of your day, buddy. You have a blessed rest of the evening. Talk to you then. Bye. Click, done, right? So for every phone call that someone doesn't pick up the phone, 1 minute. Ring, 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 voicemail. We don't leave a voicemail. We send the text through the app. It takes us right to the next person. Let's say we call the next person, they pick up. You know how long this phone approach takes max, even with a little bit of catching up at the beginning? 3 minutes. 3 minutes, right? So you can fit in like 20 calls in 30 minutes. It's possible, right? So we're going to go fast and furious tonight when we do this, right? Now, you might get some questions on the phone. Guess what? We've been doing this for 30 years and we know which 4 questions your loved ones will ask you. So we've already done the prep work, right? So the first one that people will ask you on the list of possible customer questions is, hey, what's this, Petco or something? Like, you know, grandma won't have her hearing aid turned up or something, right? And she's going to ask what the heck it is. You're going to be like, yeah, so Cutco is just a line of high quality cutlery, Uncle Trey, and a few outdoor items. I'm sure you already have tons of knives, man, but I get paid just to show it to you. So would, you know, that Saturday slot at 3:30 or would 5:30 be better for you? And I go right back to times, because if Trey's asking me a question in response to my first question, did you ever answer my question, Trey?
No.
No, so I need to go back to that question about those times, because this demo is happening, right? You know, you're assuming this demo is happening. You got to go right back to the times again, right? ask them that yes or yes question again, right? No yes or no questions, right? And then the second thing people will say is, I already own Cutco. I got tons of it, right? And they got like 2 knives. It's like, oh my gosh, right? And you're like, hey, that's great. Ethan, how do you like it, by the way? Ethan's like, oh my gosh, the table knives are great. Those steak knife things, I cut through everything with them. Awesome. Well, like I said, I'm doing it for the training. I'd love to get your opinion, maybe some pointers. Plus, I get paid anyway. So would 3:30 or 5:30 work better for you on Saturday night, on Friday night, right? And then that time doesn't really work, or I'm really busy. You're probably going to get that one a lot with a holiday weekend going on. That's okay. All you have to do is just keep offering different times if you keep running into objections, and offer morning times, evening times, afternoon times if the first 2 don't work out, right? So you just say, hey, no problem. I totally get it, Isaiah. I'm really busy too, but I really need to do those 20 appointments by Monday night to hit my goal and get off to a good start. And I can make sure just to keep it short. So is that just a bad day or just a bad time, Mr. Isaiah? And he says, well, it's Good Friday. We're doing stuff in the evening. Saturday is better because we really got nothing going on before Easter. Okay, great. So how about Saturday at 8 a.m. or 9:30? And I offer 2 morning slots because nothing's going on at that early in the morning that he's doing, right? Probably, right? So offer the next 2 available times. And then the last one, a lot of people will ask that even after you book the demo. They're going to be like, hey, Trey, how long is this going to take, man? You going to be camping out at my house all day, man, or something, right? It's like, no, not too long at all. My part's only about 45 minutes. After that, it's up to you. So which time would be best for you, Uncle Trey? Like Saturday at 3:30 or 5:30 be better for you? Because I didn't catch a time that you said that would work for you.
Saturday at 5:30.
Right, yeah, exactly. 5:30, and then you go back to the firm up approach. Okay, so 5:30 on Saturday. Great, thanks a ton. It really means a lot to me. Boom, right? And you go right back up to firming it up, because if you do not firm up your appointments, do you get a bunch of cancellations and reschedules?
Yes.
Yes. And are you upset when you come to advanced training and you're like, I booked up 20, but only completed 5? Like, oh my gosh, like that's terrible. like that's terrible. Like they're worth your entire paycheck. You only got paid for 5 demos. That sucks, right? So like always create urgency on the phone by offering your goal. Never forget to do that. Always offer 2 times. Do not wimp out and say, so I was wondering if you'd see a demo with me. That means you aren't reading the script. Offer 2 times. And no matter what, always firm up the appointment and say,
I got a question.
Yes, quick question from Christian.
Is this the only week we're scheduling within a certain time frame, or
No, just in general, Christian, we always want to try and schedule people only 3 to 4 days out, Christian, because if we schedule further than that, the likelihood of them canceling goes way through the roof because it's just so far out. They're going to forget or prioritize a soccer game over the top of us or grocery shopping. So.
Okay, and one more. So if someone cancels, if someone doesn't pick up and you say, keep calling, would you still call the person that wanted their time scheduled for 5:30 if it's 4 o'clock?
Good question. So the only 2 slots I would say keep open for best customers are 3:30 and 5:30. Like if you don't catch those people right away when you've called those people first, I would still save those as open to offer to your 2 best customers, because we're trying to see our 2 best customers first. But other than that, I mean, if you get into your top 5 people past your best 2 customers and you're calling people, it really doesn't matter where you fill them. Just fill them as close to Friday as possible after training, because you don't want to fill any further out. You always want to book people as close to when you're calling them as possible.
Oh, okay. So just to verify, if we schedule someone at 2 p.m. and another person at 3:30, right, and the person at 2 p.m. doesn't answer the phone, will we call like a entirely new customer, or will we move up?
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. So if you do have a demo booked and then they ghost you or cancel, you're saying what to do during that time. I would encourage you to do more phone calls to new people. Yeah, like you would just report it to us. We go over communication guidelines tomorrow. You just send us a text that you got a cancellation or reschedule. So Ethan, Caleb, and I know to update your schedule on our end, and you update yours, and then we're on the same page. And then we usually encourage you, hey, Don't sweat it. I guess they wanted a life of crappy knives. Just hop on the phone, do 5 more phone calls. You'll book up another one. Like, don't sweat that.
Okay.
Screw them, right? Like on to the next. And just move on, right? Because we don't want you focused on like, oh no, my best customer canceled or ghosted. It's like, screw them. They weren't your best customer then if they're that rude, right? It's like whatever, right? So anyhow, so don't overthink this tonight. I know some of you still have questions and all this stuff, but really it's just that simple. Have your phone approach, read your phone approach, have your schedule next to it, smile while you're on the phone and have some fun with it. Don't take yourself too seriously, and use your vector impact to make the call.
If you have another question, text your manager.
Yep. And use your Vector Impact app to make the calls. So everyone open up your Vector Impact app right now. Everyone open up your Vector Impact app right now. And I know you're nervous. And you're like, holy crap, I'm going to have to make calls. Crap. It's like, yes, that's what you signed up for when you got this job. And turn to page 28. And look, there's all the people that you have the phone number of. Remember, because you were only supposed to put people on this list that you have the phone number of. Oh, look at that. In the Vector Impact app on the Phone Now section, which is what we just talked about, right? You go to the top left, hit the navigation bar, go to Phone Now, select your best people. That's okay. I'm going to help you out with it one-on-one if you need it, right? There's all your prospects. Here's all your best people. Number them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Number up 15 people if you're able to get to 15. If you aren't, number up as many as you can on your best customer list, on your prospect list, the people you have the phone number of. Once you got them numbered up, type the word ready into the chat box. So at least we know how many people are ready with the app and how many people aren't. So we can do like a breakout room for the people that aren't quite settled yet with the app. And we'll catch you up, don't worry. And so Donovan's ready already. Nice. And remember, if you are on a phone for training and you're using that phone to make phone calls, you will have to briefly hop off when you're ready to make calls and then hop back on after you make your first 2 calls. But Donovan's already got his people queued up. Great. Everyone else, number up your people. And we're going to go fast and furious. 15 calls in 30 minutes before the final assignment. And then we will go from there. All right, so got one person ready. Anyone else got their 15 people numbered up? And you should just do it in the order that you put them on this piece of paper. All right, Mr. Johannes is ready. Great. All right, so for the phone jam, as y'all continue to number those up, I will let you know that the point of training is what? For y'all to leave with 10 booked. So if we go a little bit longer on the phone jam, just know that it's just my way and Ethan's way and Caleb's way of pushing you to greatness so that way we can get you to your first promotion. We won't go terribly over, right? We'll be fine. And then, and so just focus on getting the phone calls done as quickly as possible. There you go. Because once you get to 15, you've done your part at least, right? And what we're going to do is have everyone for each office break off with their manager in a breakout room. And then the manager is going to be there. Everyone's going to keep themselves unmuted with their microphone. And then what you're going to do is turn your speakers down so that way you can't hear the hubbub of everyone else going. But after you make 2 phone calls, your first 2 phone calls, you're going to turn your speakers back up and check in with your manager how they went, right? And then you're going to turn your speakers down. After you do that, make 3 more calls. Pause again, turn your speakers up, check in with your manager. Easy, right? So 2, 3, 3. So every 3 calls, you'll just check in, let us know what's going on. Update in the chat. Anytime you book a demo, just post the word money and the day and time of the demo that you booked. So that way we know, awesome, you're booking demos and we know what day and time they're going to be at. Don't book any demos during training tomorrow or during advanced training. We already went over that. It's pretty easy, right? So Mr. Johannes is ready. Julie's ready. Donovan's ready. Everyone else as ready as he can be. You'll probably have to renumber your list anyhow throughout the phone jam if someone calls you back. So just hit start phoning. Have your first person there. And now you're ready to go with the first phone call. So I'm going to open up the breakout rooms here, and we're going to assign you all to your breakout room with your people. So all my South Austin people, you're going to be with me, and bingo bango. And then all of Ethan's people are going to be with him. And then all the Wilco people are going to be with Wilco. And all the Nisa people are going to be with Nisa. Bingo. Alrighty. All right, so I'm opening up the rooms. Go ahead and join those, and then start with your first phone call. Ready, set, cut, go, 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 go. 20 calls, 30 minutes. 15 calls, 30 minutes. So, I don't know what to do. Keep yourself unmuted so I can hear your phone approach, but turn your speakers down.
So I'm using my phone for this. I think I might have to leave the room just to make the calls.
Oh, is that you, Christian, or Donovan?
Donovan.
That's you, Donovan. Yeah, since you're on a phone, you'll have to hop off briefly, make 2 calls, jump back on, check in with me.
All right, awesome. Sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah, me as well.
Yes. Yeah, make sure you make your calls through the app, though, if you do that. Make them through the vector.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome. See you all in a bit. All right. Good job. Good job. Good job. All right. Who's going to make the first phone call? First phone call. Let's go.
Question.
Yes. What's up?
So how do I lower my volume on here? For y'all?
Do you know where your speakers are? Your speaker
Yes.
device? Yeah, you would just probably bottom.
Oh, I thought you meant something special within Zoom. Okay. I'm
Oh,
good.
no, just your device speakers.
I got you.
Probably should have made that. Pretty easy. All
Okay,
right.
so we can just hop on a call at any time and just
Yes,
go
start
ahead
calling,
as long as our
start
speakers are
calling.
in.
Yes, start calling. Just make sure your speakers are lower so
Yeah.
you don't get distracted with everyone else's phone script. I'm just trying to hear y'all follow the phone script.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna turn my thing down now.
Awesome. And Cheryl, I'm going to help you, Cheryl, in a separate breakout room real quick. But everyone else, make your first phone call real quick here.
Alrighty.
All right. So we're going to move you to this one. Join that one. Let's go over there. And when you book a demo, remember day and time in the chat box and post the word money or yell it out. Money. There we go. All right, Miss Cheryl.
This meeting is being recorded.
So
Okay.
to help you out real quick. So basically,
Yeah. The top of that page say, I can't see the numbers on my papers.
Oh, no problem.
Page 30.
It's page 30 is the phone approach. It's called
What
training.
it says at the top. Training appointment, phone approach.
It's on page 30. And then you should be able to see the schedule on the next page because it's pretty.
Yeah, I know where that is.
Yeah. So as long as you have those 2 things, I mean, honestly, Cheryl, if you'd like, you can either like literally call through the app if it's working and you have your people separated. If it's holding you up and stopping you from making progress, you can also just probably call from your phone. It's just much easier.
Yeah, when I search vector impact Cutco orders comes up.
Oh, that's because you're searching it on the App Store. So you have to search on your phone because you got it downloaded on your phone.
Okay.
That's right. So you still have to do it.
Okay. Just like on the internet in general.
It should be on your phone, like the app, like you downloaded the app before. Yeah.
I don't think it ever saved.
Yeah, because you sent me a screenshot of you having logged in.
Yeah, I did use it, but the icon is not here. I had to look it up every time.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, just look it up again if you know.
Through the app store or through the internet.
Oh no, through your phone, through your phone. Like there's a search bar on your phone if you swipe down. Remember.
Okay, when I swiped down, it was there. Yeah, it was
Awesome. There you go. Perfect. And now that you have it open, did you put people on the prospect list? Did you put the little plus button next to everyone over 30 on the device contact list?
I clicked the plus, but I didn't know what to do after that.
Okay, awesome. So no problem. In the top left corner of the app is the navigation bar, like the navigation of the app, the little three lines, right? Go to the phone now section and click line
Oh
up
no, I have to search.
prospects.
It takes me back to search.
Oh, it takes you back to search.
Yeah, it says skip over here and search over there.
I'm confused then. You have to get into the app then. I don't know if you open the app then. Did you click on the app icon?
Yes, 1 second.
Yeah, we're gonna spotlight him. He's gonna unmute himself, and here we go. Oh no. Oh, okay, fine. Okay, fine. I guess.
I don't know this phone call.
I guess I'll take us out then.
Yeah, you can take this out. If you
There we go. All right. So I'm going to take us out. So basically, first of all, great job to all of you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Like you just made it through the hardest day with Vector. Like, trust me, this is the hardest day with Vector because it's 8 hours long. It's a full work day. We're going fast and furious. You're literally learning all this information, right? So we know your brain is feeling a little burned out right now, a little shot. So we're going to give you some stuff to make sure you're well prepared for tomorrow and get adequate rest tonight. Okay, so here's your final assignments. Take out a fresh sheet of notes, write these down, and you will be successful tonight. Coming in tomorrow to just finish it out. Tomorrow's going to be much easier. It's going to go much faster. You're going to feel like it's a breeze because we just have to write, like literally teach you how to write up an order and how to ask for recommendations and the accessories really quick. Like it's not that hard, right? So, all right. So your assignments tonight. Number one, what I want you to do is, I know you're tired, but Ethen, Caleb, and I, we all got here well before you. My 2-year-old, my 1 year, like my 0-year-old, like my 16-year-old baby woke me up at like 3 a.m. this morning. Like I'm more tired than all of you, trust me, right? Like we're tired too, right? Because we're pouring everything into the training to make sure y'all are successful. So don't use that excuse tonight. What you should do is go get some dinner, get some food in your system. That's your assignment. Go eat, but do active rest. Don't turn on Netflix. Don't turn on the TV because what's going to happen? You're going to fall asleep, right? And then the rest of the night shot, right? Instead, kind of be looking over your names list, maybe come up with a strategy of how you're going to approach maybe mom tonight if mom's nearby and you can catch that conversation like Caitlin did with her and bring that list, how you're going to call that person that you know has all those phone numbers that you're missing, right? And come up with a strategy of how you're going to gather more numbers, right? So that's kind of your first assignment. Get some food in you and come up with a strategy of how you're going to approach the person who has more numbers, right? And then so assignment number 2 is go gather more phone numbers if you're able to, right? So gather like more phone numbers if you're able to. And then step number 3 would be make 10 more calls tonight before 9:30 p.m. So like have your dinner, wrap up around 8 o'clock or something, right? Look at your list, number up your people again and call them through the app. And then those 10 more calls, the goal is for all of you to hopefully your first night get to like 5 to 7 demos booked up, right? That would be ideal, right? If you get less than that, that's fine. The phone jam tomorrow, we have another phone jam tomorrow to get you to your 10, right? But it really would be ideal to have half, if not a few more than half booked up tonight, right? So that's what those 10 more calls are for. You're going to get some callbacks tonight. So keep your phone script by you on page 30 and your schedule ready to go so that we don't miss an opportunity to book up those callbacks because you did text some people tonight. But just make 10 more calls before 9:30. And then your other assignment is text Caleb if he's your manager, text me if I'm your manager, or Ethen if he's your manager before 10 p.m. tonight, your AB number. What does AB number stand for? Appointments booked. So just text us AB7 or something, AB4, AB5, right? Whatever, however many appointments you ended up actually booking through the app. We just want to cross-verify it with the app and make sure you booked them all through the app. So, just text us that before 10 p.m. that's your opportunity to prove that you want to be a leader too, and a manager and a good communicator. Because what's your gauge in your first 10 days? How well you communicate with us. That's our number one gauge if we want to continue working with you, right? So just wow us with a text message. It's literally like 2 letters and a number. You can do it, right? Like it's not like a whole paragraph, just A, B, and a number, right? And then what your 4th assignment, I guess, now we're at number 4, would bring your social security number tomorrow. You don't have to have a physical card, just have the number somewhere memorized or in the notes on your phone briefly to be able to fill out the rep contract tomorrow so we can get your tax documents correct. And number 5, make sure to bring your account number and routing number for the bank account that you want to set up direct deposit for. Because once again, that's one of those sections of training where the longer you take, the longer it takes for everybody, right? We don't want anyone digging through their bank app, trying to find the account number. Where is it? I don't know what bank you use. I don't know. Right? Figure that out tonight. So it saves time for all of us tomorrow and saves time for you tomorrow, right? So pretty simple assignments, right? Nothing too crazy. And like I said, I know you're tired, but get good rest tonight. I guess that would be your 6th bonus assignment. Sleep well. Don't do anything stupid or crazy tonight. Don't go out drinking with the friends. Like just get some good rest, go to bed at like 10:30. I know that's crazy, right? For you, if you stay up till 2 a.m. gaming like Trey does with his $1 million software, right? But like, don't do that. Do get to bed on time and then come refreshed tomorrow. Remember, vector time about 5 to 10 minutes before 8 a.m. I know it's early, but we're trying to end early because it is Easter weekend, give you a little bit more time to do demos and be with family if you have some family stuff on Good Friday and everything going on this weekend, right? But it's a holiday weekend. You should be super stoked. You now have people lined up that you're going to go make money with, and people buy more on holiday weekends because they're in a good mood. It's Easter weekend. So you should be super pumped, right? Because tomorrow you get to go make money. Yeah, exactly. Why you got this job, right? So just get good rest tonight and give yourselves a round of applause. You did an amazing job today. Like you really did. You really did. And all of you are really sharp. And so good job, showing your best foot forward for Stacy, our divisional manager, who stopped in because, even us district managers sit up a little straighter when he shows up because he's kind of like our godfather. So, all right, just do those assignments and you're good. I think Caitlin and Luis, I wanted to talk with y'all in a breakout room real quick for my office real quick. I don't know if Caleb had anything to go over with a few last people for his office too, but Caitlin, Luis, I'll just grab y'all real quick. But everyone else from my office, you can hop off at this time. If Ethen wants to grab you for them or Isaiah for the Wilco office, just listen to them. But I'm going to hop over to breakout room with y'all.
Yeah, I would love to